This is a translation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. It has advice for the living, but it's designed to be read to the dead after they die. So when somebody has died, whether you're animals, whether you're loved ones, etc., you can play this book, you can play this video. There's vibrations, sounds, and different advice through the text to help your loved ones to deal with life after death.
The Tibetan Book of Living and Dying by Sogyal Rinpoche.
For all its technological achievements, modern Western society has no real understanding of death, or what happens in death, or after death. People today are taught to deny death, and taught that it means nothing but annihilation and loss. That means that most of the world lives either in denial of death, or in terror of it. Even talking about death is considered morbid. Many people believe that simply mentioning death is to risk wishing it upon ourselves. Others look on death with a naive, thoughtless cheerfulness, thinking that for some unknown reason, death will work out all right for them, and that it is nothing to worry about. One Tibetan master says, people often make the mistake of being frivolous about death and think, oh, well, death happens to everybody, it's no big deal, it's natural, I'll be fine. That's a nice theory, until one is dying. The disastrous effects of the denial of death go far beyond the individual. They affect the whole planet. Fear of death and ignorance of the afterlife are fueling that destruction of our environment that is threatening all of our lives. So isn't it all the more disturbing that people are not taught what death is, or how to die, or given any hope in what lies after death, and so what really lies behind life? According to the wisdom of Buddha, we can actually use our lives to prepare for death. In the Buddhist approach, life and death are seen as one whole, where death is the beginning of another chapter of life. Death is a mirror in which the entire meaning of life is reflected. This view is central to the teachings of the most ancient school of Tibetan Buddhism. In these teachings, we find the whole of life and death presented together as a series of constantly changing transitional realities known as bardos. The word bardo is commonly used to denote the intermediate state between death and rebirth, but in reality, bardos are occurring continuously throughout both life and death, and they are junctures when the possibility of liberation or enlightenment is heightened. Because of the vastness and all-comprehensiveness of the Bardo teachings, you will be guided stage by stage through the unfolding vision of the journey through life and death. Our exploration necessarily begins with a direct reflection on what death means and the many facets of the truth of impermanence. The kind of reflection that can enable us to make rich use of this life while we still have time, and ensure that when we die, it will be without remorse or self-recrimination at having wasted our lives. As Tibet's famous poet-saint Milarepa said, "My religion is to live and die without regret." Contemplating deeply on the secret message of impermanence, what lies in fact beyond impermanence and death, leads directly to the heart of the ancient and powerful Tibetan teachings, the introduction to the essential nature of mind. Realization of the nature of mind, which you could call our innermost essence, the truth which we all search for, is the key to understanding life and death. For what happens at the moment of death is that the ordinary mind and its delusions die, and in that gap, the boundless skylight nature of our mind is uncovered. This essential nature of mind is the background to the whole of life and death, like the sky which holds the whole universe in its embrace. The teachings make it clear that if all we know of mind is the aspect of mind that dissolves when we die, we will be left with no idea of what continues, no knowledge of the new dimension of the deeper reality of the nature of mind. So it is vital for us all to familiarize ourselves with the nature of mind while we are still alive. Only then will we be prepared when it reveals itself spontaneously and powerfully at the moment of death. The Bardo teachings show us precisely what will happen if we prepare for death and what will happen if we do not. The choice could not be clearer. If we refuse to accept death now, while we are still alive, we will pay dearly throughout our lives, at the moment of death and thereafter. The effects of this refusal will ravage this life and all the lives to come. We will not be able to live our lives fully. We will remain imprisoned in the very aspect of ourselves that has to die. This ignorance will rob us of the basis of the journey to enlightenment and trap us endlessly in the realm of illusion, the uncontrolled cycle of birth and death, the ocean of suffering that we Buddhists call samsara. Yet the fundamental message of the Buddhist teachings is that if we are prepared, there is tremendous hope, both in life and in death. The teachings reveal to us the possibility of an astounding and finally boundless freedom, which is ours to work for now in life. The freedom that will also enable us to choose our death, and so to choose our birth. For someone who has prepared and practiced, death comes not as a defeat, but as a triumph, the crowning and most glorious moment of life. Death is a vast mystery, but there are two things we can say about it. It is absolutely certain that we will die, and it is uncertain when or how we will die. The only surety we have then is this uncertainty about the hour of our death, which we seize on as the excuse to postpone facing death directly. Perhaps the deepest reason why we are afraid of death is because we do not know who we are. We believe in a personal, unique and separate identity, but if we dare to examine it, we find that this identity depends entirely on an endless collection of things to prop it up: our name, our biography, our partners, family, home, job, friends, credit cards. It is on their fragile and transient support that we rely for our security. So when they're all taken away, will we have any idea of who we really are? When we die, we leave everything behind, especially this body we have cherished so much and relied upon so blindly and tried so hard to keep alive. But our minds are no more dependable than our bodies. Just look at your mind for a few minutes. You will see that it's like a flea, constantly hopping to and fro. You will see that thoughts arise without any reason, without any connection. Swept along by the chaos of every moment, we are the victims of the fickleness of our mind. If this is the only state of consciousness we are familiar with, then to rely on our minds at the moment of death is an absurd gamble. Our myopic focus on this life, and this life only, is the great deception, the source of the modern world's bleak and destructive materialism. No one talks about death, no one talks about the afterlife, because people are made to believe that such talk will only thwart our so-called progress in the world. Our lives seem to live us, to possess their own bizarre momentum, to carry us away. In the end, we feel we have no choice or control over them. As the 18th century Tibetan master Jikpe Lingpa said, mesmerized by the sheer variety of perceptions, beings wander endlessly astray in samsara's vicious circle. It is important to reflect calmly, again and again, that death is real and comes without warning. Don't be like the pigeon in the Tibetan proverb. He spends all night fussing about, making his bed, and dawn comes up before he has even had time to go to sleep. One of the chief reasons we have so much anguish and difficulty facing death is that we ignore the truth of impermanence. We so desperately want everything to continue as it is that we have to believe that things will always stay the same. But this is only make-believe, and as we so often discover, belief has little or nothing to do with reality. Reflect on this. The realization of impermanence is paradoxically the only thing we can hold on to, perhaps our only lasting possession. It's like the sky or the earth. No matter how much everything around us may change or collapse, they endure. Whenever we lose our perspective or fall prey to laziness, reflecting on death and impermanence shakes us back into the truth. What is born will die. What has been gathered will be dispersed. What has been accumulated will be exhausted. What has been built up will collapse, and what has been high will be brought low. Isn't everything always changing? The leaves on the trees in the park, the light in your room as you listen to this, the seasons, the weather, the time of day, people passing on the street. And what about us? The cells of our body are dying, the neurons in our brain are decaying, even the expression on our face is always changing depending on our mood. What we call our basic character is only a mind stream, nothing more. Today we feel good because things are going well. Tomorrow we feel the opposite. Where did that good feeling go? New influences took us over as circumstances changed. We are impermanent, the influences are impermanent, and there is nothing solid or lasting anywhere that we can point to. What could be more unpredictable than our thoughts and emotions? Do you have any idea what you're going to think or feel next? Our mind, in fact, is as empty, as impermanent, and as transient as a dream. Look at a thought. It comes, it stays, and it goes. The past is past, the future not yet risen, and even the present thought, as we experience it, becomes the past. The only thing we really have is nowness, is now. In Tibet, there is the story of Krisha Gautami, a young woman who had the good fortune to live at the time of the Buddha. When her firstborn child was about a year old, it fell ill and died. Grief-stricken and clutching its little body, Krisha Gautami roamed the streets, begging anyone she met for a medicine that could restore her child to life. Some ignored her, some laughed at her, some thought she was mad. And finally she met a wise man who told her that the only person in the world who could perform the miracle she was looking for was the Buddha. So she went to the Buddha, laid the body of her child at his feet, and told him her story. The Buddha listened with infinite compassion, and then he said gently, "There is only one way to heal your affliction. Go down to the city and bring me back a mustard seed from any house in which there has never been a death." Krisha Gautami felt elated, and she set off at once for the city, and she stopped at the first house she saw, and she said, "I've been told by the Buddha to fetch a mustard seed from a house that has never known death." Many people have died in this house, she was told. So she went on to the next house. "Oh, there have been countless deaths in our family," they said, and so on to a third and a fourth house, until she had been all round the city and realized the Buddha's condition could not be fulfilled. She took the body of her child to the charnel ground and said goodbye to him for the last time, and then returned to the Buddha. "Did you bring the mustard seed?" he asked. "No," she said. "I am beginning to understand the lesson you're trying to teach me. The grief made me blind, and I thought that only I had suffered at the hands of death." "Why have you come back?" asked the Buddha. "To ask you to teach me the truth," she replied, "of what death is, what might lie behind and beyond death, and what in me, if anything, will not die." The Buddha began to teach her, "If you want to know the truth of life and death, you must reflect continually on this. There is only one law in the universe that never changes, that all things change, and that all things are impermanent. The death of your child has helped you to see now that the realm that we are in, samsara, is an ocean of unbearable suffering. There is one way, and only one way, out of samsara's ceaseless round of birth and death, which is the path to liberation. Because pain has now made you ready to learn, and your heart is opening to the truth, I will show it to you. Krisha Gautami knelt at his feet and followed the Buddha for the rest of her life. Near the end of it, it is said, she attained enlightenment. Krisha Gautami's story shows us something we can observe again and again. A close encounter with death can bring a real awakening, a transformation in our whole approach to life. Frida Naylor, a doctor who courageously kept a diary as she died of cancer, wrote, "I have had experiences which I never would have had, for which I have to thank the cancer. Humility, coming to terms with my own mortality, knowledge of my inner strength, which continually surprises me, and more things about myself which I have discovered because I've had to stop in my tracks, reassess, and proceed." If we can indeed reassess and proceed with this newfound humility and openness, and a real acceptance of our death, we will find ourselves much more receptive to spiritual instructions and spiritual practice. This receptivity could well open to us yet another marvelous possibility, that of true healing. Tibetan Buddhists believe that illnesses like cancer can be a warning, to remind us that we have been neglecting deep aspects of our being, such as our spiritual needs. If we take this warning seriously and change fundamentally the direction of our lives, there is a very real hope for healing not only our bodies, but our whole being. The purpose of reflecting on death is to make a real change in the depth of your heart. Looking into death needn't be frightening or morbid. Why not reflect on death when you are really inspired, relaxed and comfortable, lying in bed or on holiday or listening to music that particularly delights you? Why not reflect on it when you're happy, in good health, confident, full of well-being? Don't you notice that there are particular moments when you are naturally moved to introspection? Work with them gently, for these are the moments when you can go through a powerful experience and your whole world view can change quickly. Contemplation on death will bring you a deepening sense of what we call renunciation, in Tibetan, nejung. Ne means actually or definitely, and jung means to come out, emerge, or be born. The fruit of frequent and deep reflection on death will be that you will find yourself emerging, often with a sense of disgust from your habitual patterns. You will find yourself increasingly ready to let go of them, and in the end you will be able to free yourself from them as smoothly, the masters say, as drawing a hair from a slab of butter. This renunciation that you will come to has both sadness and joy in it. Sadness because you realize the futility of your old ways, and joy because of the greater vision that begins to unfold when you're able to let go of them. This is no ordinary joy. It's a joy that gives birth to a new and profound strength, a confidence, an abiding inspiration that comes from the realization that you are not condemned to your habits and that you can indeed emerge from them, that you can change and grow more and more free. There would be no chance at all of getting to know death if it happened only once. But fortunately, life is nothing but a continuing dance of birth and death, a dance of change. So let us then work with these changes now in life. That is the real way to prepare for death. Life may be full of pain, suffering, and difficulty, but all of these are opportunities handed to us to help us move towards an emotional acceptance of death. It is only when we believe things to be permanent that we shut off the possibility of learning from change. If we shut off this possibility, we become closed and we become grasping. Grasping is the source of all our problems. Since impermanence to us spells anguish, we grasp onto things desperately, even though all things change. We are terrified of letting go, terrified, in fact, of living at all, since learning to live is learning to let go. And this is the tragedy and irony of our struggle to hold on. Not only is it impossible, but it brings us the very pain that we are seeking to avoid.
Look still deeper into impermanence, and you will find that it has another message, another face, one of great hope, one that opens your eyes to the fundamental nature of the universe and our extraordinary relationship to it. If everything is impermanent, then everything is what we call empty, which means lacking in any lasting, stable, and inherent existence, and all things, when seen and understood in their true relation, are not independent, but interdependent with all other things. The Buddha compared the universe to a vast net woven of countless variety of brilliant jewels, each with a countless number of facets. Each jewel reflects in itself every other jewel in the net, and is in fact one with every other jewel. Think of a wave in the sea. Seen in one way, it seemed to have a distinct identity, an end and a beginning, a birth and a death. But seen in another way, the wave itself doesn't really exist, but is just the behavior of the water, empty of any separate identity, but full of water. So when you really think about the wave, you come to realize that it is something made temporarily possible by wind and water, and is dependent on a set of constantly changing circumstances. You also realize that every wave is related to every other wave. Nothing has any inherent existence of its own. When you really look at it, and this absence of independent existence is what we call emptiness. Think of a tree. When you think of a tree, you tend to think of a distinctly defined object, and on a certain level, like the wave, it is. But when you look more closely at the tree, you will see that ultimately it has no independent existence. When you contemplate it, you will find that it dissolves into an extremely subtle net of relationships that stretches across the universe. The rain that falls on its leaves, the wind that sways it, the soil that nourishes and sustains it, and all the seasons and the weather, the moonlight and the starlight and sunlight, all form part of this tree. As you begin to think about the tree more and more, you will discover that everything in the universe helps to make the tree what it is, and that it cannot in any moment be isolated from anything else, and that at every moment its nature is subtly changing. And this is what we mean when we say things are empty and they have no independent existence. Modern science speaks to us of an extraordinary range of interrelations. Ecologists know that a tree burning in the Amazon rainforest alters in some way the air breathed by the citizens of Paris, and that the trembling of the butterfly's wing in Yucatan affects the life of a fern in Hebrides. Biologists are beginning to uncover the fantastic and complex dance of genes that creates personality and identity, a dance that stretches far into the past and shows that each so-called identity is composed of a swirl of different influences. Physicists have introduced us to the world of quantum particles, a world astonishing-like described by the Buddha in his image of the glittering net that unfolds across the universe. Just like the jewels in the net, all particles exist potentially as different combinations of other particles. So when we really look at ourselves, then, and the things around us we took to be so solid, so stable, and so lasting, we find that they have no more reality than a dream. Buddha said, "Know all things to be like this, a mirage, a cloud castle, a dream, an apparition, without essence, but with the qualities that can be seen. Know all things to be like this, as the moon in a bright sky, in some clear lake reflected, though to that lake the moon has never moved. Know all things to be like this, as an echo that derives from music, sound and weeping, yet in that echo is no melody. Know all things to be like this, as a magician makes illusions of horses, oxen, carts and other things. Nothing is as it appears." Contemplation of this dreamlike quality of reality need not in any way make us cold, hopeless or embittered. On the contrary, it can open up in us a warm humor, a soft and strong compassion we hardly knew we possessed, and so more and more generosity toward all things and beings. The great Tibetan saint Milarepa said, "Seeing emptiness, have compassion." When through contemplation we really have seen the emptiness and interdependence of all things in ourselves, the world is revealed in a brighter, fresher and more sparkling light as the infinitely reflecting net of jewels that Buddha spoke of. We no longer have to protect ourselves or pretend, and it becomes increasingly easy to do what one Tibetan master has advised. Always recognize the dreamlike quality of life and reduce attachment and aversion. Practice good-heartedness toward all beings. Be loving and compassionate no matter what others do to you. What they will do will not matter so much when you see it as a dream. The trick is to have the positive intention during the dream. This is the essential point. This is true spirituality. True spirituality also is to be aware that if we are interdependent with everything and everyone else, even our smallest, least significant thought, word and action have real consequences throughout the universe. Throw a pebble into a pond, it sends a shiver across the surface of the water. Ripples merge into one another and create new ones. Everything is inextricably interrelated. We come to realize that we are responsible for everything we do, say or think, responsible in fact for ourselves, everyone and everything else, and the entire universe. The Dalai Lama has said, "In today's highly interdependent world, individuals and nations can no longer resolve many of their problems by themselves. We need one another. We must therefore develop a sense of universal responsibility. It is a collective and individual responsibility to protect and nurture the global family, to support its weaker members, and to preserve and tend to the environment in which we all live." Impermanence has already revealed to us many truths, but it has a final treasure still in its keeping, one that lies largely hidden from us, unsuspected and unrecognized, yet most intimately our own. The Western poet Rainer Maria Rilke has said that our deepest fears are like the dragons guarding our deepest treasure. The fear that impermanence awakens in us, that nothing is real, that nothing lasts, is, we come to discover, our greatest friend, because it drives us to ask, if everything dies and changes, then what is really true? Is there something behind the appearances, something boundless and infinitely spacious, something in which the dance of change and impermanence takes place? Is there something, in fact, we can depend on that does survive what we call death? Allowing these questions to occupy us urgently and reflecting on them, we slowly find ourselves making a profound shift in the way we view everything. With continued contemplation and practice in letting go, we come to uncover in ourselves something we cannot name or describe or conceptualize, something we begin to realize lies behind all the changes and the deaths of the world. The narrow desires and the distractions to which our obsessive grasping onto permanence has condemned us begin to dissolve and fall away. As this happens, we catch repeated and glowing glimpses of the vast implications behind the truth of impermanence. It is as if all our lives we've been flying in an airplane through the dark clouds and turbulence, when suddenly the plane soars above these into the clear, boundless sky. Inspired and exhilarated by this emergence into a new dimension of freedom, we come to uncover a depth of peace, joy and confidence in ourselves that fills us with wonder and breeds in us gradually a certainty that there is something, that nothing destroys, that nothing alters, and that cannot die. As Milarepa wrote, "In horror of death, I took to the mountains. Again and again, I meditated on the uncertainty of the hour of death. Capturing the fortress of the deathless, unending nature of mind, now all fear of death is over and done." Gradually then, we become aware in ourselves of the calm and sky-like presence of what Milarepa calls the deathless, unending nature of mind. And as this new awareness begins to become vivid and almost unbroken, there occurs what the Upanishads call a turning about in the seat of consciousness. A personal, utterly non-conceptual revelation of what we are, why we are here, and how we should act, which amounts in the end to nothing less than a new life, a new birth, almost you could say, a resurrection. What a beautiful and what a healing mystery it is that from contemplating continually and fearlessly the truth of change and impermanence, we come slowly to find ourselves face to face in gratitude and joy with the truth of changeless, with the truth of deathless, unending nature of mind. The still revolutionary insight of Buddhism is that life and death are in the mind and nowhere else. Mind is revealed as the universal basis of experience, the creator of happiness and the creator of suffering, the creator of what we call life and what we call death. There are many aspects to the mind, but two stand out. The first is the ordinary mind, called by the Tibetan Sem. One master defines it, that which possesses discriminating awareness, that which possesses a sense of duality, which grasps or rejects something external, that is mind. Fundamentally, it is that which can associate with an other, with any something that is perceived as different from the perceiver. Sem is the discursive, dualistic thinking mind which can only function in relation to a projected and falsely perceived external reference point. So, Sem is the mind that thinks, plots, desires, manipulates, that flares up in anger, that creates and indulges in waves of negative emotions and thoughts, that has to go on and on, asserting, validating, and confirming its existence by fragmenting, conceptualizing, and solidifying experience. The ordinary mind is the ceaselessly shifting and shiftless prey of external influences, habitual tendencies, and conditioning. The masters liken Sem to a candle flame in an open doorway, vulnerable to all the winds of circumstance. Seen from one angle, Sem is flickering, unstable, grasping, and endlessly minding others' business, its energy consumed by projecting outwards. I think of it as sometimes as a Mexican jumping bean, or as a monkey hopping restlessly from branch to branch on a tree. Yet seen in another way, the ordinary mind has a false, dull stability, a smug and self-protective inertia, a stone-like calm of ingrained habits. Sem is as cunning as a crooked politician, skeptical, distrustful, expert at trickery and guile, ingenious, Jamaicans wrote, in the games of deception. It is within the experience of this chaotic, confused, undisciplined and repetitive Sem, this ordinary mind, that again and again we undergo change and death. Then there is the very nature of mind, its innermost essence, which is absolutely and always untouched by change or death. At present it is hidden within our own mind, our Sem, enveloped and obscured by the mental scurry of our thought and emotions. Just as clouds can be shifted by a strong gust of wind to reveal the shining and wide open sky, so under certain special circumstances some inspiration may uncover for us glimpses of this nature of mind. These glimpses have many depths and degrees, but each of them will bring some light of understanding, meaning and freedom. This is because the nature of mind is the very root itself of understanding. In Tibetan we call it Rigpa, a primordial, pure, pristine awareness that is at once intelligent, cognizant, radiant, and always awake. It could be said to be the knowledge of knowledge itself. Do not make the mistake of imagining that the nature of mind is exclusive to our mind only. It is, in fact, the nature of everything. It can never be said too often that to realize the nature of mind is to realize the nature of all things. Saints and mystics throughout the history have adorned their realization with different names and given them different faces and interpretations. But what they are all fundamentally experiencing is the essential nature of the mind. The Christians and Jews call it God. The Hindus call it the Self, the Shiva, the Brahman, and the Vishnu. Sufi mystics name it the hidden essence. The Buddhists call it the Buddha nature. At the heart of all religions is the certainty that there is a fundamental truth, and this life is a sacred opportunity to evolve and realize it. When we say Buddha, we naturally think of the Indian prince Gautama Siddhartha, who reached enlightenment in the 6th century BC, and who taught the spiritual path followed by millions all over Asia, known today as Buddhism. Buddha, however, has a much more deeper meaning. It means a person, any person, who has completely awakened from ignorance and opened to his or her vast potential of wisdom. A Buddha is one who has brought a final end to suffering and frustration and discovered a lasting and deathless happiness and peace. But for many of us in the skeptical age, the state may seem like a fantasy or a dream or an achievement far beyond our reach. It is important to remember always that Buddha was a human being like you or me. He never claimed divinity. He merely knew he had the Buddha nature, the seed of enlightenment, and that everyone else did too. The Buddha nature is simply the birthright of every sentient being. And I always say, our Buddha nature is as good as any Buddha's Buddha nature. This is the good news that Buddha brought us from his enlightenment in Bodh Gaya, and which many people find so inspiring. His message that enlightenment is within the reach of all, holds out tremendous hope. Through practice, we too can all become awakened. And if this were not true, countless individuals down to the present day would not have become enlightened. It is said that when Buddha attained enlightenment, all he wanted to do was to show the rest of us the nature of mind and share completely what he had realized. But he also saw, with the sorrow of infinite compassion, how difficult it would be for us to understand. For even though we have the same inner nature as the Buddha, we have not recognized it because it is so enclosed and wrapped up in our ordinary individual minds. Imagine an empty vase. The space inside is exactly the same as outside. Only the fragile walls of the vase separate one from the other. Our Buddha mind is enclosed within the walls of our ordinary mind, but when we become enlightened, it is as if that vase shatters into pieces. The space inside merges instantly into the space outside, and they become one. There and then we realize that they were never separate or different. They were always the same. So whatever our lives are like, our Buddha nature is always there. And it is always perfect. We say that not even the Buddhas can improve it in their infinite wisdom, nor can sentient beings spoil it in their seemingly infinite confusion. Our true nature could be compared to the sky and the confusion of the ordinary mind to clouds. Someday the sky is completely obscured by clouds, and when we are down on the ground looking up, it is very difficult to believe that there is anything else there but clouds. Yet we only have to fly in a plane to discover up above a limitless expanse of clear blue sky. From up there, the clouds we assumed were everything seems so small and so far down below. We should always try and remember the clouds are not the sky and do not belong to it. They only hang there and pass by in their slightly ridiculous and non-dependent fashion. And they can never stain or mark the sky in any way. So, where exactly is this Buddha nature? It is in the sky-like nature of our mind, utterly open, free and limitless. It is fundamentally so simple and so natural that it can never be complicated or corrupted or stained, so pure that it is beyond even the concept of purity and impurity. To talk of this nature mind as sky-like, of course, is only a metaphor that helps us to begin to imagine its all-embracing boundlessness. For the Buddha nature has a quality the sky cannot have, that of a radiant clarity of awareness. As it is said, it is simply your flawless, present awareness, cognizant and empty, naked and awake. Dujun Rinpoche wrote, no words can describe it, no example can point to it. Samsara does not make it worse, Nirvana does not make it better. It has never been born, it has never ceased, it has never been liberated, it has never been deluded. It has never existed, it has never been non-existent. It has no limits at all, it does not fall into any kind of category. King Rinpoche said, profound and tranquil, free from complexity, uncompounded luminous clarity, beyond the mind of conceptual ideas, this is the depth of the mind of the victorious ones. In this, there is not a thing to be removed, nor anything that needs to be added. It is merely the immaculate, looking naturally at itself.
Why is it that people should find it so difficult even to conceive of the depth and glory of the nature of mind? We have been taught to spend our lives chasing our thoughts and projections. Even when mind is talked about, what is referred to is thoughts and emotions alone, and when our researchers study what they imagine to be the mind, they look only at its projections. No one ever really looks into the mind itself, the ground from which all these expressions arise, and this has tragic consequences. How can we now turn this situation around? It is very simple. Our minds have two positions, looking out and looking in. Let us now look in. The difference that this slight change in orientation could make is enormous, and might even reverse those disasters that threaten the world. When a much larger number of people know the nature of their minds, they'll know also the glorious nature of the world they are in, and struggle urgently and bravely to preserve it. It's interesting that the word for Buddhist in Tibetan is Nangpa. It means insider, someone who seeks the truth not outside, but within the nature of mind. All the teachings and training in Buddhism are aimed at that one single point, to look into the nature of the mind, and so free us from the fear of death, and help us realize the truth of life. Spiritual truth is not something elaborate and esoteric. It is in fact profound common sense. When you realize the nature of mind, layers of confusion peel away. You don't actually become a Buddha. You simply cease slowly to be deluded. And being a Buddha is not being some omnipotent spiritual Superman, but becoming at last a true human being. What the Buddha saw when he became enlightened was that ignorance of our true nature is the root of all the torment of samsara, and the root of ignorance itself is our mind's habitual tendency to distraction. To end the mind's distraction would be to end samsara itself. The key to this, he realized, is to bring the mind home to its true nature through the practice of meditation. Generally, we waste our lives, distracted from our true selves, in endless activity. Meditation, on the other hand, is the way to bring us back to ourselves, where we can really experience and taste our full being beyond all habitual patterns. To meditate is to make a complete break with how we normally operate, for it is a state free of all cares and concerns, in which there is no competition, no desire to possess or grasp at anything, no intense and anxious struggle, and no hunger to achieve, an ambitionless state where there is neither acceptance nor rejection, neither hope nor fear, a state in which we slowly begin to release all those emotions and concepts that have imprisoned us into the space of natural simplicity. The Buddhist meditation masters know how flexible and workable the mind is. If we train it, anything is possible. With time, patience, discipline, and the right training, our mind will begin to unknot itself and know its essential bliss and clarity. Training the mind does not in any way mean forcibly subjugating or brainwashing the mind. To train the mind is first to see directly and concretely how the mind functions, a knowledge that you derive from spiritual teachings and through personal experience in meditation practice. Then you can use that understanding to tame the mind and work with it skillfully to make it more and more pliable, so that you can become master of your own mind, and employ it to its fullest and most beneficial end. The 8th century Buddhist master Shantideva said, "If this elephant of mind is bound on all sides by the cord of mindfulness, all fear disappears, and complete happiness comes. All enemies, all the tigers, lions, elephants, bears, serpents of our emotions, and all the keepers of hell, the demons and the horrors, all of these are bound by the mastery of your mind, and by the taming of that one mind, all are subdued, because from the mind are derived all fears and immeasurable sorrows." The purpose of meditation is to awaken in us the sky-like nature of mind, and to introduce us to that which we really are, our unchanging pure awareness, which underlies the whole of life and death. We are fragmented into so many different aspects. We don't know who we really are, or what aspects of ourselves we should identify with or believe in. So many contradictory voices, dictates, and feelings fight for control over our inner lives that we find ourselves scattered everywhere, in all directions, leaving nobody at home. Meditation, then, is bringing the mind home. In the teaching of Buddha, we say there are 3 things that make all the difference between your meditation being merely a way of bringing temporary relaxation, peace and bliss, or of becoming a powerful cause for your enlightenment and the enlightenment of others. We call them good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good at the end. Good in the beginning springs from the awareness that we and all sentient beings fundamentally have the Buddha nature as our innermost essence, and that to realize it is to be free of ignorance and to put an end, finally, to suffering. So each time we begin our practice of meditation, we are moved by this and inspire ourselves with the motivation to dedicate our practice and our life to the enlightenment of all beings in the spirit of this prayer, which all the Buddhas of the past have prayed. By the power and the truth of this practice, may all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all be free from sorrow and the causes of sorrow. May all never be separated from the sacred happiness which is sorrowless. And may all live in equanimity without too much attachment and too much aversion, and live believing in the equality of all that lives. Good in the middle is the frame of mind with which we enter into the heart of the practice, one inspired by the realization of the nature of mind, from which arises an attitude of non-grasping, free of any conceptual reference whatsoever, and an awareness that all things are inherently empty, illusory, and dreamlike. Good at the end is the way in which we bring our meditation to a close, by dedicating all its merit and praying with real fervour. May whatever merit that comes from this practice go toward the enlightenment of all beings. May it become a drop in the ocean of the activity of all the Buddhas in their tireless work for the liberation of all beings. Merit is the positive power and benefit, the peace and happiness that radiate from your practice. You dedicate this merit for the long-term ultimate benefit of beings, for their enlightenment. On a more immediate level, you dedicate it so that there may be peace in the world, so that everyone may be entirely free of want and illness, and experience total well-being and lasting happiness. Then, realizing the illusory and dreamlike nature of reality, you reflect on how, in the deepest sense, you who are dedicating your practice, those to whom you are dedicating it, and even the very act of dedication, are all inherently empty and illusory. This is said in the teachings to seal the meditation, and ensure that none of its pure power can leak or seep away, and so ensure that none of the merit of your practice is ever wasted. These three sacred principles, the skillful motivation, the attitude of non-grasping that secures the practice, and the dedication that seals it, are what make your meditation truly enlightening and powerful. They have been beautifully described by the great Tibetan master, Longchenpa, as the heart, the eye, and the life force of true practice. As Nusho Kempo says, to accomplish complete enlightenment, more than this is not necessary, but less than this is incomplete. Meditation is bringing the mind back home, and this is first achieved through the practice of mindfulness. The practice of mindfulness, of bringing the scattered mind home, and so of bringing the different aspects of our being into focus, is called peacefully remaining, or calm abiding. Peacefully remaining accomplishes three things. First, all the fragmented aspects of ourselves which have been at war settle and dissolve and become friends. In that settling, we begin to understand ourselves more, and sometimes even have glimpses of the radiance of our fundamental nature. Second, the practice of mindfulness diffuses our negativity, aggression, and turbulent emotions, which may have been gathering power over many lifetimes. Rather than suppressing emotions or indulging in them, here it is important to view them and your thoughts, and whatever arises, with an acceptance and generosity that are as open and spacious as possible. Tibetan masters say that this wise generosity has the flavor of boundless space, so warm and cozy that you feel enveloped and protected by it, as if by a blanket of sunlight. Third, this practice unveils and reveals your essential good heart, because it dissolves and removes the unkindness or the harm in you. Only when we have removed the harm in ourselves do we become truly useful to others. Through the practice, then, by slowly removing the unkindness and harm from ourselves, we allow our true good heart, the fundamental goodness and kindness that are our real nature, to shine out and become the warm climate in which our true being flowers. Meditation is the true practice of peace, the true practice of non-aggression and non-violence, and the real and greatest disarmament.
When I teach meditation, I often begin by saying, bring your mind home, release the grasping, and relax into your nature. The whole point of meditation practice can be essentialized into these three crucial points. That is, bringing your mind home, releasing the grasping, and relaxing in your nature. Each phase contains meaning that resonate on many levels. To bring your mind home means to bring the mind into the state of calm abiding through the practice of mindfulness. In its deepest sense, to bring your mind home is to turn your mind inward and to rest in the nature mind. This itself is the highest meditation. To release means to release mind from its prison of grasping, since you recognize that all pain and fear and distress rise from the craving of the grasping mind. On a deeper level, the realization and the confidence that rise from your growing understanding of the nature mind inspires the profound and natural generosity that enables you to release all your grasping from your heart and letting it free itself to melt away in the inspiration of meditation. Finally, to relax means to be spacious and to relax the mind of its tensions. More deeply, you relax into true nature of your mind, the state of Rigpa. The Tibetan word that evokes the process suggests the sense of relaxing upon the Rigpa. It is like pouring a handful of sand onto a flat surface. Each grain settles of its own accord. This is how you relax into your true nature, letting all thoughts and emotions naturally subside and dissolve into the state of the nature mind. When I meditate, I'm always inspired by the poem by Nyushi Khenpo. Rest in natural great peace, this exhausted mind, beaten helplessly by karma and neurotic thought, like the relentless fury of the pounding waves in the infinite ocean of samsara. Rest in natural great peace. Above all, be at ease, be as natural and spacious as possible. Slip quietly out of the noose of your habitual anxious self. Release all grasping and relax into your true nature. Think of your ordinary emotional thought-ridden self as a block of ice or a slab of butter left out in the sun. If you're feeling hard or cold, let this aggression melt away in the sunlight of your meditation. Let peace work on you and enable you to gather your scattered mind into the mindfulness of calm abiding, and awaken in you the awareness of the insight of clear seeing. And you will find that all your negativity disarmed, your aggression dissolved, and your confusion evaporating slowly like the mist into the vast and stainless sky of your absolute nature. Quietly sitting, body still, speech silent, mind at peace, let thoughts and emotions, whatever rises, come and go without clinging to anything. What does the state feel like? The Jurumich used to say, imagine a man who comes home after a long, hard day's work in the fields and sinks into his favorite chair in front of the fire. He has been working all day and he knows that he has achieved what he wanted to achieve. There's nothing more to worry about, nothing left accomplished. And he can let go completely of all his cares and concerns, content simply to be. So when you meditate, it is essential to create the right inner environment of the mind. All effort and struggle come from not being spacious. So creating that right environment is vital for your meditation to truly happen. The Masters say, if you create an auspicious condition in your body and your environment, then meditation and realization will automatically rise. When humor and spaciousness are present, meditation rises effortlessly. Sometimes when I meditate, I don't use any particular method. I just allow my mind to rest and find, especially when I'm inspired, that I can bring my mind home and relax very quickly. I sit quietly and rest in the nature mind. I don't question or doubt whether I'm in the correct state or not. There is no effort, only rich understanding, wakefulness, and unshakable certainty. When I'm in that nature of mind, the ordinary mind is no longer there. There is no need to sustain or confirm a sense of being. I simply am. A fundamental trust is present. There is nothing in particular to do.
If your mind is able to settle naturally of its own accord, and if you are inspired simply to rest in its pure awareness, then you do not need any method of meditation. In fact, it might even be unskillful when you're in such a state to try to employ one. However, the vast majority of us find it difficult to arrive at that state straight away. We simply do not know how to awaken it, and our minds are so wild and so distracted that we need a skillful means, a method to evoke it. But remember, a method is only a means, not the meditation itself. It is through practicing the method skillfully that you reach the perfection of that pure state of total presence, which is the real meditation. As you continue to practice the method, then meditation slowly arises. Meditation is not something that you can do, it is something that has to happen spontaneously, only when we have perfected the practice. By far the most important feature of meditation is not the technique, but the spirit, the skillful, inspired and creative way in which we practice, which could also be called the posture. There is a connection between the posture of the body and the attitude of the mind. Mind and body are interrelated, and meditation arises naturally once your posture and attitude are inspired. The posture explained here may differ slightly from others you may be used to. It comes from the ancient teachings of Dzogchen. In the Dzogchen teachings, it is said that your view and your posture should be like a mountain. Your view is a summation of your whole understanding and insight into the nature of mind, which you bring to your meditation. So your view translates into and inspires your posture, expressing the core of your being in the way you sit. Sit then as if you were a mountain, with all the unshakable, steadfast majesty of a mountain. A mountain is completely natural and at ease with itself, however strong the winds that batter it, however thick the dark clouds that swirl around its peak. Sitting like a mountain, let your mind rise and fly and soar. The most essential point of this posture is to keep the back straight, like an arrow or a pile of golden coins. The inner energy or prana will then flow easily through the subtle channels of the body, and your mind will find its true state of rest. Don't force anything. The lower part of the spine has a natural curve. It should be relaxed but upright. Your head should be balanced comfortably on your neck. It is your shoulders and the upper part of your torso that carry the strength and grace of the posture, and they should be held in strong poise, but without any tension. Sit with your legs crossed. You do not have to sit in the full lotus posture, which is emphasized more in advanced yoga practice. The crossed legs express the unity of life and death, good and bad, skillful means and wisdom, masculine and feminine principles, samsara and nirvana, the humor of non-duality. You may also choose to sit on a chair, with your legs relaxed, but be sure always to keep your back straight. Your eyes should be kept open. This is a very important point. If you are sensitive to disturbances from outside, when you begin to practice, you may find it helpful to close your eyes for a while and quietly turn within. Once you feel established in calm, gradually open your eyes, and you will find your gaze has grown more peaceful and tranquil. Now look downwards, along the line of your nose, at an angle of about 45 degrees in front of you. One practical tip in general is that whenever your mind is wild, it is best to lower your gaze, and whenever it is dull and sleepy, to bring the gaze up. Once your mind is calm and the clarity of insight begins to arise, you will feel free to bring your gaze up, opening your eyes more, and looking into the space directly in front of you. This is the gaze recommended in the Dzogchen practice. In the Dzogchen teachings, it is said that your meditation and your gaze should be like the vast expanse of a great ocean, all-pervading, open, and limitless. Just as your view and posture are inseparable, so your meditation inspires your gaze, and they now merge as one. Do not focus then on anything in particular. Instead, turn back into yourself slightly, and let your gaze expand and become more and more spacious and pervasive. You will discover now that your vision itself becomes more expansive, and that there is more peace, more compassion in your gaze, more equanimity, and more poise. There are several reasons for keeping the eyes open. With the eyes open, you are less likely to fall asleep. Then meditation is not a means of running away from the world, or of escaping from it into a trance-like experience of an altered state of consciousness. On the contrary, it is a direct way to help us truly understand ourselves and relate to life and the world. When you meditate, keep your mouth slightly open, as if about to say a deep, relaxing "ah." By keeping the mouth slightly open and breathing mainly through the mouth, it is said that the karmic winds that create discursive thoughts are normally less likely to arise and create obstacles in your mind and meditation. Rest your hands comfortably covering your knees. This is called the mind in comfort and ease posture. There is a spark of hope, a playful humour about this posture, which lies in the secret understanding that we all have the Buddha nature. So when you assume this posture, you are playfully imitating a Buddha, acknowledging and giving real encouragement to the emergence of your own Buddha nature.
The Buddha taught 84,000 different ways to tame and pacify negative emotions, and in Buddhism there are countless methods of meditation. The following meditation techniques are particularly effective in the modern world. Anyone can use and benefit from them. They are watching the breath, using an object, and reciting a mantra. The first method is very ancient and found in all schools of Buddhism. It is to rest your attention lightly and mindfully on the breath. The breath, or prana in Sanskrit, is said to be the vehicle of the mind, because it is the prana that makes our mind move. So when you calm the mind by working skillfully with the breath, you are simultaneously and automatically taming and training the mind. Haven't we all experienced how relaxing it can be when life becomes stressful to be alone for a few minutes and just breathe in and out? Even such a simple exercise can help us a great. So when you meditate, breathe naturally, just as you always do. Focus your awareness lightly on the out-breath. When you breathe out, just flow out with the out-breath. Each time you breathe out, you are letting go and releasing all your grasping. Imagine your breath dissolving into the all-pervading expanse of truth. Each time you breathe out, and before you breathe in again, you will find that there will be a natural gap as the grasping dissolves. Rest in that gap, in that open space. And when naturally you breathe in, don't focus especially on the in-breath, but go on resting your mind in the gap that has opened up. When you are practicing, it's important not to get involved in mental commentary, analysis, or internal gossip. Do not mistake the running commentary in your mind. Now I'm breathing in, now I'm breathing out, for mindfulness. What is important is pure presence. Don't concentrate too much on the breath. Give it about 25% of your attention, with the other 75% quietly and spaciously relaxed. As you become more mindful of your breathing, you will find that you become more and more present. Gather all your scattered aspects back into yourself and become whole. Rather than watching the breath, let yourself gradually identify with it, as if you were becoming it. Slowly the breath, the breather, and the breathing become one. Duality and separation dissolve. You will find that this very simple process of mindfulness filters your thoughts and emotions. Then, as if you were shedding an old skin, something is peeled off and freed. Some people, however, are not relaxed or at ease with watching the breathing. They find it almost claustrophobic. For them, the next technique might be more helpful. A second method, which many people find useful, is to rest the mind lightly on an object. You can use an object of natural beauty that invokes a special feeling of inspiration for you, such as a flower or crystal. But something that embodies the truth, such as an image of the Buddha or Christ, or particularly your Master, is even more powerful. Your Master is your living link with the truth, and because of your personal connection to your Master, just seeing his or her face connects you to the inspiration and truth of your own nature. Lightly set your attention on the object. Then leave your mind quietly at peace. A third technique, used a great deal in Tibetan Buddhism and also in Sufism, Orthodox Christianity and Hinduism, is uniting the mind with the sound of a mantra. The definition of mantra is that which protects the mind. That which protects the mind from negativity, or that which protects you from your own mind, is called mantra. When you are nervous, disoriented, or emotionally fragile, chanting or reciting a mantra inspiringly can change the state of your mind completely by transforming its energy and atmosphere. How is this possible? Mantra is the essence of sound and the embodiment of the truth in the form of sound. Each syllable is impregnated with spiritual power, condenses a spiritual truth, and vibrates with the blessing of the speech of the Buddhas. It is also said that the mind rides on the subtle energy of the breath, the prana, which moves through and purifies the subtle channels of the body. So when you chant a mantra, you are charging your breath and energy with the energy of the mantra, and so working directly on your mind and subtle body. The mantra Sogyal Rinpoche recommends to his students is Om Ahung Benza Guru Pebma Siddhi Hung, which is the mantra of Padmasambhava, the mantra of all the Buddhas, masters, and realized beings, and so uniquely powerful for peace, for healing, for transformation, and for protection in this violent, chaotic age. Recite the mantra quietly, with deep attention, and let your breath, the mantra, and your awareness become slowly one. Or chant it in an inspiring way, and rest in the profound silence that sometimes follows. What then should we do with the mind in meditation? Nothing at all. Just leave it, simply, as it is. One master described meditation as mind suspended in space, nowhere. There is a famous saying, if the mind is not contrived, it is spontaneously blissful, just as water, when not agitated, is by nature transparent and clear. The mind in meditation could be compared to a jar of muddy water. The more we leave the water without interfering or stirring it, the more the particles of dirt will sink to the bottom, letting the natural clarity of the water shine through. The very nature of the mind is such that if you only leave it in its unaltered and natural state, it will find its true nature, which is bliss and clarity. So take care not to impose anything on the mind or to tax it. When you meditate, there should be no effort to control and no attempt to be peaceful. Don't be overly solemn or feel that you are taking part in some special ritual. Let go even of the idea that you are meditating. Let your body remain as it is and your breath as you find it. Think of yourself as the sky, holding the whole universe. In meditation, as in all arts, there has to be a delicate balance between relaxation and alertness. One of the greatest of Tibet's many woman masters, Machik Labdon, said, "Alert, alert, yet relax, relax." This is a crucial point for the view in meditation. Alert your alertness, but at the same time be relaxed, so relaxed in fact that you don't even hold on to an idea of relaxation.
When people begin to meditate, they often say that their thoughts are running riot and have become wilder than ever before. This is a good sign. Far from meaning that your thoughts have become wilder, it shows that you have become quieter, and you are finally aware of just how noisy your thoughts have always been. Don't be disheartened or give up. Whatever arises, just keep being present. Keep returning to the breath, even in the midst of all the confusion. Sometimes people think that when they meditate there should be no thoughts and emotions at all, and when thoughts and emotions do arise, they become annoyed and exasperated with themselves and think they have failed. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is a Tibetan saying, "It's a tall order to ask for meat without bones and tea without leaves." So long as you have a mind, there will be thoughts and emotions. Thoughts and emotions are the radiance and expression of the very nature of the mind. They arise from the mind, but where do they dissolve? Back into the mind. Whatever rises, do not see it as a particular problem. If you do not impulsively react, if you are only patient, it will once again settle into its essential nature. When you have this understanding, then rising thoughts only enhance your practice. But when you do not understand what they intrinsically are, the radiance of the nature of your mind, then your thoughts become the seed of confusion. So have a spacious, open, and compassionate attitude toward your thoughts and emotions. Because in fact, your thoughts are your family, the family of your mind. Before them, as Dujom Rinpoche used to say, be like an old wise man watching a child play. So whatever thoughts and emotions arise, allow them to rise and settle like the waves in the ocean. Whatever you find yourself thinking, let that thought rise and settle without any constraint. Don't grasp at it, feed it, or indulge it. Don't cling to it, and don't try to solidify it. Neither follow thoughts nor invite them. Be like the ocean, looking at its own waves, or the sky gazing down on the clouds that pass through it. You will soon find that thoughts are like the wind. They come and go. The secret is not to think about thoughts, but to allow them to flow through the mind, while keeping your mind free of afterthoughts. As you continue to practice, you may have all kinds of experiences, both good and bad. You might experience states of bliss, clarity, or absence of thoughts. By themselves, they are good experiences, but if you get attached to them, they become obstacles. Experiences are not realization in themselves, but if we remain free of attachment to them, they become what they really are, that is, materials for realization. Negative experiences are often the most misleading, because we usually take them as a bad sign. But in fact, the negative experiences in our practice are blessings in disguise. Try not to react to them with aversion as you might normally do, but recognize them instead for what they truly are, merely experiences, illusory and dreamlike. The realization of the true nature of the experience liberates you from the harm or danger of the experience itself, and as a result, even a negative experience can become a source of great blessing and accomplishment. Traditionally, it's said that for a real practitioner, it's not the negative experiences but the good ones that bring obstacles. When things are going well, you have got to be especially careful and mindful so that you don't become complacent or overconfident. What we have to learn, in both meditation and in life, is to be free of attachment to the good experiences and free of aversion to the negative ones. Dujom Rinpoche warns us of another pitfall. On the other hand, in meditation practice, you might experience a muddy, semi-conscious drifting state, like having a hood over your head, a dreamy dullness. This is really nothing more than a kind of blurred and mindless stagnation. How do you get out of this state? Alert yourself. Straighten your back, breathe the stale air out of your lungs, and direct your awareness into clear space to freshen your mind. If you remain in this stagnant state, you will not evolve. So whenever this setback arises, clear it again and again. It is important to be as watchful as possible and to stay as vigilant as you can. Whatever method you use, drop it or simply let it dissolve on its own when you find you have arrived naturally at a state of alert, expansive and vibrant peace. Then continue to remain there quietly, undistracted, without necessarily using any particular method. The method has already achieved its purpose. However, if you do stray or become distracted, then return to whatever technique is most appropriate to call you back. Dujom Rinpoche used to say that a beginner should practice in short sessions. Practice for 4 or 5 minutes, and then take a short break for just 1 minute. But be mindful of whatever you do, and do not lose your presence and its natural ease. Then alert yourself and sit again. If you do many short sessions like this, your breaks will often make your meditation more real and more inspiring. They will take the clumsy, irksome rigidity and solemnity and unnaturalness out of your practice, and bring you more and more focus and ease. Gradually, through this interplay of breaks and sitting, the barrier between meditation and everyday life will crumble. The contrast between them will dissolve, and you will find yourself in. Then, as Dujom Rinpoche used to say, even though the meditation will not leave the meditator. To create meditation in action is the whole ground and point and purpose of integration. How then do we achieve this integration? this permeation of everyday life with the calm humour and spacious detachment of meditation. There is no substitute for regular practice, for only through real practice will we begin to taste unbrokenly the calm of our nature of mind, and so be able to sustain the experience of it in our everyday life. Be mindful not to come out of meditation too quickly. Allow a period of some minutes for the peace of the practice of meditation to infiltrate your life. Dujom Rinpoche said, "Don't jump up and rush off, but mingle your mindfulness with everyday life. Be like a man who's fractured his skull, always careful in case someone will touch him." Then, after meditation, it's important not to give in to the tendency we have to solidify the way we perceive things. When you do re-enter everyday life, let the wisdom, insight, compassion, humour, fluidity, spaciousness, and detachment that meditation brought you pervade your day-to-day experience. Meditation awakens in you the realization of how the nature of everything is illusory and dreamlike. Maintain that awareness, even in the thick of samsara. And if you really wish to achieve this, what you need to do is not just practice as an occasional medicine or therapy, but as if it were your daily sustenance or food. This is why one excellent way to develop this power of integration is to practice it in a retreat environment, far from stresses of modern city life. All too often, people come to meditation in the hope of extraordinary results, like visions, lights, or some supernatural miracle. When no such thing occurs, they feel extremely disappointed. But the real miracle of meditation is more ordinary and much more useful. It is a subtle transformation. And this transformation happens not only in your mind and your emotions, but also actually in your body. It is very healing. The whole state of your health has a lot to do with your state of mind and your way of being. If you find that meditation does not come easily in your city room, be inventive and go out into nature. Nature is always an unfailing fountain of inspiration. To calm your mind, go for a walk at dawn in the park, or watch the dew on a rose in a garden. Lie on the ground and gaze up into the sky, and let your mind expand into its spaciousness. Let the sky outside awake a sky inside your mind. Stand by a stream and mingle your mind with its rushing. Become one with its ceaseless sound. Sit by a waterfall and let its healing laughter purify your spirit. Walk on a beach and take the sea wind full and sweet against your face. Celebrate and use the beauty of moonlight to poise your mind. Sit by a lake or in a garden and breathing quietly, let your mind fall silent as the moon comes up, majestically and slowly in the cloudless night.
Since the dawn of history, reincarnation and a firm faith in life after death have occupied an essential place in nearly all the world's religions. Since the advent of interest in Eastern religions that began at the end of the last century, a remarkable number of Westerners have come to accept the Hindu and Buddhist knowledge of rebirth. However, most people have still only the most shadowy idea about life after death and no idea of what it might be like. Again and again, people say they cannot bring themselves to believe in something for which there is no evidence. But that is hardly any proof, is it, that it does not exist? As Voltaire said, after all, it is no more surprising to be born twice than it is to be born once. Why do all the major religions believe in a life after this one? And why have hundreds of millions of people throughout history, including the great philosophers, sages and creative geniuses of Asia, live this belief as an essential part of their lives? Were they all simply deluded? Those of us who undertake a spiritual discipline, of meditation for example, come to discover many things about our own mind that we did not know before. For as our mind opens more and more to the extraordinary, vast and hitherto unsuspected existence of the nature of mind, we begin to glimpse a completely different dimension, one in which all of our assumptions about our identity and reality, which we thought we knew so well, start to dissolve, and in which the possibility of lives other than this one becomes at least likely. We begin to understand that everything that we are being told by the masters about life and death and life after death is real. From the Buddhist point of view, the main argument that establishes rebirth is one based on a profound understanding of the continuity of mind. Where does consciousness come from? It cannot arise out of nowhere. A moment of consciousness cannot arise without the moment of consciousness that immediately preceded it. The basis on which Buddhists accept the concept of rebirth is principally the continuity of consciousness. Most people take the word reincarnation to imply there is some thing that reincarnates, which travels from life to life. But in Buddhism, we do not believe in an independent and unchanging entity like a soul or ego that survives the death of the body. What provides the continuity between lives is not an entity, we believe, but the ultimately subtlest level of consciousness. The exact way in which rebirth takes place has been well illustrated with the following example. The successive existences in a series of rebirths are not like the pearls in a pearl necklace held together by a string, the soul which passes through all the pearls. Rather, they are like dice piled one on top of the other. Each die is separate, but it supports the one above it, with which it is functionally connected. Between the dice there is no identity, but conditionality. The truth and driving force behind rebirth is what is called karma. Karma is often totally misunderstood in the West as fate or predestination. It is best thought of as the infallible law of cause and effect that governs the universe. The word karma literally means action, and karma is both the power latent within actions and the results that our actions bring. In simple terms, what does karma mean? It means that whatever we do with our body, speech or mind will have a corresponding result. Each action, even the smallest, is pregnant with its consequences. The results of our actions are often delayed, even into future lifetimes. We cannot pin down one cause because any event can be an extremely complicated mixture of many karmas ripening together. So we tend to assume now that things happen to us by chance, and when everything goes well we simply call it good luck. And yet, what else but karma could really begin to explain satisfyingly the extreme and extraordinary differences between each of us? Even though we may be born in the same family or country or in similar circumstances, we all have different characters. Totally different things happen to us. We have different talents, inclinations, and destinies. As Buddha said, what you are is what you have been, what you will be is what you do now. Padmasambhava went further. If you want to know your past life, look into your present condition. If you want to know your future life, look at your present actions. The kind of birth we will have in the next life is determined then by the nature of our actions in this one. And it is important never to forget that the effect of our actions depends entirely upon because the law of karma is inevitable and infallible. Whenever we harm others, we are directly harming ourselves. Whenever we bring them happiness, we are bringing ourselves future happiness. The belief in reincarnation shows us that there is some kind of ultimate justice or goodness in the universe. So if you were to draw one essential message from the fact of reincarnation, it would be, develop this good heart that longs for other beings to find lasting happiness and acts to secure that happiness. Nourish and practice kindness. Karma then is not fatalistic or predetermined. Karma means our ability to create and to change. It is creative because we can determine how and why we act. We can change. The future is in our hands and in the hands of our heart. Whatever is happening to us now mirrors our past karma. If we know that and know it really, whenever suffering or difficulties befall us, we do not view them particularly as a failure or catastrophe, or see suffering as a punishment in any way. Nor do we blame ourselves or indulge in self-hatred. We see the pain we are going through as the completion of the effects, the fruition of a past karma. But if we do observe the law of karma and awaken in ourselves the good heart of love and compassion, if we purify our mind stream and gradually awaken the wisdom of the nature of our mind, then we can become a truly human being and ultimately enlightened. Bardo is a Tibetan word that simply means a transition or a gap between the completion of one situation and the onset of another. Bar means in between, and do means suspended or thrown. Bardo is a word made famous by the popularity of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The title Tibetan Book of the Dead was coined by its translator, the American scholar W.Y. Evans Wentz. The actual name of this book translates as The Great Liberation Through Hearing in the Bardo. Bardo teachings are extremely ancient and found in what are called the Dzogchen Tantras. The Tibetan Book of the Dead is a kind of guidebook or travel log of the after-death states, which is designed to be read by a master or spiritual friend to a person as the person dies and after death. It is designed for a practitioner or someone who is familiar with its teachings. For a modern reader, it is extremely difficult to penetrate and raises a lot of questions that simply cannot be answered without some knowledge of the tradition that gave birth to it. This is especially the case since the book cannot be fully understood and used without knowing the unwritten oral instructions that a master transmits to a disciple, and which are the key to its practice. Because of the popularity of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, people usually associate the word bardo with death. It is true that bardo is used in everyday speech among Tibetans for the intermediate state between death and rebirth, but it has a much wider and deeper meaning. We can divide the whole of our existence into four realities: life, dying and death, after death, and rebirth. These are the four bardos: the natural bardo of this life, the painful bardo of dying, the luminous bardo of dharmata, the karmic bardo of becoming. The natural bardo of this life spans the entire period between birth and death. In our present state of knowledge, this may seem more than just a bardo, a transition. But if we think about it, it will become clear that, compared to the enormous length and duration of our karmic history, the time we spend in this life is in fact relatively short. The teachings tell us emphatically that the bardo of this life is the only and therefore the best time to prepare for death, by becoming familiar with the teaching and by stabilizing the practice. The painful bardo of dying lasts from the beginning of the process of dying right up until the end of what is known as the inner respiration. This in turn culminates in the dawning of the nature of mind, what we call the ground luminosity at the moment of death. The luminous bardo of Dharmata encompasses the after-death experience of the radiance of the nature of mind, the luminosity or clear light, which manifests as sound, colour and light. The karmic bardo of becoming is what we generally call the bardo or intermediate state, which lasts right up until the moment we take on a new birth. What distinguishes and defines each of the bardos is that they are all gaps or periods in which the possibility of awakening is particularly present. Opportunities for liberation are occurring continuously and uninterruptedly through life and death, and the bardo teachings are the key or tool that enables us to discover and recognize them and to make the fullest possible use of them. One of the central characteristics of the bardos is that they are periods of deep uncertainty. Take this life as a prime example. As the world around us becomes more turbulent, so our lives become more fragmented. Out of touch and disconnected from ourselves, we are anxious, restless, and often paranoid. This uncertainty, which already pervades everything now, becomes even more intense, even more accentuated after we die, when our clarity or confusion, the masters tell us, will be multiplied by 7. This shows us what the bardo is: a continuous, unnerving oscillation between clarity and confusion, bewilderment and insight, certainty and uncertainty, sanity and insanity. In our minds, as we are now, wisdom and confusion arrive simultaneously, or as we say, are co-emergent. This means that we face a continuous state of choice between the two, and that everything depends on which we will choose. This constant uncertainty makes everything seem bleak and almost hopeless, but if you look more deeply at it, you will see that its very nature creates gaps, spaces, in which profound chances and opportunities for transformation are continuously flowering, if, that is, they can be seen and seized. In fact, as the teachings can help us to understand, every moment of our experience is a bardo. As each thought and each emotion arises out of and dies back into the essence of mind. It is in moments of strong change and transition especially, the teachings make us aware, that the true sky-like primordial nature of our mind will have a chance to manifest. The deeper our sensitivity and the more acute our alertness to the amazing opportunities for radical insight offered by gaps and transitions like these in life, the more inwardly prepared we will be for when they occur in an immensely more powerful and uncontrolled way at death. This is extremely important because the bardo teachings tell us there are moments when the mind is far freer than usual, moments far more powerful than others, which carry a far stronger karmic charge and implication. The supreme one of these is the moment of death. For at the moment the body is left behind, we are offered the greatest possible opportunity for liberation. The reason why the moment of death is so potent with opportunity is because it is then that the fundamental nature of mind, the ground luminosity or clear light, will naturally manifest, and in a vast and splendid way. If at this crucial moment we can recognize the ground luminosity, the teachings tell us, we will attain liberation. This is not, however, possible unless you have become acquainted and really familiar with the nature of mind in your lifetime through spiritual practice. And this is why, rather surprisingly, it is said in our tradition that a person who is liberated at the moment of death is considered to be liberated in this lifetime. and not in one of the bardo states after death. For it is within this lifetime that the essential recognition of the clear light has taken place and been established. This is a crucial point to understand. I have said that the bardos are opportunities, but what is it exactly about the bardos that makes it possible for us to seize the opportunities they offer? The answer is simple. They are all different states and different realities of mind. In the Buddhist training, we prepare through meditation to discover precisely the various interrelated aspects of mind and skillfully to enter the different levels of consciousness. There is a distinct and exact relation between the bardo states and the levels of consciousness we experience throughout the cycle of life and death. So as we move from one bardo to another, both in life and death, there is a corresponding change in consciousness, which, through spiritual practice, we can intimately acquaint ourselves with and come, in the end, completely to comprehend. Since the process that unfolds in the bardos of death is embedded in the depths of our mind, it manifests in life also at many levels. There is, for example, a vivid correspondence between the degrees in subtlety of consciousness we move through in sleep and dreams and the three bardos associated with death. Each of the bardos has its own unique set of instructions and meditation practices, which are directed precisely to those realities and their particular states of mind. This is how the spiritual practices and training designed for each of the bardo states can enable us to make the fullest possible use of them and of their opportunities for liberation. The essential point to understand about the bardos is this. By following the training of these practices, it is actually possible to realize these states of mind while we are still alive. We can actually experience them while we are here now. It is because the bardo states are all contained within our minds that they can be revealed and freed through the bardo practices. The natural bardo of this life is of the utmost importance. It is here and now that the whole preparation for all the bardos takes place. The supreme way of preparing, it is said, is now, to become enlightened in this lifetime. The natural bardo of this life spans the whole of our lifetime between birth and death. Its teachings make clear to us why this bardo is such a precious opportunity, and what it really means to be a human being, and what is the most important and only truly essential thing for us to do with the gift of this human life. The Masters tell us that there is an aspect of mind that is its fundamental basis, a state called the ground of the ordinary mind. It functions like a storehouse in which the imprints of past actions caused by our negative emotions are all stored like seeds. When the right conditions arise, they germinate and manifest as circumstances and situations in our lives. Imagine this ground of the ordinary mind as being like a bank, in which karma is deposited as imprints and habitual tendencies. If we have a habit of thinking in a particular pattern, positive or negative, then these tendencies will be triggered and provoked very easily, and recur and go on recurring. With constant repetition, our inclinations and habits become steadily more entrenched and go on continuing, increasing and gathering power even when we sleep. This is how they come to determine our life, our death, and our rebirth. We often wonder, how will I be when I die? The answer to that is that whatever state of mind we are in now, whatever kind of person we are now, that's what we will be like at the moment of death, if we do not change. This is why it is so absolutely important to use this lifetime to purify our mind stream, and so our basic being and character while we can. How is it that we come to be alive as human beings? All beings who have similar karma will have a common vision of the world around them, and this set of perceptions they share is called a karmic vision. Yet even within the human realm, all of us have our own individual karma. Each one of us is a complex summation of habits and past actions, and so we cannot but see things in our own uniquely personal way. Our human existence is not the only kind of karmic vision. 6 realms of existence are identified in Buddhism: gods, demigods, humans, animals, hungry ghosts, and hells. They are each the result of one of the 6 main negative emotions: pride, jealousy, desire, ignorance, greed, and anger. Do these realms actually exist externally? They may, in fact, exist beyond the range of the perception of our karmic vision. Let's never forget, what we see is what our karmic vision allows us to see, and no more. Looking at the world around us, and into our own minds, we can see that the 6 realms definitely do exist. They exist in the way we unconsciously allow our negative emotions to project and crystallize entire realms around us, and to define the style, form, flavor, and context of our life in those realms. And they exist also inwardly, as the different seeds and tendencies of the various negative emotions within our psychophysical system, always ready to germinate and grow, depending on what influences them and how we choose to live. How we perceive the world depends entirely on our karmic vision. Everything that we see around us is seen as it is because we have been repeatedly solidifying our experience of inner and outer reality in the same way, lifetime after lifetime. And this has led to the mistaken assumption that what we see is objectively real. With most of us, karma and negative emotions obscure the ability to see our own intrinsic nature and the nature of reality. As a result, we clutch onto happiness and suffering as real, and in our unskillful and ignorant actions go on sowing the seeds of our next birth. Our actions keep us bound to the continuous cycle of worldly existence, to the endless round of birth and death. So everything is at risk in how we live now at this very moment. How we live now can cost us our entire future. This is the real and urgent reason why we must prepare now to meet death wisely, to transform our karmic future, and to avoid the tragedy of falling into delusion again and again and repeating the painful round of birth and death. This life is the only time and place that we can prepare in, and we can only truly prepare through spiritual practice. This is the inescapable message of the natural bardo of this life. In Tibetan Buddhism, there is a basic, normal, elementary spiritual education, a complete spiritual training for the natural bardo of this life, which gives you the essential vocabulary, the ABC of the mind. The bases of this training are what we call the 3 wisdom tools: the wisdom of listening and hearing, the wisdom of contemplation and reflection, and the wisdom of meditation. Through them, we are brought to reawaken to our true nature. Through them, we uncover and come to embody the joy and freedom of what we truly are, and what we call the wisdom of egolessness. In Tibetan, ego is called dak zin, which means is then defined as incessant movements of grasping at a delusory notion of I and mine, self and other, and all the concepts, ideas, desires, and activity that will sustain that false construction. Such a grasping is futile from the start and condemned to frustration, for there's no basis or truth in it. And what we are grasping at is, by its very nature, ungraspable. The fact that we need to grasp at all and go on grasping shows that in the depths of our being, we know that the self does not inherently exist. From this secret, unnerving knowledge spring all our fundamental insecurities and fear. Lifetimes of ignorance have brought us to identify the whole of our being with ego. Its greatest triumph is to inveigle us into believing its best interests are our best interests, and even into identifying our very survival with its own. This is a savage irony, considering that ego and its grasping are at the root of all our suffering. Ego plays brilliantly on our fundamental fear of losing control and of the unknown. And even if we were to see through ego's lies, we are just too scared to abandon it. For without any true knowledge of the nature of our mind or true identity, we simply have no other alternative. To end the bizarre tyranny of ego is why we go on the spiritual path. But the resourcefulness of ego is almost infinite, and it can at every stage sabotage and pervert our desire to be free of it. The truth is simple, and the teachings are extremely clear. But as soon as they begin to touch and move us, ego tries to complicate them because it knows it is fundamentally threatened. As soon as the teachings begin to touch us deeply, unavoidably we are faced with the truth of ourselves. As the ego is revealed, its sore spots are touched, and all sorts of problems will start arising. As ego watches us gleefully become more and more ensnared in its web, it will even blame all the pain, loneliness and difficulties we are going through as we come to know ourselves on the teaching, and even on the teacher. Ego is so clever, it can twist the teachings for its own purposes. Yet, however hard ego may try to sabotage the spiritual path, if you really continue on it, and work deeply with the practice of meditation, you will begin slowly to realize just how gulled you have been by ego's promises, false hopes, and false fears. Slowly you begin to understand that both hope and fear are enemies of your peace of mind. Hopes deceive you and leave you empty and disappointed, and fears paralyze you in the narrow cell of your false identity. You begin to see also just how all-encompassing the sway of ego has been over your mind. And in the space of freedom opened up by meditation, when you are momentarily released from grasping, you glimpse the exhilarating spaciousness of your true nature. As you listen more and more to the teachings, contemplate them, and integrate them into your life, your inner voice, your innate wisdom of discernment, what we call in Buddhism discriminating awareness, is awakened and strengthened, and you start to begin to distinguish between its guidance and the various clamorous and enthralling voices of ego. Gradually you will find yourself able to free yourself more and more quickly from the dark emotions that have ruled your life. And this ability to do so is the greatest miracle of all. And when death comes, you will have learned already in life how to control those emotions and thoughts that in the states of death, the bardos, would otherwise take on an overwhelming reality. It is important to remember always that the principle of egolessness does not mean that there was an ego in the first place and the Buddhists did away with it. On the contrary, it means there was never any ego at all to begin with. To realize that is called egolessness. The way to discover the freedom of the wisdom of egolessness, the Masters advises, is through the process of listening and hearing, contemplation and reflection, and meditation. They advise us to begin by listening repeatedly to the spiritual teachings. As we listen, they will keep on and on reminding us of our hidden wisdom nature. Listening is a far more difficult process than most people imagine. Really to listen, in the way that is meant by the Masters, is to let go utterly of ourselves, to let go of all the information, all the concepts, all the ideas, and all the prejudices that our heads are stuffed with. If you really listen to the teachings, those concepts that are our real hindrance, the one thing that stands between us and our true nature, can slowly and steadily be washed away. Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche used to say, the more and more you listen, the more and more you hear. The more and more you hear, the deeper and deeper your understanding becomes. The deepening of understanding, then, comes through contemplation and reflection, the second tool of wisdom. As we contemplate what we've heard, it gradually begins to permeate our mind stream and saturate our inner experience of our lives. Everyday events start to mirror and more subtly and directly to confirm the truth of the teachings, as contemplation slowly unfolds and enriches what we have begun to understand intellectually and carries that understanding down from our head to our heart. The third tool of wisdom is meditation. After listening to the teachings and reflecting on them, we put into action the insights we have gained and apply them directly through the process of meditation to the needs of everyday life. In ancient times, there were extraordinary masters and students who could, by just practicing with unswerving devotion one single instruction, attain liberation. Even now, if we were to put our mind to one powerful wisdom method and work with it directly, there is a real possibility we would become enlightened. Our minds, however, are riddled and confused with doubt. Sometimes it seems that doubt is an even greater block to human evolution than desire and attachment. Our society promotes cleverness instead of wisdom and celebrates the most superficial, harsh, and least useful aspects of our intelligence. The vast truth of the mystical teachings handed down to us is not something that our endangered world can afford to dismiss. Instead of doubting them, why don't we doubt ourselves, our ignorance, our assumption that we understand everything already, our grasping and evasion, our passion for so-called explanations of reality that have about them nothing of the awe-inspiring and all-encompassing wisdom of what the Masters, the messengers of reality, have told us. Don't let us take doubts with exaggerated seriousness, or let them grow out of proportion, or become black and white or fanatical about them. What we need to learn is how slowly to change our culturally conditioned and passionate involvement with doubt into a free, humorous, and compassionate one. This means giving doubts time, and giving ourselves time to find answers to our questions that are not merely intellectual or philosophical, but living and real and genuine and workable. Doubts cannot resolve themselves immediately, but if we are patient, a space can be created within us in which doubts can be carefully and objectively examined, unraveled, dissolved, and healed. The spiritual journey is one of continuous learning and purification. When you know this, you become humble. There is a famous Tibetan saying, "Do not mistake understanding for realization, and do not mistake realization for liberation." And Milarepa said, "Do not entertain hopes for realization, but practice all your life."
All the spiritual teachers of humanity have told us the same thing, that the purpose of life on earth is to achieve union with our fundamental enlightened nature. There's only one way to do this, and that is to undertake the spiritual journey with all the ardour and intelligence, courage and resolve for transformation that we can muster. To follow the path of wisdom has never been more urgent or more difficult, yet there is one significant source of hope in this tragic situation, and that is that the spiritual teachings of all the great mystical traditions are still available. Unfortunately, however, there are very few masters to embody them, and an almost total lack of discrimination in those searching for the truth. Recognizing who is and who is not a true master is a very subtle and demanding business, and in an age like ours, addicted to entertainment, easy answers and quick fixes, the more sober and untheatrical attributes of spiritual mastery might very well go unnoticed. As Patrul Rinpoche wrote, "The extraordinary qualities of great beings who hide their nature escapes ordinary people like us, despite our best efforts in examining them. On the other hand, even ordinary charlatans are expert at deceiving others by behaving like saints. If true, must it be in the chaos of our contemporary spiritual supermarket? So how are we today, in an trustful age, to find the trust that is so necessary in following the spiritual path? What criteria can we use to assess whether or not a master is genuine? True teachers are kind, compassionate, tireless in their desire to share whatever wisdom they have acquired from their masters, never abuse or manipulate their students under any circumstances, never under any circumstances abandon them, serve not their own ends but the greatness of the teachings, and always remain humble. Real trust can and should only grow towards someone whom you come to know over time embodies all these qualities. You will find that this trust becomes the ground of your life, there to support you through all the difficulties of life and death. It cannot be stressed too often that it is the truth of the teaching which is all important, and never the personality of the teacher. This is why Buddha reminded us in the 4 reliances, rely on the message of the teacher, not on his personality. Rely on the meaning, not just on the words. Rely on the real meaning, not on the provisional one. Rely on your wisdom mind, not on your ordinary judgmental mind. At first, then, more important than finding the teacher is studying the truth of the teaching, for it is through making a connection with the truth of the teachings that you will discover your living connection with the Master. We all have the karma to meet one spiritual path or another. Follow with complete sincerity the path that inspires you most. The most important thing is not to get trapped in what we see everywhere in the West, a shopping mentality, shopping around from master to master, teaching to teaching, without any continuity or real sustained dedication to any one discipline. Nearly all the great spiritual masters of all traditions agree that the essential thing is to master one way, one path to the truth, by following one tradition with all your heart and mind to the end of the spiritual journey, whilst remaining open and respectful towards the insights of all others. Following one teaching is not a way of confining you or jealously monopolizing you. It's a compassionate and skillful way of keeping you centered and always on the path, despite all the obstacles that you and the world will inevitably present. So when you have explored the mystical traditions, choose one master and follow him or her. It's one thing to set out on the spiritual journey, it's quite another to find the patience and endurance, the wisdom, courage, and humility to follow it to the end. You may have the karma to find a teacher, but you must then create the karma to follow your teacher. Even when you have chosen your master and are following the teachings as sincerely as you can, you will often meet difficulties and frustrations, contradictions and imperfections. Don't succumb to obstacles and tiny difficulties. These are often only ego's childish emotions. Don't let them blind you to the essential and enduring value of what you have chosen. Don't let your impatience drag you away from your commitment to the truth
The Buddha says in one of the scriptures, of all the Buddhas who have ever attained enlightenment, not a single one accomplished this without relying upon a master. And of all the 1,000 Buddhas that will appear in the Sion, none of them will attain enlightenment without relying on a master. In 1987, after my beloved master, the Rinpoche, passed away in France, I was sitting in a train returning to Paris from southwest of France, where he had lived. Images of thousands of acts of generosity, tenderness and compassion passed through my mind, and I found myself in tears, saying to myself over and over again, had it not been for you, how could I possibly have understood? I realized with an intimacy and poignancy that I had never experienced before just why such a sacred emphasis is placed in our tradition on the relationship between the master and the disciple, and just how essential this relationship is to the living transmission of the truth from mind to mind, from heart to heart. Without my masters, I would have had no possibility at all of realizing the truth of the teachings. I cannot imagine even having been able to reach the humble level of understanding that I have. Perhaps the most moving and accurate account of the true nature of the Master I have ever heard comes from my Master Jaman Khyentse. He said that although our true nature is the Buddha, it has been obscured from the beginning of time by a dark cloud of ignorance and confusion. This true nature, however, our Buddha nature, has never completely surrendered to the tyranny of ignorance. Somewhere it is always rebelling against its domination. Our Buddha nature then has an active aspect which is our inner teacher. From the very moment we became obscured, this inner teacher has been working tirelessly for us, tirelessly trying to bring us back to the radiance and the spaciousness of our true being. Not for 1 second, Jaman Khyentse said, has the inner teacher given up on us. In its infinite compassion, one with the infinite compassion of all the Buddhas and all the enlightened beings, it has been ceaselessly working for our evolution, not only in this life, but in all our past lives also, using all kinds of skillful means and all types of situations to teach and awaken us and to guide us back to the truth. When we have prayed and aspired and hungered for the truth for a long time, for many, many lives, and when our karma has become sufficiently purified, a kind of a miracle takes place. And this miracle, if we can understand and use it, can lead to the ending of ignorance forever. The inner teacher, who has been with us always, manifests in the form of the outer teacher, whom almost as if by magic we actually encounter. This encounter is the most important of any lifetime. Who is this outer teacher? None other than the embodiment and voice and representative of our inner teacher. The Master whose human shape and human voice and wisdom we come to love with a love deeper than any other in our lives is none other than the external manifestation of the mystery of our own inner truth. What else could explain why we feel so strongly connected with him or her? At the deepest and highest level, the Master and the disciple are not and cannot ever be in any way separate. For the Master's task is to teach us to receive without any obscuration of any kind the clear message of our own inner teacher, and to bring us to realize the continual presence of this ultimate teacher within us. I pray that all of you may taste in this life the joy of this most perfect kind of friendship. Not only is the Master the direct spokesman of your own inner teacher, he or she is also the bearer, the channel, the transmitter of all the blessings of all the enlightened beings. That is what gives your Master the extraordinary power to illumine your mind and heart. He or she is nothing less than the human face of the Absolute, the telephone, if you like, through which all the Buddhas and all the enlightened beings can call you. He or she is the crystallization of the wisdom of all the Buddhas and the embodiment of their compassion directed always toward you. The rays of their universal sunlight aim directly at your heart and mind to liberate you. In my tradition, we revere the Master for being even kinder than the Buddhas themselves. Although the compassion and the power of the Buddhas are always present, our obscurations prevent us from meeting the Buddhas face to face. But we can meet the Master. He or she is here, living, breathing, speaking, acting before us to show us in all the ways possible the path of the Buddhas, the way to liberation. For me, my Masters have been the embodiment of the living truth, undeniable signs that enlightenment is possible in a body, in this life, in this world, even here, even now, the supreme inspiration in my practice, in my work, in my life, and in my journey towards liberation. My Masters are, for me, the embodiments of my sacred commitment to keep enlightenment foremost in my mind until I actually achieve it. I know enough to know that only when I reach enlightenment will I have the complete understanding of who they really are and of their infinite generosity, love and wisdom. I would like to share with you this beautiful prayer, the words of the great Master Jigme Lingpa, a prayer we say in Tibet to invoke the presence of the Master in our heart. From the blossoming lotus of devotion at the center of my heart, rise up, O compassion Master, my only refuge. I am plagued by past actions and turbulent emotions to protect me in my misfortune. Remain as the jewel ornament on the crown of my head, the mother of the great bliss, arousing all my mindfulness and awareness, I pray.
Just as the Buddha said that of all the Buddhas who attained enlightenment, not one accomplished this without relying on the Master, he also said, "It is only through devotion, and devotion alone, that you will realize the Absolute Truth." The Absolute Truth cannot be realized within the domain of the ordinary mind. And the path beyond the ordinary mind, all the great wisdom traditions have told us, is through the heart. This path of the heart is devotion. When the Master is able to open your innermost heart and offers you an undeniably powerful glimpse of the nature of your mind, a wave of joyful gratitude surges up in you towards the one who helped you to see, and the truth that you now realize the Master embodies in his or her being teachings, and wisdom mind. That uncontrived, genuine feeling is always rooted in repeated, undeniable inner experience, a repeated clarity of direct recognition, and this only, is what we call devotion. Devotion, then, is in one sense the most practical way of ensuring a total respect for, and therefore openness to, the teachings as embodied by the Master and transmitted through him or her. The more devoted you are, the more open you are to the teachings. The more open you are to the teachings, the more chance there is for them to penetrate your heart and mind, and so to bring about a complete spiritual transformation. All the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and enlightened beings are present at all moments to help us, and it is through the presence of the Master that all of their blessings are focused directly at us. All we need to do to receive direct help is to ask. What most of us need almost more than anything is the courage and humility really to ask for help from the depths of our hearts, to ask for the compassion of the enlightened beings, to ask for purification and healing, to ask for the power to understand the meaning of our suffering and to transform it. At a relative level, to ask for the growth in our lives of clarity, of peace, of discernment, and to ask for the realization of the absolute nature of mind that comes from merging with the deathless wisdom mind of the Master. There is no swifter, more moving or more powerful practice for invoking the help of the enlightened beings, for arousing devotion and realizing the nature of mind, than the practice of Guru Yoga. Dingo Khyentse Rinpoche wrote, "The words Guru Yoga mean union with the nature of the Guru, and in this practice we are given the methods by which we can blend our own minds with the enlightened mind of the Master. Remember that the Master, the Guru, embodies the crystallization of the blessings of all Buddhas, Masters, and enlightened beings. So to invoke him or her is to invoke them all, and to merge your mind and heart with your Master's wisdom mind is to merge your mind with the truth and very embodiment of enlightenment." All the wisdom traditions of Tibet have placed so much importance on the practice of Guru Yoga, and all the foremost Tibetan masters have treasured it as their innermost heart practice. Following is a simple practice of Guru Yoga that anyone, whatever their religion or spiritual belief, can do. This wonderful practice is Sogyal Rinpoche's main practice, the heart and inspiration of his whole life, and whenever he does Guru Yoga, it is Padmasambhava that he focuses on. As Buddha himself was passing away, he prophesied that Padmasambhava would be born not long after his death in order to spread the teachings of the Tantras. It was Padmasambhava who established Buddhism in Tibet in the 8th century. For Tibetans, Padmasambhava, or Guru Rinpoche, as he is also called, embodies a cosmic, timeless principle. He is the universal Master. He has appeared countless times to the masters of Tibet, giving teachings and prophecies. He also left thousands of visionary teachings for future times, which have been revealed again and again by many great masters who have been his emanations. One of these visionary treasures is the Tibetan Book of the Dead. In our tradition, we consider Padmasambhava as the embodiment of all one's masters, and so when you merge your mind with him in Guru Yoga, all of them are included within him. You can, however, use any enlightened being, saint, or master from any religion or mystical tradition for whom you feel devotion, whether they are alive or not. This practice of Guru Yoga has 4 main phases: invocation, merging your mind with the Master through his heart essence, the mantra, receiving the blessing or empowerment, and uniting your mind with the Master and resting in the nature of Rigpa. The first stage is invocation. Sit quietly. From the depths of your heart, invoke in the sky in front of you the embodiment of truth in the person of your master, a saint, or an enlightened being. Try to visualize the master or Buddha as alive and as radiant and translucent as a rainbow. Believe with complete trust that all the blessings and qualities of the wisdom, compassion and power of all the Buddhas and enlightened beings are embodied in him or her. If you have any difficulty visualizing the Master, imagine this embodiment of truth simply as a being of light, or try to feel his or her perfect presence there in the sky before you, the presence of all the Buddhas and Masters. Let all the inspiration, joy, and awe you feel take the place of visualization. Trust simply that the presence you are invoking is really there. The Buddha himself said, "Whoever thinks of me, I am in front of them." My master, Dudjom Rinpoche, used to say that it does not matter if at the beginning you cannot visualize. What is more important is to feel the presence in your heart, and know that this presence embodies the blessings, compassion, energy, and wisdom of all the Buddhas. Relaxing and filling your heart with the Master's presence, invoke him or her very strongly with all your heart and mind, with total trust. Call upon him or her inwardly. Help me. Inspire me to purify all my karma and negative emotions, and to realize the true nature of my mind. Then, with deep devotion, merge your mind with the Master, and rest your mind in his or her wisdom mind. And as you do so, give yourself up to the Master completely, saying to yourself something like, "Help me now, take care of me. Fill me with your joy and energy, your wisdom and compassion. Gather me into the loving heart of your wisdom mind. Bless my mind, inspire my understanding." Then Dingo Khyentse Rinpoche says, "There is no doubt that the blessing will enter your heart." When we undertake this practice, it is a direct, skillful and powerful way to carry us beyond our ordinary mind and into the pure realm of the wisdom of Rigpa. There we recognize, come to discover and acknowledge that all Buddhas are present. So, feeling the living presence of Buddha, of Padmasambhava, of your Master, and simply opening your heart and mind to the embodiment of truth really does bless and transform your mind. As you invoke the Buddha, your own Buddha nature is inspired to awaken and blossom as naturally as a flower in sunlight. The second stage of Guru Yoga is maturing and deepening the blessing. When you come to this part of the practice, merging your mind with the Master through the mantra, recite the mantra Om Ahom Benza Guru Padma Siddhi Hom, thinking of it as actually being Padmasambhava and the blessing of all the Masters in the form of sound. Imagine your whole being filled with him, and feel as you recite the mantra, which is his heart essence, that it vibrates and pervades you, as if hundreds of little Padmasambhavas in the form of sound were circulating inside you, transforming your whole being. Using the mantra, then, offer your heart and soul in fervent and one-pointed devotion, and merge and mix and blend your mind with Padmasambhava or your Master. Gradually you will feel yourself coming closer to Padmasambhava and closing the gap between you and his wisdom mind. Slowly, through the blessing and power of this practice, you will find you actually experience your mind being transformed into the wisdom mind of Padmasambhava and the Master. You begin to recognize their indivisibility. Just as if you put your finger into water it will get wet, and if you put it into fire it will burn, So if you invest your mind in the wisdom mind of the Buddhas, it will transform into their wisdom nature. What happens is that gradually your mind begins to find itself in a state of rigpa, as the innermost nature of your mind is nothing other than the wisdom mind of all the Buddhas. It is as if your ordinary mind gradually dies and dissolves, and your pure awareness, your Buddha nature, your inner teacher, is revealed. This is the true meaning of blessing, a transformation in which your mind transcends into the state of the Absolute. This maturing of the blessing is the heart and main part of the practice to which you should devote the most time when you do the Guru Yoga practice. The third stage is empowerment. Imagine now that from the Master thousands of brilliant rays of light stream out toward you and penetrate you, purifying, healing, blessing, empowering, and sowing in you the seeds of enlightenment. Know and feel that you are now empowered through the blessing with the indestructible body, speech, and mind of Padmasambhava, of all the Buddhas. The fourth stage is resting in the Rigpa. Now let the Master dissolve into light and become one with you in the nature of your mind. Recognize beyond any doubt that this sky-like nature of your mind is the Absolute Master. Where else would all enlightened beings be but in the Rigpa, in the nature of your mind? Secure in that realization, in a state of spacious and carefree ease, you rest in the warmth, glory, and blessing of your absolute nature. You have arrived at the original ground, the primordial purity of natural simplicity. As you rest in this state of Rigpa, you recognize the truth of Padmasambhava's words. Mind itself is Padmasambhava. There is no practice or meditation apart from that. This is the most important practice in life and the most important practice at the moment of death. Guru Yoga forms the basis of the practice of Powa, the transference of consciousness at the moment of death. For if, at the moment of death, you can unite your mind confidently with the wisdom mind of the Master and die in that peace, then all will be well. Our task in life, then, is to practice this merging with the wisdom mind of the Master again and again, so that it becomes so natural that every activity, sitting, walking, eating, drinking, sleeping, dreaming, and waking, starts to be increasingly permeated by the Master's living presence.
No one can die fearlessly and in complete security until they have truly realized the nature of mind. For only this realization, deepened over years of sustained practice, can keep the mind stable during the mortal chaos of the process of death. Of all the ways I know of helping people to realize the nature of mind, that of the practice of Dzogchen, the most ancient and direct stream of wisdom within the teaching of Buddhism, and the source of the Pardo teachings themselves, is the clearest, most effective, and most relevant to the environment and needs of today. The origins of Dzogchen are traced to the primordial Buddha, Samandabhadra, from whom it has been handed down in an unbroken line of great masters to the present day. Hundreds of thousands of individuals in India, the Himalayas, and Tibet have attained realization and enlightenment through its practice. There is a wonderful prophecy that in the dark age, the heart essence of the Samandabhadra will blaze like fire. My life, my teachings, and this book are dedicated to lightening this fire in the hearts and the minds of the world. My constant support and inspiration and guide in this is the Supreme Master Padmasambhava, who is the essential spirit of Dzogchen, its greatest exponent and its human embodiment, with his glorious quality of magnanimity, miraculous power, prophetic vision, and awakened energy, and boundless compassion. Dzogchen is not simply as teaching, not another philosophy, not another elaborate system, not a seductive clutch of techniques. Dzogchen is a state, the primordial state, that state of total awakening that is the heart essence of all the Buddhas and all the spiritual paths, and the summit of an individual spiritual evolution. Dzogchen is often translated as great perfection, but I prefer to leave it untranslated, for great perfection carries a sense of perfectness we have to strive to attain, a goal that lies at the end of a long and grueling journey. Nothing could be further from the true meaning of Dzogpa Chenpo, which is the already self-perfected state of our primordial nature, which needs no perfecting, for it has always been perfect from the beginning, just like the sky. All the Buddhist teachings are explained in terms of ground, path, and fruition. The ground of Dzogpa Chenpo is this fundamental primordial state, our absolute nature, which is already perfect and always present. So from the point of view of ground, the absolute, our nature is the same as the Buddha's. And there is no question at this level, nor has the breadth, the Masters say, of teaching or practice to do. Yet we have to understand the Buddhas took one path and we took another. Buddhas recognized their original nature and became enlightened. We do not recognize that nature and so became confused. In the teaching, the state of affairs is called the one ground, two paths. Our relative condition is that our intrinsic nature is obscured, and we need to follow the teachings and practice in order to return to the truth. This is the path of Dzogpa Chenpo. Finally, to realize our original nature is to attain complete liberation and become the Buddha. This is the fruition of Dzogpa Chenpo, and is actually possible if a practitioner really put his or her heart and mind to it, and in one lifetime. What then for me is the wonder of Dzogchen? All of the teachings lead to enlightenment, but the uniqueness of the Dzogpa Chenpo is that even in the relative dimension of the teachings, the language of Dzogchen never stains the absolute with concepts. It leaves the absolute unspoiled in its naked, dynamic, majestic simplicity, yet still speaks of, to anyone, of an open mind in terms so graphic, so electric, that even before we become enlightened, we are graced with the strongest possible glimpse of the splendor of the awakened state. The practical training of the Dzogchen path is traditionally and most simply described in terms of view, meditation and action. To see directly the absolute state, the ground of our being, is the view. The way of stabilizing that view and making it an unbroken experience is meditation. And integrating the view into our entire reality in life is what is meant by action. What then is the view? It is nothing less than seeing the actual state of things as they are, It is knowing that the true nature of mind is the true nature of everything. And it is realizing that the true nature of a mind is the absolute truth. Dujjul says, the view is the comprehension of the naked awareness within which everything is contained, the sensory perception and the phenomenal existence, the samsara and nirvana. This awareness has two aspects, emptiness as the absolute and appearances or perception as the relative. What this means is that the entire range of all possible appearances and all possible phenomena in all the different realities, whether samsara or nirvana, all of these, without exception, have always been, will always be perfect and complete within the vast and boundless expanse of the nature mind. Yet even though the essence of everything is empty and pure from the beginning, its nature is rich in noble qualities, pregnant with every possibility, a limitless, incessantly, dynamically creative field that is always spontaneously perfect. You might ask, if realizing the view is the realizing the nature of mind, what then is the nature of mind like? Imagine a sky empty, spacious, and pure from the beginning. Its essence is like this. Imagine a sun, luminous, clear, unobstructed, and spontaneously present. Its nature is like this. Imagine that sun shining out impartially on us and all things, penetrating all direction. Its energy, which is the manifestation of compassion, is like this. Nothing can obstruct it, and it pervades everywhere. You can also think of the nature mind like a mirror, with 5 different powers or wisdoms. Its openness and vastness is the wisdom of all-encompassing space, the womb of compassion. Its capacity to reflect in precise detail whatever comes before it is the mirror-like wisdom. Its fundamental lack of any bias toward any impression is the equalizing wisdom. Its ability to distinguish clearly, without confusing in any way, the various different phenomena that arises, is the wisdom of discernment. And its potential of having everything already accomplished, perfected, and spontaneously present, is the all-encompassing wisdom. In Dzogchen, the view is introduced to the student directly by the master. It is the directness of this introduction that characterizes Dzogchen. What is transmitted to the student in the introduction is the direct experience of the wisdom mind of the Buddhas through the blessing of the master, who embodies its complete realization. To be able to receive the introduction, the students have to have arrived at a point where, as a result of past aspirations and purified karma, they have both the openness of mind and devotion to make them receptive to the true meaning of Dzogchen Chenpo. In our tradition, we say that 3 authentics must be present for the nature mind to be introduced: the blessing of an authentic master, the devotion of an authentic student, and the authentic lineage of the method of introduction. These are the 3 authentics. The President of the United States cannot introduce you to the nature mind, nor can your father or your mother. It doesn't matter how powerful someone may be or how much they love you. It can only be introduced by someone who has fully realized it and who carries the blessing and experience of the lineage. And you, the student, must find and constantly nourish that openness, breadth of vision, willingness, enthusiasm and reverence that will change the whole atmosphere of your mind and make you receptive to the true meaning of the introduction. That is what is meant by devotion. Without it, the master may introduce you, but the student will not recognize. The introduction to the nature mind is only possible when both the master and the student enter into the experience together. Only in that meeting of minds and hearts will the student realize. The method is also of crucial importance. It is the very same method that has been tried and tested for thousands of years and enabled the masters of the past themselves to attain realization. How can the wisdom mind of the Buddhas be introduced? Imagine the nature mind as your own face. It is always with you, but you cannot see it without help. Now imagine that you've never seen a mirror before. The introduction by the master is like holding up a mirror, suddenly in which you can for the first time see your own face reflected. Just like your face, this pure awareness of Rigpa is not something new that the master is giving you which you did not have before, nor is it something you could possibly find outside of yourself. It has always been yours and has always been with you, but up until that starting moment, you've never actually seen it directly. The great Master Patrambuti explains that according to the special tradition of the great masters of the practice lineage, the nature mind, the face of Rigpa, is introduced upon the very dissolution of the conceptual mind. In the moment of introduction, the master cuts through the conceptual mind altogether, laying bare the naked Rigpa and revealing explicitly its true nature. In that powerful moment, a merging of mind and heart takes place, and the student has an undeniable experience or glimpse of our nature Rigpa. In one and the same moment, the master introduces, the student recognizes. As the master directs his blessing from the wisdom of his Rigpa into the heart of the Rigpa of his student, the master shows the student directly the original face of the nature mind. For the master's introduction to be fully effective, however, the right conditions or environment have to be created. The introduction must almost always be preceded by the following preliminaries. It is these preliminaries that purify and peel away the ordinary mind and bringing you to the state wherein your Rigpa can be revealed to you. First, meditation, the supreme antidote to distraction, brings the mind home and enables it to settle into its natural state. Second, deep practices of purification and the strengthening of positive karma through the accumulation of merit and wisdom start to wear away and dissolve the emotional and intellectual veils that obscures the nature mind. As my master Jamin Khyentse wrote, if the obscurations are removed, the wisdom of our own Rigpa will naturally shine. These purification practices, called Kundo in Tibetan, have been skillfully designed to effect a comprehensive inner transformation. They involve the entire being, body, speech and mind, and begin with a series of deep contemplation on the uniqueness of human life, the ever-presence of impermanence and death, the infallibility of cause and effect of our actions, the vicious cycle of frustration and suffering that is samsara. These reflections inspire a strong sense of renunciation, an urgent desire to emerge from samsara and follow the path to liberation, which forms the foundation for the specific practices of taking refuge in the Buddha, the truth of his teachings, and the example of its practitioners, and so awakening our confidence and trust in our own inner Buddha nature. Giving birth to compassion, bodhicitta, the heart of enlightened mind, and training the mind to work with ourselves and others and the difficulties of life. Next, removing obscuration, defilement through the visualization and the mantra practice of purification and healing. Then, accumulating merit and wisdom by developing universal generosity and creating auspicious circumstances. All these practices build up to and center around the Guru Yoga, which is the most crucial, moving and powerful practice of all, indispensable for the opening of heart and mind to the realization of the state of Dzogchen. Third, a special meditative investigation into the nature of mind and phenomena exhausts the mind's restless hunger for thinking and research, and its dependence on endless conceptualizing, analysis, and references, and awakens a personal realization of the nature of emptiness. I cannot stress strongly enough how important these preliminaries are. They have to work hand to hand, systematically, to inspire the student to awaken the nature mind, and to enable the student to be ready and prepared when the Master chooses the time to show him or her the original face of Rigpa. Nyoshu Lungtok, who later became one of the greatest Dzogchen masters of recent times, followed his teacher Patrambuche for about 18 years. During all that time, they were almost inseparable. Nyoshu Lungtok studied and practiced extremely diligently and accumulated a wealth of purification, merit and practice. He was ready to recognize the Rigpa, but had not yet had the final introduction. Then one famous evening, Patrambuche gave him the introduction. It happened when they were staying together in one of the hermitages high up in the mountains above the famous Dzogchen monastery in eastern Tibet. It was a very beautiful night. The dark blue sky was clear and the stars shone brilliantly. The sound of their solitude was heightened by the distant barking of a dog from the monastery below. Patrambuche was lying stretched out on the ground doing a special Dzogchen practice, and he called Nyoshu Lungtok over to him, saying, "Did you say that you do not know the essence of the mind?" Nyoshu Lungtok guessed from his tone that this was a very special moment and nodded expectantly. "There is nothing to it really," Patrambuche said casually. "My son, come and lie down over here like your father." Nyoshu Lungtok stretched out by his side, and then Patrambuche asked him, "Do you see the stars up there in the sky?" "Yes," said Nyoshu Lungtok. "Do you hear the dog barking in the Dzogchen monastery?" asked Patrambuche. "Yes," said Nyoshu Lungtok. "Do you hear what I'm saying to you?" "Yes," said Nyoshu Lungtok. "Well, the nature of Dzogchen was simply this." The Nyoshu Lungtok tells us what happened then. At that instant, I arrived at a certainty of realization from within. I had realized the primordial wisdom, the naked union of emptiness and intrinsic awareness. I was introduced to this realization by his blessing, as the great Indian master Saraha said, "He in whose heart the words of the master have entered sees the truth like a treasure in his own palm." At that moment, everything fell into place. the fruit of all Nyoshin Lungtuk's years of learning, purification practice was born. He attained the realization of the nature mind. There was nothing extraordinary or esoteric or mystical about the words Bhattacharya used. In fact, they were extremely ordinary. But beyond the words, something else was being communicated. What he was revealing was the inherent nature of everything, which is the true meaning of Dzogpa Chenpo. At that moment, he had already brought Nyoshin Lungtuk directly into the state of Dzogpa Chenpo through the power and the blessing of his realization. I'm going to attempt now to give some sense of what the view is like and how it feels when the Rigpa is directly revealed, even though all words and conceptual terms fail really to describe it. The Rinpoche says, that moment is like taking a hood off your head. What boundless spaciousness and relief. This is the supreme seeing, seeing what was not seen before. When you see what was not seen before, everything opens, expands and becomes crisp, clear, brimming with life, vivid with wonder, freshness. It is as if the roof of your mind were flying off, or a flock of birds suddenly took off from the dark nest. All limitations dissolve and fall away, as if, the Tibetans say, a seal were broken open. Imagine you were living in a house on the top of a mountain, which was itself at the top of the whole world. Suddenly, the entire structure of the house, which limited your view, just falls away, and you can see all around you, both outside and inside. But there is not anything to see. What happens has no ordinary reference whatsoever. It is total, complete, unprecedented, perfect seeing. Rinpoche says, your deadliest enemies, the ones who have kept you tied to samsara through countless lives from the beginning of time until the present, are the grasping and the grasped. When the Master introduces and you recognize, these two are burned away completely like feathers in the flame, leaving no trace. Both grasping the grasp, what is grasped and grasper are completely freed from their very basis. The roots of ignorance and suffering are severed utterly, and all things appear like a reflection in a mirror, transparent, shimmering, illusory, and dreamlike. When you naturally arrive at the state of meditation, inspired by view, you can remain there for a long time without any distraction or special effort. Then there is nothing called meditation to protect or sustain, for you are in the natural flow of the wisdom of Rigpa. And you realize, when you are in it, that it is how it has always been and is. When the wisdom of Rigpa shines, not one shadow of doubt can remain, and a deep, complete understanding rises effortlessly and directly. All the images I have given and the metaphors I have tried to use, you will discover to be fused in one all-comprehensive experience of truth. Devotion is in that state. The compassion is in that state. And all the wisdom, the bliss, clarity, and the absence of thought, but not separate from one another, all integrated and linked inextricably with each other in one taste. This moment is the moment of awakening. A profound sense of humor wells up from within, and you smile in amusement at how inadequate all your former concepts and ideas about the nature-mind were. What springs from this is a growing sense of tremendous and unshakable certainty and conviction that this is it. There's nothing further to seek, nothing more that could possibly be hoped for. The certainty of view is what has to be deepened through glimpse after glimpse of the nature mind and stabilized through the continuous discipline of meditation. What then is meditation, Dzogchen? It is simply resting undistracted in the view once it has been introduced. The Rinpoche describes it. Meditation consists of being attentive to such a state of Rigpa, free from all mental constructions, whilst remaining fully relaxed, without any distraction or grasping. For it is said that meditation is not striving, but naturally becoming assimilated into it. The whole point of Dzogchen meditation practice is to strengthen and stabilize Rigpa and allow it to grow to full maturity. The ordinary habitual mind with its projections is extremely powerful. It keeps returning and takes hold of us easily when we are inattentive or distracted. As Dujjal used to say, at present our Rigpa is like a little baby, stranded on the battlefield of strong rising thoughts and emotions. I like to say that we have to begin by babysitting our Rigpa in the secure environment of meditation. If meditation is simply to continue the flow of Rigpa after the introduction, how do we know when it is Rigpa and when it is not? I asked my master, Tibetan Treatise, this question, and he replied with his characteristic simplicity. If you are in an unaltered state, it is Rigpa. If we are not contriving or manipulating the mind in any way, but simply resting in an unaltered state of pure and pristine awareness, then it is Rigpa. If there is any contriving on our part, or any kind of manipulating or grasping, it is not. Rigpa is a state in which there is no longer any doubt. There is not really a mind to doubt. You see directly, if you are in the state, a complete natural certainty and confidence surges up with the Rigpa itself. And that is how you know. Perhaps the most important point is that Dzogchen meditation comes to be a continual flow of Rigpa, like a great river constantly moving day and night without any interruption. This, of course, is an ideal state, for this undistracted resting in the view, once it has been introduced and recognized, is the reward of years of sustained practice. The masters stress that to stabilize the view in meditation, it is essential, first of all, to accomplish this practice in a special environment of retreat, where all the favorable conditions are present. Amid the distraction and the busyness of the world, however much you meditate, true experience will not be born in your mind. Second, though there is no difference in reality in Dzogchen between meditation and everyday life, until you have found true stability through doing the practice in proper sessions, you will not be able to integrate the wisdom of meditation into the experience of daily life. Third, even when you practice, you might be able to abide by the continued flow of Rigpa with the confidence of the view. But if you are unable to continue that flow at all times in all situations, mixing your practice with everyday life, it will not serve as a remedy when unfavorable circumstances rise, and you will be led astray into delusion by thoughts and emotions. As abiding by the flow of Rigpa becomes a reality, it begins to permeate the practitioner's everyday life and action and breeds a deep stability and confidence. The Rinpoche says, action is being truly observant of your own thoughts, good or bad, looking into the true nature of whatever thoughts may rise, neither tracing the past nor inviting the future, neither allowing any clinging to experience of joy, nor being overcome by sad situations. In so doing, you try to reach and remain in the state of great equilibrium, where all good and bad, peace and distress are devoid of true identity.
Someone who takes to heart the instruction of this book about Dzogchen and its message about dying may be inspired to seek, find and follow a qualified master and undertake to commit him or herself to a complete training. The heart of the Dzogchen training is two practices, Tekche and Tergel, which are indispensable for a deep understanding of what happens during the bardos. The complete explanation of these practices is only given from a master to disciple when the disciple has made a wholehearted commitment to the teachings and reached a certain stage of development. It cannot be stressed too often that the path of Dzogchen can only be followed under the direct guidance of a qualified master. As the Dalai Lama says, one fact that you must bear in mind is that the practices of Dzogchen, such as Tekche and Tergel, can only be achieved through the guidance of an experienced master and through receiving the inspiration and blessing from a living person who has that realization.
The most essential thing in life is to establish an unafraid, heartfelt communication with others, and it is never more important than with a dying person. Often the dying person feels reserved and insecure, and is not sure of your intentions when you first visit. So don't feel anything extraordinary is supposed to happen. Just be natural and relaxed. Be yourself. Once trust and confidence have been established, the atmosphere becomes relaxed, and this will allow the dying person to bring up the things he or she really wants to talk about. Encourage the person warmly to feel as free as possible to express thoughts, fears, and emotions about dying and death. When the dying person is finally communicating his or her most private feelings, do not interrupt, deny, or diminish what the person is saying. The terminally ill or dying are in the most vulnerable situation of their lives, and you will need all your skill and resources of sensitivity and warmth and loving compassion to enable them to reveal themselves. Learn to listen, and learn to receive in silence, an open, calm silence that makes the other person feel accepted. It is essential not to take anything too personally. When you least expect it, dying people can make you the target of all their anger and blame. Do not imagine that this rage is really aimed at you. Realizing what fear and grief it springs from will stop you from reacting to it in ways that might damage your relationship. Sometimes you may be tempted to preach to the dying, or to give them your own spiritual formula. Avoid this temptation, absolutely, especially when you suspect that it is not what the dying person wants. Remember, your task is not to convert anyone to anything, but to help the person in front of you get in touch with his or her own strength, confidence, faith, and spirituality, whatever it might be. Of course, if the person is really open to spiritual matters and really wants to know what you think about them, don't hold back either. Do not expect too much from yourself, or expect your help to produce miraculous results in the dying person, or save them. Also, don't be distressed if your help seems to be having very little effect, and the dying person does not respond. We cannot know the deeper effects of our care. A dying person most needs to be shown as unconditional a love as possible, released from all expectations. Don't think you have to be an expert in any way. Be natural, be yourself, be a true friend, and the dying person will be reassured that you are really with them, communicating with them simply as an equal, as one human being to another. Showing the dying person unconditional love in some situations is far from easy. We may have a long history of suffering with that person. We may feel guilty about what we have done to the person in the past, or anger and resentment at what the person has done to us. Here are two very simple ways in which you can release the love within you toward the dying person. First, look at the dying person in front of you and think of that person as just like you, with the same needs, the same fundamental desire to be happy and avoid suffering, the same loneliness, the same fear of the unknown, the same secret areas of sadness, the same half-acknowledged feelings of helplessness. You'll find that if you really do this, your heart will open toward the person, and love will be present between you. The second way, even more powerful, is to put yourself directly and unflinchingly in the dying person's place. Imagine that you are on that bed before you, facing your death. Imagine that you are there in pain and alone. Then really ask yourself, what would you most need? What would you most like? What would you really wish from the friend in front of you? If you do these two practices, you will probably find that what the dying person wants is what you would most want, to be really loved and accepted. People who are very sick long to be touched, long to be treated as living people and not diseases. A great deal of consolation can be given to the very ill simply by touching their hands, looking into their eyes, gently massaging them, or holding them in your arms, or breathing in the same rhythm gently with them. Often we forget that the dying are losing their whole world, their house, their jobs, their relationships, their body and their mind. They're losing everything. How could anyone dying not be sometimes sad, sometimes panicked, sometimes angry? Dying will bring out many repressed emotions, sadness or numbness or guilt or even jealousy of those who are still well. Help the person not to repress these emotions when they rise. Be with the person as the waves of pain and grief break, with acceptance, time and patient understanding. The emotions slowly subside and return the dying person to that ground of serenity, calm, and sanity that is most deeply and truly theirs. Always remember one thing, that the person in front of you dying is always somewhere inherently good. Whatever rage or emotion arises, however momentarily shocking or horrifying these may be, focusing on that inner goodness will give you the control and perspective you need to be as helpful as possible. Don't judge them by whatever emotions arise. This acceptance of yours will release the dying person to be as uninhibited as he or she needs to be. Treat the dying person as if they were what they are sometimes capable of being, open, loving, and generous. People often ask, should we tell people that they are dying? Yes, as quietly, as kindly, as sensitively, and as skillfully as possible. People instinctively know they are dying, but count on others, their doctor or loved ones, to confirm it. If they don't, the dying person may think it is because family members cannot cope with the news. And then the dying person won't bring up the subject either, This lack of honesty will make him or her feel only more isolated and more anxious. If the dying are not told the truth, how can they prepare themselves for death? From the point of view of a spiritual practitioner, dying is believed to be a great opportunity for people to come to terms with their whole lives. And many individuals take this opportunity in the most inspiring way, to change themselves and come closer to their own deepest truth. You cannot help a dying person until you have acknowledged how their fear of dying disturbs you and brings up your most uncomfortable fears. Caring for the dying is itself a deep contemplation and reflection on your own death. Being aware of your own fears about dying will help you immeasurably to be aware of the fears of the dying person. One of the fears that we can most easily dispel is the anxiety we all have about unmitigated pain in the process of dying. Physical suffering should be kept to a minimum. A study at St. Christopher's Hospice in London has shown that given the right care, 98% of patients can have a peaceful death. The hospice movement has developed a variety of ways of managing pain by using various combinations of drugs and not simply narcotics. The Buddhist masters speak of the need to die consciously, with as lucid, unblurred, and serene a mental mastery as possible. Keeping pain under control without clouding the dying person's consciousness is the first prerequisite for this, and now it can be done. Everyone should be entitled to that simple help at this most demanding moment of passage. Another anxiety the dying person often has is that of leaving unfinished business. The masters tell us that we should die peacefully, without grasping, yearning, and attachment. This cannot fully happen if the unfinished business of a lifetime, as far as possible, is not cleared. Sometimes you will find that people hold on to life and are afraid to let go and die, because they have not come to terms with what they have been and done. And when a person dies harbouring guilt or bad feelings towards others, those who survive him suffer even more deeply in their grief. It is never too late to heal the pain of the past. Even after enormous pain and abuse, people can find a way to forgive each other. The moment of death has a grandeur, solemnity, and finality that can make people re-examine all their attitudes and be more open and ready to forgive, when before they could not bear to. Even at the very end of a life, the mistakes of a life can be undone. It is not only the tensions that you have to learn to let go of, but the dying person as well. If you are attached and cling to the dying person, you can bring him or her a lot of unnecessary heartache and make it very hard for the person to let go and die naturally. Sometimes the dying person can linger on many months or weeks longer than the doctors expected and experience tremendous physical suffering. For such a person to be able to let go and die peacefully, he or she needs to hear two explicit verbal assurances from loved ones. First, they must give the person permission to die. And second, they must reassure the person they will be all right after he or she has gone, and that there is no need to worry about them. Sometimes people ask, what should I say to my child about the death of her relative? Be sensitive, but tell the truth. Don't let the child think that death is something strange or terrifying. Let her take part as far as possible in the life of the dying person and answer honestly any questions the child might pose. A child's directness and innocence can actually bring a sweetness, lightness, and even sometimes a humour into the pain of dying. Encourage the child to pray for the dying person, and so feel that he or she is really doing something to help. And after the death has taken place, make sure that you give the child special attention and affection. Wherever possible, people should die at home, because it is at home that the majority of people are likely to feel most comfortable. And the peaceful death that the Buddhist masters advise is easiest to obtain in familiar surroundings. But if someone has to die in hospital, there is a great deal that you, the loved ones, can do to make that death as easy and inspiring as possible. Bring in plants, flowers, pictures, photographs of loved ones, drawings by children and grandchildren, or a cassette player with musical tapes. Or, if it's possible, home-cooked meals. You might even get permission for children to visit, or for loved ones to stay overnight. If the dying person is a Buddhist or a member of another faith, friends could make a small shrine in his or her room with inspiring pictures or images. When a person is very close to death, request that the hospital staff do not disturb him or her so often, and that they stop taking tests. Being in an intensive care unit will make a peaceful death very difficult, and hardly allow for spiritual practice at the moment of death. If you can, you should arrange with the doctor to be told when there is no possibility of the person recovering, and then request to have them moved to a private room, if the dying person wishes it, with the monitors disconnected. Make sure that the staff knows and respects the dying person's wishes, especially if he or she does not wish to be resuscitated. And make sure that the staff knows, too, to leave the body undisturbed after death for as long as possible. In a modern hospital, of course, it is not possible to leave the body alone for the 3-day period that was customary in Tibet, but every support of silence and peace should be given to the dead to help them begin their journey after death. Try to make certain also that while the person is actually in the final stages of dying, all injections and all invasive procedures of any kind are discontinued. These can cause anger, irritation and pain, and for the mind of the dying person to be as calm as possible in the moments before death is absolutely crucial. Most people die in a state of unconsciousness. One fact we have learned from the near-death experience is that comatose and dying patients may be much more aware of things around them than we realize. This shows the importance of talking positively and frequently to a dying person or to a person in a coma. Conscious, alert and actively loving care for the dying person must go on until the last moments of his or her life, and even beyond. There is no greater gift of charity you can give than helping a person to die well. Caring for the dying makes you poignantly aware not only of their mortality, but also of your own. So many veils and illusions separate us from the stark knowledge that we are dying. When we finally know we are dying, and all other sentient beings are dying with us, we start to have a burning, almost heartbreaking sense of the fragility and preciousness of each moment and each being. And from this can grow a deep, clear, limitless compassion for all beings. Everything that has been said up till now about caring for the dying could perhaps be summed up in 2 words: love and compassion. What is compassion? It is not simply a sense of sympathy or caring for the person suffering. It is also a sustained and practical determination to do whatever is possible and necessary to help alleviate their suffering. We may say, and even half believe, that compassion is marvelous, but in practice our actions are deeply uncompassionate and bring us and others mostly frustration and distress, and not the happiness we are all seeking for. What do we imagine will make us happy? A canny, self-seeking, resourceful selfishness, the selfish protection of ego, which can, as we all know, make us at moments extremely brutal. But in fact, the complete reverse is true. Self-grasping and self-cherishing are seen, when you really look at them, to be the root of all harm to others, and also of all harm to ourselves. All those negative thoughts, emotions, desires, and actions that are the cause of our negative karma are engendered by self-grasping and self-cherishing. They are the dark, powerful magnet that attracts to us life after life, every obstacle, every misfortune, every anguish, every disaster, and so they are the root cause of all the sufferings of samsara. You can have no greater ally in this war against your greatest enemy, your own self-grasping and self-cherishing, than the practice of compassion. It is compassion, dedicating ourselves to others, taking on their suffering instead of cherishing ourselves, that hand in hand with the wisdom of egolessness destroys most effectively and most completely that ancient attachment to a false self that has been the cause of our endless wandering in samsara. That is why in our tradition we see compassion as the source and essence of enlightenment and the heart of enlightened activity. To realize the wisdom of compassion is to see with complete clarity its benefits, as well as the damage that its opposite has done to us. We need to make a very clear distinction between what is in our ego's self-interest and what is in our ultimate interest. It is from mistaking one for the other that all our suffering comes. Compassion, then, is the best protection. It is also, as the great masters of the past have always known, the source of all healing. Suppose you have a serious or life-threatening illness. By taking on the sickness of those with a similar condition, with a mind full of compassion, you will, beyond any doubt, purify the past negative karma that is the cause, now and in the future, of the continuation of your suffering. In Tibet, there were many extraordinary cases of people who, when they heard they were dying of a terminal illness, gave away everything they had and went to the cemetery to die. There, they practiced taking on the suffering of others. And what is amazing is that instead of dying, they returned home fully healed. Working with the dying gives all who do so a direct opportunity to practice compassion in action, and in the situation where it is probably most deeply needed of all. Your compassion can have three essential benefits for the dying person. First, because it is opening your heart, you will find it easier to show the dying person the unconditional love they need so much. On a deeper spiritual level, if you try to embody compassion and act out of the heart of compassion, you will create an atmosphere in which the other person can be inspired to consider the spiritual dimension or even take up spiritual practice. On the deepest level of all, if you do constantly practice compassion for the dying person, and in turn inspire them to do the same, you might not only heal them spiritually, but perhaps even physically too. And you will discover for yourself, with wonder, what all the spiritual masters know, that the power of compassion has no bounds. The practice of Tonglen, which in Tibetan means giving and receiving, is one of the most useful and powerful. When you feel yourself locked in upon yourself, Tonglen opens you to the truth of suffering of others. When your heart is blocked, it destroys those forces that are obstructing it. And when you feel estranged from the person who is in pain before you, or bitter or despairing, it helps you to find within yourself and then to reveal the loving, expansive radiance of your own true nature. No other practice I know is as effective in destroying the self-grasping, self-cherishing, self-absorption of the ego, which is the root of all suffering and the root of all hard-heartedness. Before you can truly practice Tonglen, you have to be able to evoke compassion in yourself. That is harder than we often imagine, because the sources of our love and compassion are sometimes hidden from us, and we may have no ready access to them. Fortunately, there are several special techniques that the Buddhist training of the mind in compassion has developed to help us evoke our own hidden love. Out of the enormous range of methods available, Sogyal Rinpoche has selected the following ones and has ordered them in a particular way so as to be of the greatest possible use to people in the modern world. First is the practice of loving kindness. Go back in your mind and recreate, almost visualize, a love that someone gave you that really moved you, perhaps in your childhood. You might remember your mother and her lifelong devotion to you, or you could think of your grandmother or grandfather, or anyone who had been deeply kind to you in your life. Remember a particular instance when they really showed you love, and you felt their love vividly. Now let that feeling arise again in your heart, and infuse you with gratitude. As you do so, your love will go out naturally to that person who evoked it. You will remember then that even though you may not always feel that you have been loved enough, you were loved genuinely once. Knowing that now will make you feel again that you are, as that person made you feel then, worthy of love and really lovable. Let your heart open now, and let love flow from it. Then extend this love to all beings. Begin with those who are closest to you. Then extend your love to friends and to acquaintances, then to neighbors, to strangers, and then even to those whom you don't like or have difficulties with, even those you might consider as your enemies, and finally to the whole universe. Let this love become more and more boundless. The all-inclusive, unbiased view of equanimity is really the starting point and the basis of the path of compassion. You will find that this practice unseals a spring of love, and by that unsealing in you of your own loving kindness, you will find that it will inspire the birth of compassion. Then comes the practice of compassion. Considering yourself the same as others. One powerful way to evoke compassion is to think of others as exactly the same as you. After all, the Dalai Lama explains, all human beings are the same, made of human flesh, bones and blood. We all want happiness and want to avoid suffering. Further, we have an equal right to be happy. In other words, it is important to realize our sameness as human beings. Say, for example, you are having difficulties with a loved one, such as your mother or father, husband or wife, lover or friend. How helpful and revealing it can be to consider the other person, not in his or her role of mother or father or husband, but simply as another you, another human being, with the same feelings as you, the same desire for happiness, the same fear of suffering. Thinking of the person as a real person, exactly the same as you, will open your heart to him or her and give you more insight into how to help. If you consider others just the same as yourself, it will help you to open up your relationships and give them a new and richer meaning. The next method is exchanging yourself for others. When someone is suffering and you find yourself at a loss to know how to help, put yourself unflinchingly in his or her place. Imagine as vividly as possible what you would be going through if you were suffering the same pain. Ask yourself, how would I feel? How would I want my friends to treat me? What would I most want from them? When you exchange yourself for others in this way, you are directly transferring your cherishing from its usual object, yourself, to other beings. So exchanging yourself for others is a very powerful way of loosening the hold on you of the self-cherishing and the self-grasping of ego, and so of releasing the heart of your compassion. Another moving technique for arousing compassion for a person who is suffering is to imagine one of your dearest friends or someone you really love in that person's place. Evoking this power of compassion in us is not always easy. Sometimes the simplest ways are the best and the most direct. Every day, life gives us innumerable chances to open our hearts, if we can only take them. An old woman passes you with a sad and lonely face, swollen veins on her legs, and 2 heavy plastic bags full of shopping she can hardly carry. A shabbily dressed old man shuffles in front of you in line at the post office. A boy on crutches looks harried and anxious as he tries to cross the street in the afternoon traffic. A dog lies bleeding to death on the road. A young girl sits alone, sobbing hysterically in the subway. Any one of these sights could open the eyes of your heart to the fact of vast suffering in the world. Let it. Don't waste the love and grief it arouses. In the moment you feel compassion welling up in you, don't brush it aside. Don't shrug it off and try quickly to return to normal. Don't be afraid of your feeling or embarrassed by it, or allow yourself to be distracted from it, or let it run aground in apathy. Be vulnerable. Use that quick, bright uprush of compassion. Focus on it. Go deep into your heart and meditate on it. Develop it. Enhance and deepen it. By doing this, you will realize how blind you have been to suffering, how the pain that you are experiencing or seeing now is only a tiny fraction of the pain of the world. All beings everywhere suffer. Let your heart go out to them all in spontaneous and immeasurable compassion, and direct that compassion along with the blessing of all the Buddhas to the alleviation of suffering everywhere. When you meditate deeply enough on compassion, there will arise in you a strong determination to alleviate the suffering of all beings, and an acute sense of responsibility toward that noble aim. There are two ways, then, of mentally directing this compassion and making it active. The first way is to pray to all the Buddhas and enlightened beings from the depths of your heart that everything you do, all your thoughts, words and deeds, should only benefit beings and bring them happiness. In the words of one great prayer, "Bless me into usefulness." Pray that you benefit all who come in contact with you and help them transform their suffering and their lives. The second and universal way is to direct whatever compassion you have to all beings by dedicating all your positive actions and spiritual practice to their welfare, and especially toward their enlightenment. For when you meditate deeply on compassion, a realization dawns in you that the only way for you to be of complete help to other beings is for you to gain enlightenment. From that, a strong sense of determination and universal responsibility is born, and the compassionate wish arises in you at that moment to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all others. This compassionate wish is called bodhicitta in Sanskrit. Bodhi means our enlightened essence, and citta means heart. So we could translate it as the heart of our enlightened mind. To awaken and develop the heart of the enlightened mind is to ripen steadily the seed of our Buddha nature. That seed that in the end, when our practice of compassion has become perfect and all-embracing, will flower majestically into Buddhahood. Bodhicitta, then, is the spring and source and root of the entire spiritual path. Now that you have been introduced to the various methods of evoking compassion, and to the importance and power of compassion itself, you will have the motivation, the understanding, and the tools to do the practice of Tonglen for your greatest benefit, and the greatest benefit of others. It might seem hard to imagine taking on the sufferings of others, and especially of sick and dying people, without first building in yourself a strength and confidence of compassion. This is why it is advised to begin the Tonglen practice by first practicing it on yourself. Before you send out love and compassion to others, you uncover, deepen, create, and strengthen them in yourself, and heal yourself of any reticence or distress or anger or fear that might create an obstacle to practicing Tonglen wholeheartedly. The best way to begin this practice is by evoking and resting in the nature of mind. When you rest in the nature of mind and see all things directly as empty, illusory, and dreamlike, you are resting in the state of absolute bodhicitta, the true heart of the enlightened mind. The teachings compare absolute bodhicitta to an inexhaustible treasury of generosity. Compassion, in its profoundest sense, is the natural radiance of the nature of mind, the skillful means that rises from the heart of wisdom. Begin by sitting and bringing the mind home. Allow all your thoughts to settle, neither inviting them nor following them. Close your eyes if you wish. When you feel really calm and centered, alert yourself slightly and begin the practice. The first stage is environmental Tonglen. We all know how the moods and atmospheres of our mind have a great hold on us. Sit with your mind and feel its mood and atmosphere. If you feel your mood is uneasy or the atmosphere is dark, then as you breathe in, mentally absorb whatever is unwholesome, and as you breathe out, mentally give out calm, clarity and joy, so purifying and healing the atmosphere and environment of your mind. The second stage is Tonglen for oneself. For the purposes of this exercise, divide yourself into two aspects, A and B. A is the aspect of you that is whole, compassionate, warm and loving, like a true friend, really willing to be there for you, responsive and open to you, without ever judging you, whatever your faults or shortcomings. B is the aspect of you that has been hurt, that feels misunderstood and frustrated, bitter or angry, who might have been, for example, unjustly treated or abused as a child, or has suffered in relationships or been wronged by society. Now, as you breathe in, imagine that A opens his or her heart completely and warmly and compassionately accepts and embraces all of B's suffering and negativity and pain and hurt. Moved by this, B opens his or her heart, and all pain and suffering melt away in this compassionate embrace. As you breathe out, imagine A sending out to B all his or her healing love, warmth, trust, comfort, confidence, happiness and joy. The third stage is Tonglen in a living situation. Imagine vividly a situation where you have acted badly, one about which you feel guilty and which you wince even to think about. Then, as you breathe in, accept total responsibility for your actions in that particular situation, without in any way trying to justify your behavior. Acknowledge exactly what you have done wrong, and wholeheartedly ask for forgiveness. Now, as you breathe out, send out reconciliation, forgiveness, healing, and understanding. So you breathe in blame, and breathe out the undoing of harm. You breathe in responsibility, breathe out healing, forgiveness, and reconciliation. The fourth stage is Tonglen for others. Imagine someone to whom you feel very close, particularly someone who is suffering and in pain. As you breathe in, imagine you take in all their suffering and pain with compassion, and as you breathe out, send your warmth, healing, love, joy, and happiness streaming out to them. Now, just as in the practice of loving kindness, gradually widen the circle of your compassion to embrace first other people whom you also feel very close to, then those whom you feel indifferent about, then those you dislike or have difficulty with, then even those whom you feel are actively monstrous and cruel. Allow your compassion to become universal, and to fold in its embrace all sentient beings, all beings, in fact, without any exception. What has just been given is a complete preliminary practice to the main Tonglen. In the Tonglen practice of giving and receiving, we take on, through compassion, all the various mental and physical sufferings of all beings, their fear, frustration, pain, anger, guilt, bitterness, doubt and rage, and we give them, through love, all our happiness and well-being, peace of mind, healing and fulfillment. Before you begin this practice, sit quietly and bring your mind home. Then, making use of any of the methods I have described, meditate deeply on compassion. Summon and invoke the presence of all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and enlightened beings, so that through their inspiration and blessing, compassion may be born in your heart. Imagine in front of you, as vividly and as poignantly as possible, someone you care for who is suffering. Try and imagine every aspect of the person's pain and distress. Then, as you feel your heart opening in compassion toward the person, imagine that all of his or her sufferings manifest together and gather into a great mass of hot, black, grimy smoke. Now, as you breathe in, visualize that this mass of black smoke dissolves with your in-breath into the very core of your self-grasping at your heart. There it destroys completely all traces of self-cherishing, thereby purifying all your negative karma. Imagine now that your self-cherishing has been destroyed, so that the heart of your enlightened mind, your bodhicitta, is fully revealed. As you breathe out, then imagine that you are sending out its brilliant, cooling light of peace, joy, happiness, and ultimate well-being to your friend in pain, and that its rays are purifying all their negative karma. Imagine, as Shantideva suggests, that your bodhicitta has transformed your heart, or your whole body and being itself, into a dazzling, wish-fulfilling jewel, a jewel that can grant the desires and wishes of anyone, and provide exactly what he or she longs for and needs. So at the moment the light of your bodhicitta streams out to touch your friend in pain, it is essential to feel a firm conviction that all of his or her negative karma has been purified, and a deep lasting joy that he or she has been totally freed of suffering and pain. Then, as you go on breathing normally in and out, continue steadily with this practice. Practicing Tonglen on one friend in pain helps you to begin the process of gradually widening the circle of compassion, to take on the suffering and purify the karma of all beings, and to give them all your happiness, well-being, joy, and peace of mind. You can do the main Tonglen practice for your dying friend. Imagine now, in the place of your friend in pain, the person who is dying. Go through exactly the same stages as in the main Tonglen. You may be asking yourself, if I take in the sufferings and pain of others, won't I risk harming myself? If you feel at all hesitant and feel that you don't yet have the strength or courage of compassion to do the practice of Tonglen wholeheartedly, don't worry. Just imagine yourself doing it, saying in your mind, as I breathe in, I am taking on the suffering of my friend or others, and as I breathe out, I am giving him or them happiness and peace. Doing this might create the climate in your mind that could inspire you to begin practicing Tonglen directly. You can also do Tonglen in the form of a simple prayer, deeply aspiring to help beings. May I be able to take on the suffering of others. May I be able to give my well-being and happiness to them. This prayer will create auspicious conditions for the awakening of your power to do Tonglen in the future. The one thing you should know for certain is that the only thing that Tonglen could harm is the one thing that has been harming you the most, your own ego, your self-grasping, self-cherishing mind, which is the root of suffering. If you practice Tonglen as often as possible, this self-grasping mind will get weaker and weaker, and your true nature, compassion, will be given a chance to emerge more and more strongly. The stronger and greater your compassion, the stronger and greater your fearlessness and confidence. Spiritual care is not a luxury for a few. It is the essential right of every human being, as essential as political liberty, medical assistance, and equality of opportunity. In the West, great mental suffering arises from the fear of dying, whether or not this fear is acknowledged. How reassuring it would be for people if they knew that when they lay dying, they would be cared for with loving insight. As it is, our culture is so heartless in its expediency and its denial of any real spiritual value that people, when faced with terminal illness, feel terrified that they are simply going to be thrown away like useless goods. How do we answer a dying person's desperate call for help and reassurance about the meaning of their life? It is amazing how, if you just let people talk, giving them your complete and compassionate attention, they will say things of a surprising spiritual depth, even when they think they don't have any spiritual beliefs. Everyone has their own life wisdom, and when you let a person talk, you allow this life wisdom to emerge. Believe, as you sit by the dying person, that you are sitting by someone who has the true potential to be a Buddha. Imagine their Buddha nature as a shining and stainless mirror, and all their pain and anxiety a thin grey mist on it that can quickly clear. This will help you to see them as lovable and forgivable, and draw out of you your unconditional love. You will find this attitude will allow the dying person to open remarkably to you. Through the strength and peace and deep compassionate attention of your presence, you will help them awaken their own strength. The quality of your presence at this most vulnerable and extreme moment is all important. Remember, you can do nothing to inspire the person in front of you if you do not inspire yourself first. So when you don't know what to do, when you feel hardly able to do anything to help, then pray and meditate, and as intensely as possible invoke the Buddha or any other figure whose sacred power you believe in. Summoning all your powers of devotion and faith, see them in glory above the dying person, gazing down at them with love and pouring down light and blessing on them, purifying them of all their past karma and present agony. And as you do this, pray that the person in front of you should be spared further suffering and find peace and liberation. Do this with the deepest concentration and earnestness, and then try to rest in the nature of mind and allow its peace and radiance to permeate the atmosphere of the room. You may be awed by the sense of sacred presence that then establishes itself very naturally, and which in turn inspires the dying person. There are two key points in giving spiritual help to the dying: giving hope and finding forgiveness. Always, when you are with a dying person, dwell on what they have accomplished and done well. Help them to feel as constructive and as happy as possible about their lives. Concentrate on their virtues and not their failings. People who are dying are frequently extremely vulnerable to guilt, regret, and depression. Allow the person to express these freely. Listen to the person and acknowledge what he or she says. At the same time, where appropriate, be sure to remind the person of his or her Buddha nature and encourage the person to try to rest in the nature of mind through the practice of meditation. Especially remind the person that pain and suffering are not all that he or she is. Find the most skillful and sensitive way possible to inspire the person and give him or her hope. Not everyone believes in a formal religion, but nearly everyone believes in forgiveness. You can be of immeasurable help to the dying by enabling them to see the approach of death as the time for reconciliation and reckoning. Any feelings of being unforgiven and unforgivable make the dying person suffer so. But these only exist in their heart or mind. In order to clear any feelings of guilt, encourage them to ask for purification from the depths of their heart. If they really ask for purification and go through it, forgiveness will be there. To help them to forgive themselves, tell them to remember the good things they have done. Forgive everyone else in their life, and ask for forgiveness from anyone they may have harmed. Encourage them to make up with friends or relatives, and to clear their heart, so as not to keep even a trace of hatred or the slightest grudge. If they cannot meet the person from whom they feel estranged, suggest they phone them or leave a taped message or letter and ask for forgiveness. Time and time again, people whose hearts have been hardened by self-hatred and guilt find, through a simple act of asking for pardon, unsuspected strength and peace. All religions stress the power of forgiveness, and this power is never more necessary nor more deeply felt than when someone is dying. Through forgiving and being forgiven, we purify ourselves of the darkness of what we have done, and prepare ourselves most completely for the journey through death. If your dying friend or relative is familiar with some kind of meditation practice, encourage him or her to rest in meditation as much as possible, and meditate with the person as death approaches. If the dying person is at all open to the idea of spiritual practice, help the person find a suitable, simple practice. Do it with him or her as often as possible, and keep reminding the person gently of it as death nears. The whole atmosphere of dying can be transformed if people find a practice they can do wholeheartedly before and as they die. As you help them begin, pray for the success of their practice with all your heart and mind. Pray for them to be given every energy and faith to follow the path they choose. Even at the latest stages of dying, people make the most startling spiritual progress by using one prayer, or one mantra, or one simple visualization with which they really made a connection in their heart.
The most valuable and powerful of all practices I have found in caring for the dying, one which I have seen an astonishing number of people take to with enthusiasm, is the practice from the Tibetan tradition called Poa, which means the transference of consciousness or the ejection of consciousness at the moment of death. Poa for dying people have been performed by friends, relatives or masters quite simply and naturally all over the modern world. Thousands of people have been given the chance to die serenely because of its power. It gives me joy to make the heart of the Poa practice now available to anyone who wishes to use it. I want to emphasize that this is a practice that anyone at all can do. It is simple, but it is also the most essential practice we can do to prepare for our own death, and it is the main practice I teach my students for helping their dying friends and relatives and their loved ones who have already died. First, make sure that you're comfortable, and if possible, assume the meditative posture. If you're doing this practice as you are coming close to death, just sit as comfortably as you're able or practice lying down. Then bring your mind home, release the grasping, and relax in your nature. Now, invoke in the sky in front of you the embodiment of whatever truth you believe in the form of a radiant light. Choose whichever divine being or saint that you feel close to. If you're a Buddhist, invoke the Buddha with whom you feel an intimate connection. If you are a practicing Christian, then feel with all your heart the vivid and immediate presence of God, the Holy Spirit, or Jesus Christ, or the Virgin Mary. If you don't feel linked with any particular spiritual figure, simply imagine a form of a pure golden light in the sky before you. The important point is that you consider the being you are visualizing, or whose presence you feel, is the embodiment of the truth, wisdom, and compassion of all the Buddhas, saints, masters, and enlightened beings. Don't worry if you cannot visualize them very clearly. Just fill your heart with their presence and trust that they are there. Then focus your mind and heart and soul on the presence you have invoked and pray. Through your blessing, grace and guidance, through the power of the light that streams from you, may all my negative karma, destructive emotions, obscurations and blockages be purified and removed. May I know myself forgiven for all the harm I may have thought and done. May I accomplish this profound practice of power and die a good and peaceful death. And through the triumph of my death, may I be able to benefit all other beings, living or dead. Now imagine that the presence of light that you have invoked is so moved by your sincere and heartfelt prayer that he or she responds with a loving smile and sends out love and compassion in a stream of rays of light from his or her heart. As these touch and penetrate you, they cleanse and purify all your negative karma, destructive emotional obscurations, which are the cause of suffering, and you see and feel that you are totally immersed in light. You are now completely purified and completely healed by the light streaming from the presence. Consider that your very body, which is the result of your past karma, now dissolves completely into light. Then your body of light now soars up into the sky and emerges inseparably with the blissful presence of light, and remain in that state of oneness with the presence for as long as possible. So to do this practice even more simply, begin as before by resting quietly and then invoke the presence of the embodiment of truth. Imagine your consciousness as a sphere of light at your heart, which flashes out from you like a shooting star and flies into the heart of the presence in front of you. It dissolves and merges with the presence. Through this practice, you are investing your mind in the wisdom mind of the Buddha, or the enlightened being, which is the same as surrendering your soul into the nature of God. Tingul Khyentse Rinpoche says that this is like casting a pebble into a lake. Think of it as plummeting down into the water, deeper and deeper. Imagine that through the blessing, your mind is transformed into the wisdom mind of this enlightened presence. The most essential way to do this practice is this: simply merge your mind with the wisdom mind of the pure presence. That is to say, consider my mind and the mind of Buddha are one. So choose whichever one of these three versions of the poem feels more comfortable or has more appeal for you at any particular moment. Sometimes the most powerful practice can be the most simple one. But whichever one you choose, remember that it is essential to take the time now to become familiar with this practice. How else will you have the confidence to do it for yourself or others at the moment of death? My Master Jamgon Khyentse wrote, "If you meditate and practice in this manner always, at the moment of death, it will come easier.
You should be so familiar with the practice of powa that it becomes a natural reflex, your second nature. Remember that we never know how we will die, or if we will be given the time to recall any kind of practice at all. Either we are familiar with the powa, or we are not. There's a simple way to gauge this. Just look at your reactions when you're in a critical situation, or in a moment of crisis, such as an earthquake, or an accident, or in a nightmare. Do you respond with the practice, or don't you? And if you do, how stable and confident is your practice? Practice powa as intensively as you can, until you can be sure you will react with it to any unforeseen event. This will make certain that whenever death comes, you will be as ready as you can be. How can we use this practice to help someone who is dying? The principle and the sequence of the practice are exactly the same. The only difference is that you visualize the Buddha or spiritual presence above the head of the dying person. Imagine that the rays of light pour down onto the dying person, purifying his or her whole being, and then he or she dissolves into light and merges into the spiritual presence. Do this practice throughout your loved one's illness, and especially, and most important, when the person is breathing their last breath, or as soon as possible after breathing stops, and before the body is touched or disturbed in any way. If the dying person knows you are going to do this practice for them, and knows what it is, it can be a great source of inspiration and comfort. You can be doing the practice quietly, and the person need not even know about it. On the other hand, if he or she is open to it, as sometimes dying people are, share the practice and explain how to do it. People often ask, if my dying relative or friend is a practicing Christian and I am a Buddhist, is there any conflict? How could there be? I tell them. You are invoking the truth, and Christ and Buddha are both compassionate manifestations of truth, appearing in different ways to help beings. Doctors and nurses can also do powa for their dying patients. Imagine how marvelously it could change the atmosphere in a hospital if those who are ministering to the dying were also doing this practice. Sogyal Rinpoche formulated this essential powa specially from the traditional Tibetan practice for dying, and it incorporates all the most important principles. So it is not only a practice for dying, but it can also be used both to purify and to heal. It is important for the living and for the sick as well. If a person is going to be healed, it will assist that healing. If a person is dying, it will help them and heal their spirit in death. And if the person has died, it will continue to purify them. If you are not sure whether a person who is seriously ill is going to live or die, then whenever you visit them, you can do this powa practice for them. And when you go home, do it again. The more you do it, the more your dying friend will be purified. You never know if you will see your friend again, or if you will be present when he or she actually dies. So seal each visit with this practice, just as a preparation, and go on doing the practice in whatever spare moments you have. What if someone is dying in bitterness, feeling that their suffering is useless? Perhaps nothing is as painful as believing that there is no use to the pain you are going through. There is a way that you can transform your death even now, and even in great pain, dedicate with all your heart the suffering of dying and your death itself to the benefit and ultimate happiness of others. Imagine now all the others in the world who are in pain like yours or even greater. Fill your heart with compassion for them, and pray to whomever you believe in, and ask that your suffering should help alleviate theirs. Again and again dedicate your pain to the alleviation of their pain. and you will quickly discover in yourself a new source of strength, a compassion you'll hardly be able now to imagine, and a certainty beyond any shadow of a doubt that your suffering is not only not being wasted, but has now a marvelous meaning. This is the practice of Tonglen, which takes on a very special significance when someone is terminally ill or dying. If you have a serious or life-threatening illness, try as intensely as you can to imagine every other person in the world who has the same disease as you. Say to yourself, with deep compassion, "May I take on the suffering of everyone who has this terrible illness. May they be free from this affliction and from all their suffering." Then imagine that their illness and tumors leave their body in the form of smoke and dissolve into your illness and tumors. When you breathe in all their suffering, and when you breathe out total healing and well-being. Each time you do this practice, believe with complete conviction that they are now healed. As you approach death, think continually to yourself, "May I take on the suffering, the fear and loneliness of all others all over the world who are dying or will die. May they be all freed from pain and confusion. May they all find comfort and peace of mind. May whatever suffering I am enduring now and will endure in the future help them toward a good rebirth and ultimate enlightenment." There is no need for anyone on earth to die in resentment and bitterness. No suffering, however dreadful, is or can be meaningless if it is dedicated to the alleviation of the suffering of others. Be free of attachment and aversion. Keep your mind pure, and unite your mind with the Buddha. All the masters would give this advice for the moment of death, for this is the essence of what is needed as you come to die. Padmasambhava said, "Now, when the bardo of dying dawns upon me, I will abandon all grasping, yearning, and attachment, enter undistracted into clear awareness of the teaching, and eject my consciousness into the space of unborn Rigpa. As I leave this compound body of flesh and blood, I will know it to be a transitory illusion." At the moment of death, there are two things that count: whatever we have done in our lives, and what state of mind we are in at that moment. Even if we have accumulated a lot of negative karma, if we are able really to make a change of heart at the moment of death, it can decisively influence our future and transform our karma, for the moment of death is an exceptionally powerful opportunity for purifying karma. Remember that all the habits and tendencies that are stored in the ground of our ordinary mind are lying ready to be activated by any influence. Even now, we know how it only takes the slightest provocation to prompt our instinctive, habitual reactions to surface. This is especially true at the moment of death. Therefore, our state of mind at death is all-important. If we die in a positive frame of mind, we can improve our next birth, despite our negative karma. And if we are upset and distressed, it may have a detrimental effect, even though we may have used our lives well. This means that the last thought and emotion that we have before we die has an extremely powerful determining effect on our immediate future. This is why the Masters stress that the quality of the atmosphere around us when we die is crucial. With our friends and relatives, we should do all we can to inspire positive emotions and sacred feelings like love, compassion, and devotion, and all we can to help them to let go of grasping, yearning, and attachment. The ideal way for a person to die is having given away everything, internally and externally, so that there is as little as possible yearning, grasping and attachment for the mind at that essential moment to latch on to. So before we die, we should try to free ourselves of attachment to all our possessions, friends and loved ones. Everyone should do their best to work out attachment and grief with the dying person before death comes. Cry together, express your love and say goodbye, but try to finish with this process before the actual moment of death arrives. If possible, it is best if friends and relatives do not show excessive grief at the moment of death, because the consciousness of the dying person is at that moment exceptionally vulnerable. But don't worry if you have found yourself weeping at a deathbed. There are 3 essential practices for dying. At best, resting in the nature of mind or evoking the heart essence of our practice. Next, the Powa practice, the transference of consciousness. Last, relying on the power of prayer, devotion, aspiration, and the blessings of enlightened beings. Supreme practitioners of Dzogchen have completely realized the nature of mind during their lifetime, so when they die, they need only to continue to rest and abide in that state of Rigpa as they make the transition through death. They have no need to transfer their consciousness into any Buddha or enlightened realm, for they have already made real the wisdom mind of the Buddhas within themselves. Death for them is the moment of ultimate liberation, the crowning moment of their realization, and the consummation of their practice. The 4th line in Padmasambhava's verse, ejecting the consciousness into the space of unborn Rigpa, refers to the transference of consciousness, the Powa practice, which is the most commonly used practice for dying, and the special instruction associated with the bardo of dying. It would be inappropriate here to explain the details of the traditional Powa practice, which must always, and in all circumstances, be carried out under the guidance of a qualified master. The essential Powa practice, as Sogyal Rinpoche has explained, is as much a healing practice for the living as a practice for the moment of death, and can be done at any time without danger. However, the timing of the traditional Powa practice is of paramount importance. It is essential that the timing is right, and it is not done too early. If a master is requested to do the transference for someone who is dying, he or she should be contacted as soon as possible, because even from a distance, Powa can still be effected. In all religious traditions, it is held that to die in a state of prayer is enormously powerful. As you die, invoke wholeheartedly all the Buddhas and your master. Pray that through regretting all your negative actions in this and other lives, they may be purified, and that you may die consciously and at peace, gain a good rebirth, and ultimately achieve liberation. Make a one-pointed and concentrated wish that you will be reborn either in a pure realm or as a human being, but in order to protect, nurture, and help others. To die with such love and such tender compassion in your heart until your last breath is said in the Tibetan tradition to be another form of Powa, and it will ensure that you will at least attain another precious human body. To create the most positive possible imprint on the mind stream before death is essential. The most effective practice of all to achieve this is a simple practice of Guru Yoga, where the dying person merges his or her mind with the wisdom mind of the Master or Buddha or any enlightened being. Even if you cannot visualize your Master at this moment, try at least to remember him. Think of him in your heart, and die in a state of devotion, When your consciousness awakens again after death, this imprint of the Master's presence will awaken with you, and you will be liberated. If you die remembering the Master, then the possibilities of his or her grace are limitless. Even the display of sound, light, and colour in the bardo of Dharmata may arise as the Master's blessing and the radiance of his or her wisdom nature.
How then do we most sensitively help an ordinary spiritual practitioners who are dying? All of us will need the love and the care that comes with emotional and practical support. But for spiritual practitioners, the atmosphere, the intensity, and the dimension of spiritual help take on a special meaning. It would be ideal and a great blessing if their Master were with them. But if this is not possible, their spiritual friends can be of an enormous help in reminding the dying person of the essence of the teachings and the practice that has been closest to their heart during life. For a practitioner who is dying, a spiritual inspiration and the atmosphere of trust and faith and devotion that will naturally rise from it are essential. The loving and unflagging presence of the Master of the spiritual friends, the encouragement of the teachings, and the strength of their own practice all combine together to create and sustain this inspiration as precious in the last weeks and days almost as breath itself. A beloved student of mine who was dying of cancer and asked me how best she should practice as she came nearer to death, particularly when she no longer had the strength to concentrate on any formal practice. Remember just how very fortunate you've been, I told her, to have met so many masters, received so many teachings, and had the time and the possibility to practice. I promise you, the benefit of all that will never leave you. The good karma that you've created by it will stay with you and help you. Even to hear the teaching once, or meet a master like Tingul Khensambache, and have strong connection with him, as you did, is liberating in itself. If the time comes when you cannot practice actively anymore, the only really important thing for you to do is to relax as deeply as possible in the confidence of the view and rest in the nature of mind. It does not matter whether your body or your brain are still functioning. The nature mind is always there, sky-like, radiant, blissful, limitless and unchanging. Know that beyond all doubt, and let this knowledge give you the strength to say, with a carefree abandon to all your pain, however great it is, go away now and leave me alone. If there is anything that irritates you or makes you feel uncomfortable in any way, don't waste your time trying to change it. Just keep returning to the view. Trust in the nature of your mind. Trust it deeply and relax in it completely. There's nothing new that you need to learn or acquire or understand. Just allow whatever you've already been given to blossom in you and open at greater and greater depths. Rely on whatever for you is the most inspiring of all the practice. And if it is difficult for you to visualize or follow a formal kind of practice, remember what Dudjom Rinpoche always used to say, that to feel the presence is more important than getting the details of the visualization clear. Now is the time to feel as intensely as you can, to feel with your whole being the presence of your masters, of Padmasambhava of the Buddhas. Whatever may be happening to your body, remember that your heart is never sick or crippled. You have loved Tingul Khyentse Rinpoche, so feel his presence and really ask him for help and purification. Put yourself entirely in his hands, heart and mind, body and soul. The simplicity of total trust is one of the most powerful forces in the world. Let your heart fill with devotion for Padmasambhava and your master, and simply feel that you are in his presence and that the whole space round you is him. Then invoke him and go over in your mind every moment you spend with his being. Merge your mind with him and say from the depth of your heart, in your own words, something like this. You say, you see how helpless I am at this point, and how I can no longer practice intensively. Now I must really rely totally on you. I trust you completely. Take care of me. Make me one with you. Do the Guru Yoga practice, imagining with a special intensity the rays of light streaming out from your master and purifying you and burning away all your impurities, your illness too, and healing you, your body melting into light and merging your mind in the end with the wisdom mind in complete confidence. When you practice, don't worry if you feel it is not flowing easily. Simply trust and feel it in your heart. Everything now depends on inspiration, because only that will relax your anxiety and dissolve your nervousness. So keep a wonderful photograph of your master or Padmasambhava in front of you and focus on it gently at the beginning of your practice, and then just relax into its radiance. Don't worry about anything, even if you find your attention wandering. There's no particular thing that you have to hold on. Just let go and drift in the awareness of the blessing. And don't let small, niggling kind of questions distract you, like, is this Rigpa or is it not? Just let yourself be more and more natural. Remember your Rigpa is always there, always in the nature of your mind. Remember Tingul Khyentse Rinpoche's words, if your mind is unaltered, you are in the state of Rigpa. So as you have received the teachings and you have received the introduction to the nature of mind, so just relax in the Rigpa without doubting. You're lucky enough to have some good spiritual friends near you now. Encourage them to create an environment of practice around you and to go on practicing around you up until and after your death. Get them to read you a poem that you love, or a guidance from your master, or an inspiring teaching, and ask them to play your tape of your master's teaching, a chant of the practice, or an exalting piece of music. What I pray is that your every waking moment should be mingled with the blessing of the practice in an atmosphere alive and luminous with inspiration. As the music or the tape of the teachings goes on playing, drift off to sleep in it, wake up in it, doze in it, eat in it. Let the atmosphere of the practice totally pervade this last part of your life. Do nothing but practice, so that it even continues in your dreams. And just as she did, let the practice be the last and the strongest memory and influence on your mind, replacing in your mind stream a lifetime's ordinary habits. And as you feel yourself nearing the end, think only of your master with every breath and heartbeat. Whatever thought you die with, remember, is the one that will return most potently, when you reawaken in the pardos after death?
At present, our body is undoubtedly the center of our whole universe. We associate it without thinking with our self and our ego, and this thoughtless and false association continually reinforces our illusion of their inseparable concrete existence. Because our body seems so convincingly to exist, my I seems to exist, and you seem to exist. And the entire illusory, dualistic world we never stop projecting around us looks ultimately solid and real. When we die, this whole compound construction falls dramatically to pieces. What happens, to put it extremely simply, is that consciousness at its subtlest level continues without the body and goes through the series of states called bardos. The teachings tell us that it is precisely because we no longer have a body in the bardos that there is no ultimate reason to fear any experience, however terrifying, that may happen to us after death. The problem, however, is that in the bardos, most people go on grasping at a false sense of self with its ghostly grasping at physical solidity. And this continuation of that illusion, which has been at the root of all suffering in life, exposes them in death to more suffering, especially in the bardo of becoming. What is essential is to realize now, in life, when we still have a body, that its apparent so convincing solidity is a mere illusion. The most powerful way to realize this is to learn, after meditation, how to become a child of illusion, to refrain from solidifying, as we're always tempted to do, the perceptions of ourselves and our world, and to go on, like the child of illusion, seeing directly, as we do in meditation, that all phenomena are illusory and dreamlike. The deepening perception of the body's illusory nature is one of the most profound and inspiring realizations we can have to help us to let go. Inspired by and armed with this knowledge, when we are faced at death with the fact that our body is an illusion, we will be able to recognize its illusory nature without fear, calmly to free ourselves from all attachment to it, and to leave it behind willingly, even gratefully and joyfully, knowing it now for what it is. When we are at last freed from the body that has defined and dominated our understanding of ourselves for so long, the karmic vision of one life is completely exhausted. But any karma that might be created in the future has not yet begun to crystallize. So what happens in death is that there is a gap or space that is fertile with vast possibility. It is a moment of tremendous pregnant power when the only thing that matters, or could matter, is how exactly our mind is. Stripped of a physical body, mind stands naked, revealed startlingly for what it has always been, the architect of our reality. So if, at the moment of death, we have already a stable realization of the nature of mind, in one instant we can purify all our karma. And if we continue that stable recognition, we will actually be able to end our karma altogether by entering the expanse of the primordial purity of the nature of mind and attaining liberation. The bardo of dying falls between the moment we contract a terminal illness or condition that will end in death and the ceasing of the inner respiration. It is called painful because if we are not prepared for what will happen to us at death, it can be an experience of tremendous suffering. When we suddenly realize that our whole life, our whole reality is disappearing, it is terrifying. We don't know what is happening to us or where we are going. Nothing in our previous experience has prepared us for this. As anyone who has cared for the dying will know, our anxiety will even heighten the experience of physical pain. If we have not taken care of our lives, or our actions have been harmful or negative, we will feel regret, guilt, and fear. So just to have a measure of familiarity with these teachings on the bardos will bring us some reassurance, inspiration, and hope, even though we may never have practiced and realized them. For good practitioners who know exactly what is happening, not only is death less painful and fearful, but it is the very moment they have been looking forward to. They face it with equanimity and even with joy. Good practitioners can take care of themselves when they die, but ordinary ones will need to have their teacher at their bedside, if possible, or otherwise a spiritual friend who can remind them of the essence of their practice and inspire them to the view.
Whoever we are, it can be a great help to be familiar with the process of dying. If we understand the stages of dying, we will know that all the strange and unfamiliar experiences we are passing through are part of a natural process. As this process begins, it signals the coming of death and reminds us to alert ourselves. And for a practitioner, each stage of dying will be a signpost, reminding us of what is happening to us and of the practice to do at each point. The process of dying is explained in considerable detail in the different Tibetan teachings. Essentially, it consists of two phases of dissolution. An outer dissolution, when the senses and elements dissolve, and an inner dissolution of the gross and subtle thought states and emotions. Our whole existence is determined by the elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Through them our body is formed and sustained, and when they dissolve, we die. The Tantric Buddhist tradition of Tibet offers an explanation of the body that is quite different from the one most of us are used to. This is of a psychophysical system which consists of a dynamic network of subtle channels, winds or inner air and essences. These are called respectively Nadi, Prana and Bindu in Sanskrit, and Sa, Lung and Tikle in Tibetan. We are familiar with something similar in the meridians and chi energy of Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Once we have a physical body, we also have what are known as the 5 skandhas, the aggregates that compose our whole mental and physical existence. They are the constituents of our experience, the support for the grasping of ego, and also the basis for the suffering of samsara. They are form, feeling, perception, intellect, and consciousness, also translated as form, sensation, recognition, formation, and consciousness. All of these components will dissolve when we die. The process of dying is a complex and interdependent one, in which groups of related aspects of our body and mind disintegrate simultaneously. As the winds disappear, the bodily functions and the senses fail. The energy centers collapse, and without their supporting winds, the elements dissolve in sequence from the grossest to the subtlest. The result is that each stage of the dissolution has its physical and psychological effect on the dying person, and is reflected by external physical signs as well as inner experiences. The outer dissolution is when the senses and elements dissolve. How exactly will we experience this when we die? The first thing we may be aware of is how our senses cease to function. If people around our bed are talking, there will come a point where we can hear the sound of their voices, but we cannot make out the words. This means that the ear consciousness has ceased to function. We look at an object in front of us, and we can only see its outline, not its details. This means that the eye consciousness has failed. And the same happens with our faculties of smell, taste, and touch. When the senses are no longer fully experienced, it marks the first phase of the dissolution process. The next 4 phases follow the dissolution of the elements. Earth. Our body begins to lose all its strength. We are drained of any energy. We cannot get up, stay upright, or hold anything. We can no longer support our head. We feel as though we are falling, sinking underground, or being crushed by a great weight. Some traditional texts say that it is as if a huge mountain were being pressed down upon us, and we were being squashed by it. We feel heavy and uncomfortable in any position. We may ask to be pulled up, to have our pillows made higher, or for the bed covers to be taken off. Our complexion fades, and a pallor sets in. Our cheeks sink, and dark stains appear on our teeth. It becomes harder to open and close our eyes. As the aggregate of form is dissolving, we become weak and frail. Our mind is agitated and delirious, but then sinks into drowsiness. These are signs that the earth element is withdrawing into the water element. This means that the wind related to the earth element is becoming less capable of providing a base for consciousness, and the ability of the water element is more manifest. So the secret sign that appears in the mind is a vision of a shimmering mirage. Water. We begin to lose control of our bodily fluids. Our nose begins to run, and we dribble. There can be a discharge from the eyes, and maybe we become incontinent. We cannot move our tongue. Our eyes start to feel dry in their sockets. Our lips are drawn and bloodless, and our mouth and throat sticky and clogged. The nostrils cave in, and we become very thirsty. We tremble and twitch. The smell of death begins to hang over us. As the aggregate of feeling is dissolving, bodily sensations dwindle, alternating between pain and pleasure, heat and cold. Our mind becomes hazy, frustrated, irritable and nervous. Some sources say that we feel as if we were drowning in an ocean or being swept away by a huge river. The water element is dissolving into fire, which is taking over in its ability to support consciousness. So the secret sign is a vision of a haze with swirling wisps of smoke. Fire. Our mouth and nose dry up completely. All the warmth of our body begins to seep away, usually from the feet and hands towards the heart. Perhaps a steamy heat rises from the crown of our head. Our breath is cold as it passes through our mouth and nose. No longer can we drink or digest anything. The aggregate of perception is dissolving. and our mind swings alternately between clarity and confusion. We cannot remember the names of our family or friends, or even recognize who they are. It becomes more and more difficult to perceive anything outside of us, as sound and sight are confused. The fire element is dissolving into air, and becoming less able to function as a base for consciousness, while the ability of the air element to do so is more apparent. So the secret sign is of shimmering red sparks dancing above an open fire like fireflies. Air. It becomes harder and harder to breathe. The air seems to be escaping through our throat. We begin to rasp and pant. Our in-breaths become short and labored, and our out-breaths become longer. Our eyes roll upward, and we are totally immobile. As the aggregate of intellect is dissolving, the mind becomes bewildered, unaware of the outside world. Everything becomes a blur. Our last feeling of contact with our physical environment is slipping away. We begin to hallucinate and have visions. If there has been a lot of negativity in our lives, we may see terrifying forms. Haunting and dreadful moments of our lives are replayed, and we may even try to cry out in terror. If we have led lives of kindness and compassion, we may experience blissful heavenly visions and meet loving friends or enlightened beings. For those who have led good lives, there is peace in death instead of fear. What is happening is that the air element is dissolving into consciousness. The winds have all united in the life-supporting wind in the heart. So the secret sign is described as a vision of a flaming torch or lamp with a red glow. Our in-breaths continue to be more shallow and our out-breaths longer. At this point, blood gathers and enters the channel of life in the center of our heart. 3 drops of blood collect, one after the other, causing 3 long, final out-breaths. Then, suddenly, our breathing ceases. Just a slight warmth remains at our heart. All vital signs are gone. And this is the point where, in a modern clinical situation, we would be certified as dead. But Tibetan masters talk of an internal process that still continues. The time between the end of the breathing and the cessation of the inner respiration is said to be approximately the length of time it takes to eat a meal, roughly 20 minutes. But nothing is certain, and this whole process may take place very quickly. In the inner dissolution, where gross and subtle thought states and emotions dissolve, 4 increasingly subtle levels of consciousness are to be encountered. Here the process of death mirrors in reverse the process of conception. When our parents' sperm and ovum unite, our consciousness, impelled by its karma, is drawn in. During the development of the fetus, our father's essence, a nucleus that is described as white and blissful, rests in the chakra at the crown of our head at the top of the central channel. A nucleus that is red and hot rests in the chakra said to be located 4 finger widths below the navel. It is from these 2 essences that the next phases of the dissolution evolve. With the disappearance of the wind that holds it there, the white essence, inherited from our father, descends the central channel towards the heart. As an outer sign, there is an experience of whiteness, like a pure sky struck by moonlight. As an inner sign, our awareness becomes extremely clear, and all the thought states resulting from anger, 33 of them in all, come to an end. This phase is known as appearance. Then the mother's essence begins to rise through the central channel with the disappearance of the wind that keeps it in place. The outer sign is an experience of redness, like a sun shining in a pure sky. As an inner sign, there arises a great experience of bliss, as all the thought states resulting from desire, 40 in all, cease to function. This stage is known as increase. When the red and white essences meet at the heart, consciousness is enclosed between them. Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche, an outstanding master who lives in Nepal, says, "The experience is like the meeting of the sky and earth. As an outer sign, we experience a blackness, like an empty sky shrouded in utter darkness. The inner sign is an experience of a state of mind free of thoughts. The 7 thought states resulting from ignorance and delusion are brought to an end. This is known as full attainment. Then, as we become slightly conscious again, the ground luminosity dawns like an immaculate sky, free of clouds, fog, or mist. It is sometimes called the mind of clear light of death. His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, says, "This consciousness is the innermost subtle mind. We call it the Buddha nature, the real source of all consciousness. The continuum of this mind lasts even through Buddhahood." What then is happening when we die? It is as if we are returning to our original state. Everything dissolves as body and mind are unraveled. The 3 poisons, anger, desire, and ignorance, all die, which means that all the negative emotions, the roots of samsara, actually cease, and then there is a gap. And where does this process take us? To the primordial ground of the nature of mind in all its purity and natural simplicity. Now everything that obscured it is removed, and our true nature is revealed. A similar unfolding can happen when we practice meditation and have the experiences of bliss, clarity, and absence of thoughts, which indicate in turn that desire, anger, and ignorance have momentarily dissolved. Easiest way to understand what is happening during the praying, with its outer and inner dissolution, is as a gradual development and dawning of ever more subtle levels of consciousness. Each one emerges upon the successive dissolution of the constituents of body and mind, as the process moves gradually towards the revelation of the very subtlest consciousness of all, the ground luminosity or clear light. In death, we cannot escape from who or what we really are. Whether we like it or not, our true nature is revealed. But it is important to know that there are 2 aspects of our being that are revealed at the moment of death: our absolute nature and our relative nature, how we are and have been in this life. In death, all the components of our body and mind are stripped away and disintegrate. As the body dies, the senses and subtle elements dissolve, and this is followed by the death of the ordinary aspect of our mind, with all its negative emotions of anger, desire, and ignorance. Finally, nothing remains to obscure our true nature, as everything that in life has clouded the enlightened mind has fallen away. And what is revealed is the primordial ground of our absolute nature, which is like a pure and cloudless sky. This is called the dawning of the ground luminosity or clear light, where consciousness itself dissolves into the all-encompassing space of truth. Why is it that this state is called luminosity or clear light? The masters have different ways of explaining this. Some say that it expresses the radiant clarity of the nature of mind, its total freedom from darkness or obscuration, free from the darkness of unknowing and endowed with the ability to cognize. Another mastered the luminosity or clear light as a state of minimum distraction, because all the elements, senses and sense objects are dissolved. What is important is not to confuse it with the physical light that we know, nor with the experiences of light that will unfold presently in the next bardo. The luminosity that arises at death is the natural radiance of the wisdom of our own Rigpa, the uncompounded nature present through all of samsara and nirvana. The dawning of the ground luminosity or clear light at the moment of death is the great opportunity for liberation. But it is essential to realize on what terms this opportunity is given. Some modern writers and researchers on death have underestimated the profundity of this moment. Because they have read and interpreted the Tibetan Book of the Dead without the benefit of the oral instructions and training that fully explain its sacred meaning, they have oversimplified it and jumped to quick conclusions. One assumption they then make is that the dawning of the ground luminosity is enlightenment. It is important to know that only if we have really been introduced to the nature of our mind, our Rigpa, and only if we have established and stabilized it through meditation and integrated it into our life, does the moment of death offer a real opportunity for liberation. Even though the ground luminosity presents itself naturally to us all, most of us are totally unprepared for its sheer immensity, the vast and subtle depth of its naked simplicity. The majority of us will simply have no means of recognizing it, because we have not made ourselves familiar with ways of recognizing it in life. What happens then is that we tend to react instinctively with all our past fears, habits and conditioning, all our old reflexes. Though the negative emotions may have died for the luminosity to appear, the habits of lifetimes still remain, hidden in the background of our ordinary mind. Though all our confusion dies in death, instead of surrendering and opening to the luminosity, in our fear and ignorance, we withdraw and instinctively hold on to our grasping. This is what obstructs us from truly using this powerful moment as an opportunity for liberation. All these habitual tendencies, the results of our negative karma, which are sprung from the darkness of ignorance, are stored in the ground of the ordinary mind. The ordinary mind could be compared to a transparent glass bubble, a very thin elastic film, an almost invisible barrier or veil that obscures the whole of our mind. But perhaps the most useful image is of a glass door. Imagine you're sitting in front of a glass door that leads out into your garden, looking through it, gazing out into space. It seems as though there is nothing between you and the sky, because you cannot see the surface of the glass. But if you touch it, you will see at once there is something there that holds your fingerprints, something that comes between you and the space outside. In the same manner, the ground of the ordinary mind prevents us from breaking through to the sky-like nature of our mind, even if we can still have glimpses of it. The masters explain how there is a danger that meditation practitioners can mistake the experience of the ground of the ordinary mind for the real nature of mind itself. When they rest in a state of great calm and stillness, all they could be doing, in fact, might be merely resting in the ground of the ordinary mind. It is the difference between looking up at the sky from within a glass dome and standing outside in the open air. We have to break out of the ground of the ordinary mind altogether to discover and let in the fresh air of Rigpa. So the aim of all our spiritual practice and the real preparation for the moment of death is to purify this subtle barrier and gradually weaken it and break it down. When you have broken it down completely, nothing comes between you and the state of omniscience. The introduction by the Master to the nature of mind breaks through the ground of the ordinary mind altogether, as it is through this dissolution of the conceptual mind that the enlightened mind is explicitly revealed. Then, each time we rest in the nature of mind, the ground of the ordinary mind gets weaker. But we will notice that how long we can stay in the state of the nature of mind depends entirely on the stability of our practice. Unfortunately, old habits die hard, and the ground of the ordinary mind returns. Through our practice, we gradually stabilize the nature of mind more and more, so that it does not simply remain as our absolute nature, but becomes our everyday reality. As it does so, the more our habits dissolve, and the less of a difference there is between meditation and everyday life. The sign that the ground of the ordinary mind is weakening is that we are able to rest more and more effortlessly in the nature of mind. When the ground luminosity dawns, the crucial issue will be how much we have been able to rest in the nature of mind, how much we've been able to unite our absolute nature and our everyday life, and how much we've been able to purify our ordinary condition into the state of primordial purity. If the ground of our ordinary mind is completely purified, it is as if we have shattered the storehouse of our karma, and so emptied the karmic supply for future rebirths. However, if we have not been able to completely purify our mind, there will still be remnants of past habits and karmic tendencies resting in this storehouse of karma. Whenever suitable conditions materialize, they will manifest, propelling us into new rebirths. The ground luminosity dawns. For a practitioner, it lasts as long as he or she can rest undistracted in the state of the nature of mind. For most people, however, it lasts no longer than a snap of the fingers, and for some, the masters say, as long as it takes to eat a meal. The vast majority of people do not recognize the ground luminosity at all, and instead they are plunged into a state of unconsciousness, which can last up to 3.5 days. It is then that the consciousness finally leaves the body. This has led to a custom in Tibet of making sure that the body is not touched or disturbed for 3 days after death. It is especially important in the case of a practitioner who may have merged with the ground luminosity and be resting in that state of the nature of mind. But even the body of an ordinary person is often not moved before 3 days have elapsed, since you never know if a person is realized or not, and it is uncertain when the consciousness has separated from the body. It is believed that if the body is touched in a certain place, if, for example, an injection is given, it may draw the consciousness to that spot. Then the consciousness of the dead person may leave through the nearest opening instead of through the fontanelle, and take on an unfortunate rebirth. Some masters insist more than others on leaving the body for 3 days. Strictly speaking, then, autopsies or cremations are best done after the 3 days interval. However, these days, since it may not be at all practical or possible to keep a body this long without moving it, at least the Poa practice should be effected before the body is touched or moved in any way. As the ground luminosity dawns at death, an experienced practitioner will maintain full awareness and merge with it, thereby attaining liberation. But if we fail to recognize the ground luminosity, then we encounter the next bardo, the luminous bardo of Dharmata. The Sanskrit word dharmata, chuni in Tibetan, means the intrinsic nature of everything, the essence of things as they are. Dharmata is the naked, unconditioned truth, the nature of reality, or the true nature of phenomenal existence. What we are discussing here is something fundamental to the whole understanding of the nature of mind and the nature of everything. The end of the dissolution process and dawning of the ground luminosity has opened up an entirely new dimension, which now begins to unfold. One helpful way to explain it is to compare it with the way night turns into day. The final phase of the dissolution process of dying is the black experience of the stage of full attainment. It is described as like a sky shrouded in darkness. The arising of the ground luminosity is like the clarity in the empty sky just before dawn. Now, gradually, the sun of Dharmata begins to rise in all its splendor, illuminating the contours of the land in all directions. The natural radiance of Rigpa manifests spontaneously and blazes out as energy and light. Just as the sun rises in that clear and empty sky, the luminous appearances of the bardo of Dharmata will all arise from the all-pervading space of the ground luminosity. The name we give to this display of sound, light, and color is spontaneous presence, for it is always and inherently present within the expanse of primordial purity, which is its ground. What is actually taking place here is a process of unfoldment, in which mind and its fundamental nature are gradually becoming more and more manifest. The bardo of Dharmata is one stage in that process, for it is through this dimension of light and energy that mind unfolds from its purest state, the ground luminosity, towards its manifestation as form in the next bardo, the bardo of becoming. The bardo of Dharmata has 4 phases, each one of which presents another opportunity for liberation. If the opportunity is not taken, then the next phase will unfold. In the Dzogchen Tantras, it is taught that only through the special advanced practice of luminosity, Togal, can the true significance of the bardo of Dharmata be in any real sense understood. If you have the stability to recognize the manifestations of this bardo as the self-radiance of your own Rigpa, you will be liberated. But without the experience of Togal practice, you will be unable to look at the visions of the deities that appear, which are as bright as the sun. Instead, as a result of the habitual tendencies of your previous lives, your gaze will be drawn downward to the 6 realms of samsaric existence. It is those that you will recognize and which will lure you again into delusion. The key to understanding this bardo is that all experiences that take place in it are the natural radiance of the nature of our mind. What is happening is that different aspects of its enlightened energy are being released. Just as the dancing rainbows of light scattered by a crystal are its natural display, so too the dazzling appearances of Dharmata cannot be separated from the nature of mind. They are its spontaneous expression. But now that we are no longer grounded or shielded by a physical body or world, the energies of the nature of mind released in the bardo state can look overwhelmingly real and appear to take on an objective existence. They seem to inhabit the world outside of us, and without the stability of practice, we have no knowledge of anything that is non-dual, that is not dependent on our own perception. Once we mistake the appearances as separate from us, as external visions, we respond with fear or hope, which leads us into delusion. Just as in the dawning of the ground luminosity, recognition was the key to liberation, so here in the bardo of Dharmata it is also. Only here it is the recognition of the self-radiance of Rigpa, the manifesting energy of the nature of mind, that makes the difference between liberation or continuing in an uncontrolled cycle of rebirth. Now we can see exactly how, after the dawning of the ground luminosity and the bardo of Dharmata, samsara actually arises as a result of two successive failures to recognize the essential nature of mind. In the first, the ground luminosity, the ground of the nature of mind is not recognized. If it had been, liberation would have been attained. In the second, the energy nature of the nature of mind manifests, and a second chance for liberation presents itself. If that is not recognized, arising negative emotions start to solidify into different false perceptions, which together go on to create the illusory realms we call samsara, and which imprison us in the cycle of birth and death. The whole of spiritual practice, then, is dedicated to reversing this progress of ignorance, and so of decreating, desolidifying those interlinked and interdependent false perceptions that have led to our entrapment in the illusory reality of our own invention. Just as when the ground luminosity dawned at the moment of death, here too in the bardo of Dharmata, liberation cannot be taken for granted. For when the brilliant light of wisdom shines out, it is accompanied by a display of simple, comforting, cozy sounds and lights, less challenging and overwhelming than the light of wisdom. These dim lights, smoky, yellow, green, blue, red, and white, are our habitual unconscious tendencies accumulated by anger, greed, ignorance, desire, jealousy, and pride. These are the emotions that create the 6 realms of samsara: hell, hungry ghost, animal, human, demigod, and god realms, respectively. If we have not recognized and stabilized the Dharmata nature of mind in life, we are instinctively drawn toward the dim lights of the 6 realms, as the basic tendency toward grasping which we have built up during life begins to stir and awaken. Threatened by the dynamic brilliance of wisdom, the mind retreats. The cozy lights, the invitation of our habitual tendencies, lure us towards a rebirth, determined by the particular negative emotion that dominates our karma and our mind stream. In Dzogchen, it is explained that just as a person will not recognize the ground luminosity without a true realization of the nature of mind and a stable experience of trekcha practice, so without the stability of Togal, hardly anyone can recognize the bardo of Dharmata. An accomplished Togal practitioner who has perfected and stabilized the luminosity of the nature of mind has already come to a direct knowledge in his or her life of the very same manifestations that will emerge in the bardo of Dharmata. This energy and light, then, lie within us, although at the moment they are hidden. Yet when the body and grosser levels of mind die, they are naturally freed, and the sound, color, and light of our true nature blaze out. However, it is not only through Togal that this bardo can be used as an opportunity for liberation. Practitioners of Tantra in Buddhism will relate the appearances of the bardo of Dharmata to their own practice. In the Tibetan tradition, the advice given to lay people and ordinary practitioners is that whatever appearances arise, they should consider them and recognize them immediately and essentially as Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, or Padmasambhava, or Amitabha, whichever they have been most familiar with. To put it briefly, whichever way you have practiced in life, will be the very same way by which you try to recognize the appearances of the bardo of Dharmata. Another revealing way of looking at the bardo of Dharmata is to see it as duality being expressed in its ultimately purest form. We are presented with the means to liberation, yet we are simultaneously seduced by the call of our habits and instincts. We experience the pure energy of mind and its confusion at one and the same time. It is almost as if we were being prompted to make up our mind, to choose between one or the other. It goes without saying, however, that whether we even have this choice at all is determined by the degree and perfection of our spiritual practice in life. The experience of death for most people will simply mean passing into a state of oblivion at the end of the process of dying. They suddenly awaken into the intermediate state that lies between death and a new rebirth. This is called the bardo of becoming, the Sipa bardo, and is the third bardo of death. With our failure to recognize the ground luminosity and our failure to recognize the bardo of Dharmata, the seeds of all our habitual tendencies are activated and reawakened. The bardo of becoming spans the time between their reawakening and our entering the womb of the next life. The word Sipa in Sipa bardo, which is translated as becoming, also means possibility and existence. In the Sipa bardo, as the mind is no longer limited and obstructed by the physical body of this world, the possibilities are infinite for becoming reborn in different realms. And this bardo has the outer existence of the mental body and the inner existence of the mind. The outstanding feature of the bardo of becoming is that mind takes on the predominant role, whereas the bardo of Dharmata unfolded within the realm of Rigpa. So, in the bardo of Dharmata, we have a body of light, and in the bardo of becoming, we have a mental body. In the bardo of becoming, the mind is endowed with immense clarity and unlimited mobility, yet the direction in which it moves is determined solely by the habitual tendencies of our past karma. So it is called the karmic bardo of becoming, because, as Kalu Rinpoche says, it is an entirely automatic or blind result of our previous actions or karma, and nothing that occurs here is a conscious decision on the part of the being. We are simply buffeted around by the force of karma. At this point, the mind has arrived at the next stage in its process of gradual unfolding. Out of its purest state, the ground luminosity, through its light and energy, the appearances of the bardo of Dharmata, and so into the yet grosser manifestation of a mental form in the bardo of becoming. What takes place now at this stage is a reverse process of dissolution. The winds reappear, and along with them come the thought states connected with ignorance, desire, and anger. Then, because the memory of our past karmic body is still fresh in our mind, we take on a mental body. Our mental body in the bardo of becoming has a number of special characteristics. It possesses all its senses. It is extremely light, lucid, and mobile, and its awareness is said to be 7 times clearer than in life. It is also endowed with a rudimentary kind of clairvoyance, which is not under conscious control, but gives the mental body the ability to read others' minds. At first, this mental body will have a form similar to the body of the life just lived, yet it is without any defects and in the prime of life. Because of the force of conceptual thinking, also known as the karmic wind, the mental body is unable to remain still even for an instant. It is ceaselessly on the move. It can go wherever it wishes, unobstructedly, just by thinking. Because the mental body has no physical basis, it can pass through solid barriers such as walls or mountains. The mental body can see through three-dimensional objects. Yet since we lack the father and mother essences of the physical body, we no longer have the light of sun or moon, but only a dim glow illuminating the space immediately in front of us. We can see other bardo beings, but we cannot be seen by living beings except those who have the kind of clairvoyance developed through deep experience of meditation. So we can meet and converse for fleeting moments with many other travelers in the bardo world, those who have died before us. The mental body seems to us to be solid, and we still feel pangs of hunger. In this state, mental activity is very rapid. Thoughts come in quick succession, and we can do many things at once. The mind continues to perpetuate set patterns and habits, especially its clinging to experiences, and its belief that they are ultimately real. During the first weeks of the bardo, we have the impression that we are a man or a woman, just as in our previous life. We do not realize that we are dead. We return home to meet our family and loved ones. We try to talk to them, to touch them on the shoulder, but they do not reply, or even show they are aware we are there. As hard as we try, nothing can make them notice us. We watch, powerless, as they weep or sit stunned and heartbroken over our death. Fruitlessly, we try to make use of our belongings. Our place is no longer laid at the table, and arrangements are being made to dispose of our possessions. We feel angry, hurt, and frustrated. Like a fish, says the Tibetan Book of the Dead, writhing in hot sand. If we are very attached to our body, we may even try in vain to re-enter or hover around it. It is only when we see that we cast no shadow, make no reflection in the mirror, no footprints on the ground, that finally we realize. And the sheer shock of recognizing we have died can be enough to make us faint away. In the bardo of becoming, we relive all the experiences of our past life, reviewing minute details long lost to memory, and revisiting places, the masters say, where we did no more than spit on the ground. Every 7 days we are compelled to go through the experience of death once again, with all its suffering. If our death was peaceful, that peaceful state of mind is repeated. If it was tormented, however, that torment is repeated too. And remember that this is with a consciousness 7 times more intense than that of life, and that in the fleeting period of the bardo of becoming, all the negative karma of previous lives is returning in a fiercely concentrated and deranging way. Our restless, solitary wandering through the bardo world is as frantic as a nightmare, and just as in a dream, we believe we have a physical body and that we really exist. Yet all the experiences of this bardo arise only from our mind, created by our karma and habits returning. Our mind's perceptions change every moment, projecting us like out of a catapult, says the Tibetan Book of the Dead, into alternate states of sorrow or joy. If our habitual conduct in life was positive, our perception and experience in the bardo will be mixed with bliss and happiness. And if our lives were harmful or hurtful to others, our experiences in the bardo will be ones of pain, grief, and fear. So, it was said in Tibet, fishermen, butchers, and hunters are attacked by monstrous versions of their former victims. The whole of the bardo of becoming has an average duration of 49 days and a minimum length of 1 week. But it varies, just as now some people live to be 100 years old and others die in their youth. Some can even get stuck in the bardo, to become spirits or ghosts. Dujum Rinpoche used to explain that during the first 21 days of the bardo, you still have a strong impression of your previous life, and this is therefore the most important period for the living to be able to help a dead person. After that, your future life slowly takes shape and becomes the dominant influence. We have to wait in the bardo until we can make a karmic connection with our future parents. Some accounts of the bardo describe a judgment scene. Your good conscience, a white guardian angel, acts as your defense counsel, recounting the beneficial things you have done, while your bad conscience, a black demon, submits the case for the prosecution. Good and bad are totaled up as white and black pebbles. The Lord of Death, who presides, then consults the mirror of karma and makes his judgment. Ultimately, all judgment takes place within our own mind. We are the judge and the judged. The judgment scene also shows that what really counts in the final analysis is the motivation behind our every action, and that there is no escaping the effects of our past actions, words, and thoughts, and the imprints and habits they have stamped us with. It means that we are entirely responsible not only for this life, but for our future lives as well. As our mind is so light, mobile, and vulnerable in the bardo, whatever thoughts arise, good or bad, have tremendous power and influence. Without a physical body to ground us, thoughts actually become reality. Imagine the sharp grief and anger we might feel on seeing a funeral service performed carelessly on our behalf, or greedy relatives squabbling over our possessions, or friends we loved deeply and thought had loved us, talking about us in a sneering or hurtful or simply condescending way. Such a situation could be very dangerous, because our reaction in its violence could drive us directly toward an unfortunate rebirth. The overwhelming power of thought, then, is the key issue in the bardo of becoming. This crucial moment finds us completely exposed to whatever habits and tendencies we have allowed to grow and dominate our lives. If you don't check those habits and tendencies now in life and prevent them from seizing hold of your mind, then in the bardo of becoming, you will be their helpless victim, buffeted to and fro by their power. A single positive thought in this bardo can lead directly to enlightenment, and a single negative reaction can plunge you into the most prolonged and extreme suffering. The shifting and precarious nature of the bardo of becoming can also be the source of many opportunities for liberation, and the susceptibility of mind in this bardo can be turned to our advantage. All we have to do is remember one instruction. All it needs is for one positive thought to spring into our mind. If we can recall any teaching that has inspired us to the nature of mind, if we have even one good inclination towards practice, or a deep connection with a spiritual practice, then that alone can free us. In the bardo of becoming, the Buddha realms do not appear spontaneously as they do in the bardo of Dharmata. Just by remembering them, however, you can transfer yourself there directly by the power of your mind and proceed toward enlightenment. It is said that if you can invoke a Buddha, he will immediately appear before you. But remember, even though the possibilities are limitless, we must have at least some, if not total, control over our mind in this bardo. And this is extremely difficult, because the mind here is so vulnerable, fragmented, and restless. So in this bardo, whenever you can suddenly retrieve your awareness, even for a moment, immediately recall your connection with spiritual practice. Remember your master or Buddha, and invoke them with all your strength. If in life you have developed the natural reflex of praying, whenever things become difficult or critical, or slip beyond your control, then instantly you will be able to invoke or call to mind an enlightened being, such as Buddha or Padmasambhava, Tara or Avalokiteshvara, Christ or the Virgin Mary. If you are able to invoke them fervently with one-pointed devotion and with all your heart, then through the power of their blessing, your mind will be liberated into the space of their wisdom mind. Prayer in this life may seem sometimes to bring little result, but its effect in the bardo are unprecedentedly powerful. Yet this description of the bardo shows the sheer difficulty of focusing the mind at this juncture, if we have had no previous training. Think how almost impossible it is to remember something like a prayer in a dream or nightmare. How impotent and powerless we feel in them. In the bardo of becoming, it is just as hard, if not harder, to collect our thoughts at all. This is why the watchword of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, repeated over and over again, is "Do not be distracted." In the bardo of becoming, as the time for rebirth gets closer, you crave more and more for the support of a material body, and you search for any one that might be available in which to be reborn. Different signs will begin to appear, warning you of the realm in which you are likely to take rebirth. Lights of various colors shine from the 6 realms of existence, and you will feel drawn toward one or another, depending on the negative emotion that is predominant in your mind. Once you have been drawn into one of these lights, it is very difficult to turn back. Then images and visions will arise, linked to the different realms. As you become more familiar with the teachings, you will become more alert to what they really mean. You will have an intense desire and longing for certain realms, and you are drawn toward them all too instinctively. The teachings warn us that at this point there is a great danger that out of your avid eagerness to be reborn, you will rush to any place at all that seems to offer some security. If your desire is frustrated, the anger that arises will of itself bring the bardo abruptly to an end, as you are swept into your next rebirth by the current of that negative emotion. And so, as you can see, your future rebirth is directly determined by desire, anger, and ignorance. You must take great care not to enter blindly into one of these undesirable realms. Yet what is wonderful is that the instant you become aware of what is happening to you, you can actually begin to influence and change your destiny. Swept along by the wind of karma, you will then arrive at a place where your future parents are making love. Seeing them, you become emotionally drawn in, and because of past karmic connections, you begin spontaneously to feel strong attachment or aversion. Attraction and desire for the mother, and aversion or jealousy for the father, will result in your being born as a male child, and the reverse, a female. But if you succumb to such strong passions, not only will you be reborn, but that very emotion may draw you into birth in a lower realm. Is there anything now that we can do to avoid being reborn, or to direct our next rebirth? The bardo teachings give 2 specific kinds of instructions: methods for preventing a rebirth, or failing that, for choosing a good birth. First are the guidelines for closing the entrance to another birth. The best method is to abandon the emotions such as desire, anger, or jealousy, and recognize that none of these bardo experiences have any ultimate reality. If you can realize this, and then rest the mind in its true empty nature, this in itself will prevent rebirth. The next best method to prevent rebirth is to see your potential parents as the Buddha, or your master, or as a deity. And at the very least, you should try to generate a feeling of renunciation against being drawn into feelings of desire, and to think of the pure realms of the Buddhas. This will prevent rebirth and may cause you to be reborn in one of the Buddha realms. If you must take rebirth, or you intentionally wish to be reborn in order to pursue your spiritual path and be of benefit to others, you should not enter any but the human realm. It is only there that conditions are favorable for spiritual progress. Otherwise, generally, we have no choice. We are drawn toward our birthplace as inexorably as a bird lured into a cage, dry grass catching fire, or an animal sinking into a marsh. Yet, as the teachings are always so inspiringly reminding us, there is always hope. Now is the time for prayer. By wishing and concentrating intensely, even at this moment, you can still be reborn in one of the Buddha realms, or else you can generate a deep aspiration to be reborn in a human family, where you may be able to meet the spiritual path and continue toward liberation. If you have a strong karma that impels you toward a particular realm, you may have no choice. However, your past aspiration and prayers can help you to reshape your destiny, so you may be reborn into a life that will lead one day to liberation. Even as you enter the womb, you can go on praying for this to happen. Even now, you can visualize yourself as any enlightened being. Traditionally, the masters say, as Vajrasattva, bless the womb you are entering as a sacred environment, a palace of the gods, and continue to practice. Ultimately, it is the mind's urge to inhabit a particular realm that impels us toward reincarnation, and its tendency to solidify and to grasp that finds its ultimate expression in physical rebirth. This is the next stage in the process of manifestation that we have seen taking place throughout the bardos. If you succeed in directing the mind toward a human birth, you have come full circle. You are poised to be born again into the natural bardo of this life. When you see your father and mother in intercourse, your mind is ineluctably drawn in and enters the womb. This signals the end of the bardo of becoming, as your mind rapidly re-experiences yet again the signs of the phases of dissolution and the dawning of the ground luminosity. Then the black experience of full attainment arises again, and at the same moment the connection to the new womb is made. So life begins, as it ends, with the ground luminosity.
So often in the modern world, when someone dies, one of the deepest sources of anguish for those left behind to mourn is their conviction that there is nothing that they can now do to help their loved one who has gone, a conviction that only aggravates and darkens the loneliness of their grief. But this is not true. There are many, many ways we can help the dead, and so help ourselves to survive their absence. The bardo of becoming, as it has already been described, may seem a very disturbed and disturbing time, yet there is great hope in it. The qualities of the mental body during the bardo of becoming that make it so vulnerable, its clarity, mobility, sensitivity and clairvoyance, also make it particularly receptive to help from the living. The fact that it has no physical form or basis makes it very easy to guide. The most powerful time to do spiritual practice for someone who has died is during the 49 days of the bardo of becoming, placing special emphasis on the first 21 days. It is during these first 3 weeks that the dead have a stronger link with this life, which makes them more accessible to our help. So it is then that spiritual practice has a far greater possibility of influencing their future and of affecting their chances for liberation, or at least for a better rebirth. We should employ every means possible to help them then, as after the physical form of their next existence begins gradually to be determined, and this is said to happen between the 21st and the 49th day after death, the chance for real change is very much more limited. Help for the dead, however, is not confined to the 49 days after death. It is never too late to help someone who has died, no matter how long ago it was. Dudjom Rinpoche used to say that even if someone has gained enlightenment and become a Buddha, they will still need all the assistance they can possibly get in their work of helping others. The best and easiest way to help a dead person is to do the essential practice of powa as soon as we hear that someone has died. In Tibet, it is said that just as it is the nature of fire to burn and of water to quench thirst, the nature of the Buddhas is to be present as soon as anyone invokes them, so infinite is their compassionate desire to help all sentient beings. Don't for one moment imagine that it would be less effective for you to invoke the truth to help your dead friend than if a holy man prays for them. Because you are close to the person who has died, the intensity of your love and the depth of your connection will give your invocation an added power. The best and most effective time to do the powa is before the body is touched or moved in any way. If this is not possible, then try to do the powa in the place where the person died, or at least picture that place very strongly in your mind. There is a powerful connection between the dead person, the place of death, and also the time of death, especially in the case of a person who has died in a traumatic way. In the bardo of becoming, the dead person's consciousness goes through the experience of death every week on exactly the same day. So you should perform the powa or whatever other spiritual practice you have chosen to do on any day of the 49-day period, but especially on the same day of the week that the person died. Whenever your dead friend or relative comes to your mind, whenever you hear his or her name being mentioned, send the person your love, and then focus on doing the powa, and do it for as long and as often as you wish. Another thing you can do, whenever you think of someone who has died, is to say immediately a mantra such as Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, which purifies each of the negative emotions that are the cause of rebirth. Or Om Ami Dewa Shri, the mantra of Buddha Amitabha, the Buddha of limitless light. You can then follow that again with the practice of powa. But whether you do any of these practices or not to help your loved one who has died, don't ever forget that the consciousness in the bardo is acutely clairvoyant. Simply directing good thoughts towards them will be most beneficial. When you pray for someone who was close to you, you can, if you wish, extend the embrace of your compassion to include other dead people in your prayers. The victims of atrocities, wars, disasters and famines, or those who died and are now dying in concentration camps such as those in China and Tibet. You can even pray for people who died years ago. Imagine your prayers going especially to those who lost their lives in extreme anguish, passion or anger. Those who have suffered violent or sudden death have a particularly urgent need for help. Victims of murder, suicide, accident or war can easily be trapped by their suffering, anguish and fear, or may be imprisoned in the actual experience of death and so be unable to move on through the process of rebirth. When you practice the powa for them, do it more strongly and with more fervour than you have ever done it before. Imagine tremendous rays of light emanating from the Buddhas or divine beings, pouring down all their compassion and blessing. Imagine this light streaming down onto the dead person, purifying them totally and freeing them from the confusion and pain of their death, granting them profound, lasting peace. Imagine then, with all your heart and mind, that the dead person dissolves into light, and his or her consciousness, healed now and free of all suffering, soars up to merge indissolubly and forever with the sky-like wisdom mind of the Buddhas. Meditation practices and prayers are not the only kind of help that we can give to the dead. We can offer charity in their name to help the sick and needy. We can give their possessions to the poor. We can contribute on their behalf to humanitarian or spiritual ventures such as hospitals, aid projects, hospices or monasteries. We could also sponsor retreats by good spiritual practitioners or prayer meetings led by great masters in sacred places like Bodh Gaya. We could offer lights for the dead person or sponsor works of art related to spiritual practice. Another method of helping the dead, especially favoured in Tibet and the Himalayas, is to save the lives of animals due to be slaughtered and release them again into freedom. It is important to dedicate all the merit and well-being that spring from any such acts of kindness and generosity to the dead person, and in fact to all those who have died, so that everyone who has died may obtain a better rebirth and favourable circumstances in their next life. Remember, the clairvoyant consciousness of the person in the bardo of becoming is 7 times clearer than in life. This can bring them either great suffering or great benefit. So it is essential that after someone you love has died, you are as aware as possible in all your behaviour, so as not to disturb them or to hurt them. For when the dead person returns to those left behind, or those invited to practice on their behalf, they are able in their new state of being not only to see what is going on, but to read minds directly. If relatives are only scheming and quarrelling about how to divide up their possessions, only talking and thinking of attachment and aversion, with no real love for the dead person, this can cause them intense anger and hurt or disillusion, and they will then be drawn by these turbulent emotions into an unfortunate rebirth. The clairvoyance of the dead person in the bardo of becoming is also what makes the practice done by a master or experienced spiritual practitioner on his or her behalf of such exceptional benefit. What a master does is to rest in the primordial state of Rigpa, the nature of mind, and invoke the mental body of the dead person roaming in the bardo of becoming. When the mental body comes into the master's presence, through the power of meditation, he or she can point out the essential nature of Rigpa. Through the power of its clairvoyance, the bardo being can then see directly into the master's wisdom mind, and so there and then be introduced to the nature of mind and be liberated. Whatever practice an ordinary practitioner can do for a close friend who has died can, for the same reason, be of enormous help. You might simply rest in a steady state of compassion, especially if you then invoke the dead person and invite him or her into the heart core of your practice. It can be of immense benefit. Whenever Buddhist practitioners die, we inform their master, all their spiritual teachers and their spiritual friends, so that they can immediately start practicing for them. In Tibet, once the Poa practice has been done for the dying person, The Tibetan Book of the Dead is read repeatedly, and the practices associated with it are done. In eastern Tibet, there is a tradition of reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead for the whole 49 days after death. Through the reading, the dead are shown what stage of the process of death they are in, and given whatever inspiration and guidance they need. This makes it all the more vital that the practitioner should be as focused and attentive as possible when doing the practice, and not merely performing it by rote. Also, as the dead person is living the actual experiences of death, he or she may have a greater capacity to understand the truth of the Tibetan Book of the Dead than we do. Some people ask, but what happens if the consciousness has already fainted into an oblivious state at the moment of death? Since we do not know how long the dead person will remain in that state of unconsciousness, and at what point he or she will enter the bardo of becoming, the Tibetan Book of the Dead is read and practiced repeatedly to cover any eventuality. But what about people who are not familiar with the teachings or the Tibetan Book of the Dead? Should we read it to them? The Dalai Lama has given us this clear guidance. Whether you believe in religion or not, it is very important to have a peaceful mind at the time of death. From a Buddhist point of view, whether the person who dies believes in rebirth or not, the rebirth exists. And so a peaceful mind, even if it is neutral, is important at the time of death. If the person is a non-believer, reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead could agitate their mind. It could arouse aversion, and so even harm them instead of helping them. In the case of a person who is open to it, however, the mantras or the names of the Buddhas might help them to generate some kind of connection, and so it could be helpful. It is important to take into account, above all, the attitude of the dying person. One way of comforting the bereaved is to encourage them to do something for their loved ones who have died, by living even more intensely on their behalf after they have gone, by practicing for them, and so giving their death a deeper meaning. A person who is going through bereavement for the first time may simply be shattered by the array of disturbing feelings of intense sadness, anger, denial, withdrawal and guilt that they suddenly find are playing havoc inside them. Helping those who have just gone through the loss of someone close to them will call for all your patience and sensitivity. You will need to spend time with them and to let them talk, to listen silently without judgment as they recall their most private memories, or go over again and again the details of the death. Above all, you will simply need to be there with them as they experience what is probably the fiercest sadness and pain of their entire lives. Make sure you make yourself available to them at all times, even when they don't seem to need it. Following is a practice that can truly help you when you are suffering from deep sorrow and grief. Many masters say that the practice of Padmasambhava is the most useful when you go through turmoil because it has the power you need to take on and survive the chaotic confusion of this age. So whenever you are desperate, anguished or depressed, whenever you feel you cannot go on or you feel your heart is breaking, try to do this practice. The only conditions to the effectiveness of this practice are that you need to do it with all your might and that you need to really ask for help. Even if you practice meditation, you will have emotional pain and suffering, and a lot of things from your past lives or this one may emerge that will be difficult to face. What you need then is what is called a heart practice. The first stage of the heart practice is invocation. Invoke in the sky in front of you the presence of whichever enlightened being inspires you the most, and consider that this being is the embodiment of all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Masters. For me, as I have said, this embodiment is Padmasambhava. Even if you cannot imagine in your mind's eye any one form, just feel the presence strongly and invoke his or her infinite power, compassion and blessing. The second stage is calling out. Open your heart and invoke him or her with the presence of all the pain and suffering that you feel. If you feel like crying, don't hold back. Let your tears flow and really ask for help. Know that there is someone who is absolutely there for you, someone who listens to you, who understands you with love and compassion without ever judging you, an ultimate friend. Call to him or her from the depths of your pain using the mantra Om Hum Benza Guru Padma Siddhi Hum, the mantra that has been used for centuries by hundreds of thousands of beings as a healing spring of purification and protection. The third stage is filling the heart with bliss. Imagine and know now that the Buddha you are crying out to responds with all his or her love, compassion, wisdom and power. Tremendous rays of light stream out toward you from him or her. Imagine that light as nectar, filling up your heart completely and transforming all your suffering into bliss. One way in which Padmasambhava appears is simply sitting in meditation posture, wrapped in his gown and robes, exuding an enchanting feeling of warm and cosy comfort, and with a loving smile on his face. In this emanation he is called Great Bliss. His hands lie relaxed in his lap, cradling a cup made from the top of a skull. It is full of the nectar of great bliss, swirling and sparkling, the source of all healing. He sits serenely on a lotus blossom, ringed by a shimmering sphere of light. Think of him as infinitely warm and loving, a sun of bliss, comfort, peace and healing. Open your heart, let out all your suffering, cry out for help, and say his mantra, Om Hum Benza Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Imagine now thousands of rays of light streaming out of his body or from his heart. Imagine that the nectar of great bliss in the skull cup in his hands overflows with joy and pours down over you in a continuous stream of soothing, golden, liquid light. It flows into your heart, filling it and transforming your suffering into bliss. Lastly, you can do this practice to help someone who has died. As you do this practice again and again, saying the mantra and filling your heart with bliss, slowly your suffering will dissolve in the confident peace of the nature of your mind. You will realize with joy and delight that the Buddhas are not outside of you, but always with you, inseparable from the nature of your mind. And what they have done through their blessing is to empower and nourish you with the confidence of the Buddha within you. Now, with all the power and confidence this practice has given you, imagine you are sending this blessing, the light of healing compassion of the enlightened beings, to your loved one who has died. This is especially vital in the case of someone who has suffered a traumatic death, as it transforms their suffering and brings them peace and bliss. In the past, you may have felt helpless in your grief and impotent to help your dear friend, But now, through this practice, you can feel consoled, encouraged, and empowered to help the dead person. Don't expect immediate results or a miracle. It may only be after a while, or even much later, when you least expect it, that your suffering will shift. Sogyal Rinpoche's heartfelt advice to those in the depths of grief and despair after losing someone they dearly loved is to pray for help and strength and grace. Pray you will survive and discover the richest possible meaning in the new life you find yourself in. Be vulnerable and receptive. Be courageous and be patient. Above all, look into your life to find ways of sharing your love more deeply with others now. 40 years after the Chinese occupation of Tibet, the world is still ignorant of what has happened, ignorant of the extent of the terror, destruction, and systematic genocide that the Tibetan people have endured and are still enduring. Over 1 million people out of a population of 6 million have died at the hands of the Chinese. Tibet's vast forests, as indispensable as those of the Amazon to the ecology of the world, have been cut down. Its wildlife has been almost totally massacred. Its plateaus and rivers have been polluted with nuclear waste. The vast majority of its 6,500 monasteries lie gutted or destroyed. The Tibetan people face extinction, and the glory of their own culture in their homeland has been almost entirely obliterated. From the very beginning of the Chinese occupation of Tibet in the 1950s, many terrible atrocities were committed. Spiritual masters, monks and nuns were the first targets, because the Chinese communists wanted above all to break the spirit of the people by wiping out all traces of religious life. Many, many stories have reached me over the years of extraordinary and moving deaths in the worst possible circumstances that witnessed and paid final tribute to the splendor of the truth the Chinese were desperate to destroy. In the province of Kham, there was an old Khenpo, or abbot, who had spent many years in retreat in the mountains. The Chinese announced that they were going to punish him, which everyone knew meant torture and death, and sent a detachment of soldiers to his hermitage to arrest him. The Khenpo was elderly and unable to walk, and the Chinese found him an old and mangy horse for his last journey. They sat him on the horse, tied him to it, and led the horse down the path from his hermitage to the army camp. The Khenpo began to sing. The Chinese could not understand the words, but the monks who were taken with him said later that he was singing songs of experience, beautiful songs that sprang spontaneously from the depth and joy of his realization. Slowly the party wound its way down the mountain, the soldiers in a stony silence, and many of the monks sobbing. The Khenpo, however, sang all the way. Not long before the party arrived at the army camp, he stopped singing and closed his eyes, and the group then moved on in silence. As they crossed through the gate into the camp, they found the Khenpo had passed away. He had quietly left his body. What did he know that made him so serene, even in the face of death? He was unmistakably someone who had achieved the highest realization with all that it can bring, that joy and fearlessness and freedom and understanding that are the goal of the teachings and of human life. Think of the great masters and imagine beings who have their depth of realization as magnificent mountain eagles who soar above both life and death, and see them for what they are in all their mysterious, intricate interrelation. To see through the eyes of the mountain eagle, the view of realization, is to look down on a landscape in which the boundaries that we imagined existed between life and death shade into each other and dissolve. The physicist David Bohm has described reality as being unbroken wholeness in flowing movement. What is seen by the masters, then, seen directly and with total understanding, is that flowing movement and that unbroken wholeness. What we, in our ignorance, call life, and what we, in our ignorance, call death, are merely different aspects of that wholeness and that movement. This is the vast and transforming vision opened up to us by the Bardo teachings, and embodied in the lives of the Supreme Masters. The uniqueness and the power of the Bardo teachings is that they reveal to us, by showing with total clarity the actual process of death, the actual process of life as well. Let us look now again at what happens to a person who dies at each of the 3 crucial stages of death. At the culmination of the process of dying, after the dissolution of the elements, senses, and thought states, the ultimate nature of mind, the ground luminosity, is for a moment laid bare. Then, fleetingly, the radiance of that nature of mind is displayed and shines out in appearances of sound, colours, and light. Next, the dead person's consciousness awakens and enters into the bardo of becoming. His or her ordinary mind returns and takes on a manifestation the form of the mental body, subject to the dictates of past karma and habits. These drive the ordinary mind to cling on to the illusory bardo experiences as something real and solid. So what do the Bardo teachings show us that death is? Nothing less than 3 phases of a process of gradual manifestation of mind. From out of its very purest state of the essential nature of mind, through light and energy, the radiance of the nature of mind, and into increasing crystallization into a mental form. What unravels with such clarity in the Bardo of dying, the Bardo of dharmata, and the Bardo of becoming, the teachings show us, is a 3-fold process. First, enfoldment, leading to laying bare. Second, spontaneous radiance. And third, crystallization and manifestation. The teachings draw us to go further. What they in fact show us, and I think this is a truly revolutionary insight, one which, when it is understood, changes our view of everything, is that this 3-fold pattern does not only unfold in the process of dying and death. It is unfolding now, at this moment, at every moment, within our mind, in our thoughts and emotions, and at every single level of our conscious experience. If we really examine every aspect of our life, we will discover how we go through again and again in sleep and dream, in thoughts and emotions, that same process of the bardos. And the teachings reveal to us that it is precisely this fact that we go through the process of the bardos again and again in both life and death, and at all different levels of consciousness, that gives us innumerable opportunities, now and also in death, for liberation. The teachings show us that it is the character, form, and uniqueness of the process that offer us either the chance for liberation or the potential for continuing in confusion. For every aspect of the whole process hands us at the same time the chance for liberation or the chance for confusion. The Bardo teachings are opening a door to us, showing us how we can step out of the uncontrolled cycle of death and rebirth, the repetitive treadmill of ignorance, life after life. They are telling us that throughout this process of the bardos of life and death, whenever we can recognize and maintain a stable awareness of the nature of mind, rigpa, or even when we can gain some measure of control over our mind, we can walk through that door toward liberation. What the Bardo teachings are also telling us, however, is that what happens in our mind now in life is exactly what will occur in the Bardo states at death, since essentially there is no difference. Life and death are one in unbroken wholeness and flowing movement. Thomas Merton wrote, "What can we gain by sailing to the moon if we are not able to cross the abyss that separates us from ourselves? This is the most important of all voyages of discovery, and without it, all the rest are not only useless but disastrous." We spend millions of dollars every minute on training people to kill and destroy, and on bombs and planes and missiles. But we spend hardly anything in comparison on teaching human beings the nature of life and death, and helping them, when they come to die, to face and understand what is happening to them. What a terrifying, sad situation this is, and how revealing it is of our ignorance and our lack of true love for ourselves and for each other. We are all potential Buddhas, and we all desire to live in peace and die in peace. When will humanity really understand that, and truly create a society that reflects in all its areas and activities that simple, sacred understanding? Without it, what is life worth? And without it, how can we die well? It is crucial now that an enlightened vision of death and dying should be introduced throughout the world at all levels of education. Children should not be protected from death, but introduced while young to the true nature of death and what they can learn from it. Why not introduce this vision in its simplest forms to all age groups? Knowledge about death, about how to help the dying, and about the spiritual nature of death and dying should be made available to all levels of society. It should be taught in depth and with real imagination in schools and colleges and universities of all kinds, and especially and most important, it should be available in teaching hospitals to nurses and doctors who will look after the dying and who have so much responsibility towards them. The teachings of all the mystical paths of the world make it clear that there is within us an enormous reservoir of power, the power of wisdom and compassion, the power of what Christ calls the kingdom of heaven. If we learn how to use it, and this is the goal of the search for enlightenment, it can transform not only ourselves, but the world around us. Masters of all religious traditions on earth now understand that spiritual training is essential not solely for monks and nuns, but for all people, whatever their faith or way of life. The danger we are all in together makes it essential now that we no longer think of spiritual development as a luxury, but as a necessity for survival. Let us dare to imagine now what it would be like to live in a world where a significant number of people took the opportunity offered by the teachings to devote part of their lives to serious spiritual practice, to recognize the nature of their mind, and so to use the opportunity of their deaths to move closer to Buddhahood and to be reborn with one aim, that of serving and benefiting others. To learn how to die is to learn how to live. To learn how to live is to learn how to act not only in this life, but in the lives to come. To transform yourself truly and learn how to be reborn as a transformed being to help others is really to help the world in the most powerful way of all.
The most compassionate insight of my tradition and its noblest contribution to the spiritual wisdom of humanity has been its understanding and the repeated enactment of the ideal of the Bodhisattva, the being who takes on the suffering of all sentient beings, who undertakes the journey to liberation not for his or her own good alone, but to help all others, and who eventually, after attaining liberation, does not dissolve into the absolute or flee the agony of samsara, but chooses to return again and again to devote his or her wisdom and compassion to the service of the whole universe. What the world needs more than anything is active servants of peace such as these, clothed, as the great Master Longchenpa said, in the armor of perseverance, dedicated to their bodhisattva vision and to the spreading of wisdom into all reaches of our experience. We need bodhisattva lawyers, bodhisattva artists and politicians, bodhisattva doctors and economists, bodhisattva teachers and scientists, bodhisattva technicians and engineers, bodhisattva everywhere, working consciously as channels of compassion and wisdom at every level, in every situation of society, working to transform their minds and actions and those of others, working tirelessly in the certain knowledge of the support of the Buddhas and enlightened beings for the preservation of our world and for a more merciful future. May the vision that so many great masters of all traditions have had of a future world free of cruelty and horror, where humanity can live in the ultimate happiness of the nature mind, come through all our efforts to be realized.